Good morning. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Brisbane. My apologies.
No worries. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, I participated in the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign, which invited young people to submit a speech to be read in Parliament. Raise Our Voice do amazing work engaging young people, particularly women and non-binary people, in politics. And there were many fantastic submissions. While it was hard to choose, I've narrowed my submission down to 2 speeches from young people in Brisbane. So this first speech was written by 9-year-old Olivia. Hi, my name is Olivia Benesh. I am 9 years old and a grade 3er. I want to speak to Parliament about the environment. We at school are doing Term 3 plastic free, which means that we are reducing plastic in our lunchboxes. Do you know that it takes over 300 years for plastics to decompose? Our states are doing a lot to reduce single plastic use, but we need our federal government to take a stronger stand for the environment. I don't want our land to look like a rubbish bin. I do not want our precious animals to disappear from our land because they don't have a place to live. I do not want all trees to be cut off to give room to more buildings. I want you to help me to change the negative climate impact. It's time for action. Please act now. Thank you for listening to me. And this speech was written by 11-year-old Layla. Good afternoon. My name is Layla. I am 11 years old and in grade 6. There are 2 topics I am raising here with you, and I want your help to create positive change. First, I want your help to raise the age of child imprisonment. At 11 years old, it is my worst nightmare to be locked up. Children shouldn't be imprisoned. We need to be supported and lifted to fulfill our potential. We are the future of this nation. I want your help to make sure no child is imprisoned in Australia. The other topic of importance to me is achieving gender equality. I am grateful for the opportunities we girls have in Australia, but we still haven't addressed all barriers. I want your help to make sure that when I am an adult, we girls have similar access to housing, superannuation and health outcomes. I also want us to lead the way to address child marriage, which is impacting many girls my age or younger in other parts of the world. Our international aid work should focus on improving outcomes for all children. I know we can achieve this if we have all our parliamentarians' support. So I want to thank these young people and all those who participated in the Raise Our Voice campaign for engaging with politics at such a young age and for having the confidence to demand a better world and future for themselves. I hope the government will listen to the voices of young people and act on these issues that are so close to their heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, I had the honour of opening new school facilities throughout the electorate of Werriwa, representing the Minister for Education, Jason Clare. As our community continues to grow, it is important that so do the schools and the schooling opportunities. The federal government's Capital Grants program provides funding to non-government schools to help them expand their facilities so that students can have better learning outcomes. In October, the Christadelphian Heritage College opened their new general learning areas, 2 science laboratories, a chemical store and a preparation area. I'd like to thank the Principal, Mrs Melissa Sharman, and the Board Chairman, Samuel Dando, for their warm welcome. These facilities will be vital to replace demountables and provide students with vastly improved learning environments. On the 4th of November, I opened the new facilities at St Anthony's of Padua Catholic College, which received a grant of $3.6 million of federal funding under the Capital Grants program. The facilities include a primary school building, general learning areas, administration areas and a staff room. This will allow St Anthony's Catholic College to provide all of the students from preschool to Year 12 with the learning environments and education they deserve. A big thank you to Principal Miss Lee De Angelis and the Executive Director of Sydney Catholic Schools, Tony Farley, for welcoming me, as well as the parish priest, Father Kenna Onwuki, for performing the blessings. Last week, I opened the new and general specialised learning areas at Clancy Catholic College. This will be incredibly important for Years 7 to 12 and provides a gymnasium, art rooms, outdoor basketball courts, a canteen and learning spaces. Catholic College has over 1,200 students. I'd like to thank Principal Mr David Fetterplace and Tony Farley and Parish Priest Father Joseph Trong for performing the blessing. These 3 schools will provide thousands of current and future children in our local community with the education they deserve, and the upgrades are important to ensure they provide our locals with up-to-date facilities for study. It's been a pleasure to be a small part of watching these schools grow into wonderful places of learning. But it's now time for the New South Wales Government to step up and provide the public schools needed in these growth areas. I thank all the wonderful students at these schools for welcoming me and letting me know just what they think of the world. It's great to hear about your goals and aspirations, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Member for Riverina.
Well, I very much look forward to Deputy Speaker at 9:30 this Friday morning in Fitzharding Street, taking part in the official opening of the new state-of-the-art, world-class PCYC Community Centre. Now, PCYC, as we all know, is a fun community club. It's home to the PCYC Service Cadets program. In 2022, just this Friday, they're going to be moving at Wagga Wagga into a new facility where they're going to be able to offer even more options for the youth of the district. PCYC Wagga Wagga was the inspiration for the song Morning of My Life by none other than the Bee Gees, Deputy Speaker. Barry Gibb has talked about his time staying at the PCYC in Wagga Wagga and how the Bee Gees wrote that hit song from the club, the old premises in Gerwood Street. The Bee Gees played in Wagga Wagga in 1966. Fantastic. Now, funding for this new $23 million project came from $10 million from the former Coalition federal government, $10 million from the New South Wales Coalition government and $3 million from Wagga Wagga City Council. Now, I fought tirelessly to secure funding for this important investment, and it is an investment, not just an investment in a great new piece of infrastructure, but an investment in what could be more important other than our youth. Now, of course, it's overlooking Robertson Oval, and whilst I appreciate the new building has a great vista overlooking Robertson Oval, I hope that in the future they can take more advantage of that with perhaps even more infrastructure put in place. But already the new site's going to include a large multi-purpose hall, large enough to house 4 indoor sports courts, and I know Wagga Wagga Basketball Stadium Association is going to be one of the first tenants, as well as activity rooms, a cafe, a youth club, a childcare centre, after-school care and 120 undercover car parking spaces, some 5,800 square metres in size. It's built on the site of the former South Wagga Sports and Bowling Club, and I know the late Charlie Brown would be very pleased to see that the club that he was president of for so many years is now being put to use as the site as a new facility. I know what a difference this is going to make for thousands of young people. Some of whom have not had a great start in life, who are going to be given great options and opportunities for the future thanks to this new facility. I know this is going to be a wonderful boost to our central business district. Already it's created many, many jobs. It's created many, many opportunities, and the future is fantastic. One person I know on Friday is going to be very excited is Fred Lodrigan, club supervisor for many years. He was at the club for 22 of his 44 years in policing until 2000. Well done to all concerned.
Thank you. Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to speak as part of the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign. This is a fantastic initiative which brings young Australians' voices into the nation's parliament. And I've been very proud to support this initiative in the past, and I plan to continue to do so. Australia's youth are some of the most engaged people in our communities, and too often their really important contribution isn't heard. So this is a great opportunity to do that. I received a number of really compelling, excellent speeches as part of this year's campaign, and I thank everyone who took the time to write a speech and send it to me. Unfortunately, I can't read all of them in the Parliament, but I did read and take a note of each one, and thank you very much for the effort and thought that you put into those. So the speech that I have chosen to read today is by my constituent Emma Wright, who is 10 years old, and her speech is titled The Best Australia. She says, "I want Australia to be the best Australia it can be. Parliament, the Prime Minister and the state leaders are there to lead Australia to be the best Australia it can be. But I see most of the work being done for the cities and humans. There is more, you know. There are animals and bushland that are disappearing fast. So if you want to help Australia, you have to do something about that. Not just a small thing, but a big thing. These animals breathe the same air as us, feel the same way as us, and have kids like us. Our bushland gives us air and provides habitat for animals. As well as that, our natural disasters are coming round more often. People are losing their homes and animals are dying. Not to mention that the kids are the ones noticing these problems, and by the time we're in charge, it will be too late to solve these problems. Don't you want your kids to grow up in a world that's balanced and healthy? So let's cut down on coal, use less plastic, and save our wildlife and bushland for a better Australia. Thank you, Emma, for this powerful and heartfelt speech. And I think it really gives us an insight into the way that children are perceiving the pressures on our environment, and also the faith that they have and the trust that they have in this Parliament to take responsibility and action for that. So I want to let Emma and all of my constituents know that your government is taking this task incredibly seriously. Since we were elected this year, we have made huge strides on environmental reform, and we have a long way to go. We have committed to a target of 0 new extinctions of Australia's plants and animals. And we've also signed on to the Global 30 by 30 pledge, an initiative which will mean that at least 30% of Australia's land and oceans will be protected by 2030. And I know that my colleague, Environment Minister Tanya Plibersek, is working very hard to this end.
Thank you.
Again, Emma.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge Dr Sue Volosky from Lismore. She's received the 2022 Rural Doctor of the Year Award at the Rural Medicine Australia Conference dinner. Dr Volosky was recognised for her work during the pandemic, where she advocated for cancer patients to receive access to surgery at a time when COVID impacted the ability for patients to receive vital surgical treatment. She also played a significant role in the medical response to our flooding natural disaster that hit our community. She worked tirelessly to assist flood-impacted patients with medical supplies and wound management wherever she could reach them. This included service stations at night when they were out of flood, and many other easy-to-find locations that had appropriate lighting to treat patients. Congratulations and thank you, Sue, for your tremendous work in our community. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the Alstonville Public School debating team on their recent victory at the New South Wales Debating Championships in Sydney. Known as the Cool Blue Debating Team, they progressed through from the regional zone, competing to advance at the state championships. In a competition that comprised 871 teams, they made it to the final to compete against Randwick Public School. They came out the unanimous winners, successfully arguing that kids should be given a second chance to complete their assignments if they get a bad mark. Congratulations to Hannah Clark, Liberty McKenzie, Ruby Dooley, Frankie Dooley, Finn Thurkel. This is the second time that Alstonville Public School has won the state debating title, first time in 2011. Big thanks to Mrs Wheatland for all of her hard work and dedication to the program, and congratulations to Mr Frangos for his efforts this year. Well done, Alstonville Public School. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge a wonderful family business in my community, the Lombardo Fruit Market in Gunnellabar, which recently closed or transferred ownership after trading for 50 years. The business started in 1973 when Vince and Joan opened the store. When Vince sadly passed away in 2005, son Frank became the next integral part of the daily running of the business. It was an icon and a popular stop for residents. Joan, now 78 years old, was there on the final day with the same attitude and delivered exceptional services she has always done for 50 years. Congratulations to the Lombardo family, Joan, Frank, Kazia, Felicia, Simon, April, Luca, Vince, Gabrielle, Bella, Ruby, Arlo and Gianna. And good luck to the new owners, Dan and Laura Sproul. They're establishing their new businesses, Smashed Avo, on the same premises. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. One of the election commitments that I was most proud to secure was $5 million for a purpose-built and co-designed youth engagement hub in the northern suburbs in Casuarina in my electorate. Youth offending has been an ongoing issue in my electorate in the Territory for many years, and it has at its root complex reasons and causes. However, the NT government is working hard to tackle the problem from many sides. It's investing in diversion programs, in restorative justice programs, as well as establishing a new purpose-designed youth justice facility, because I visited the kids the other day in the Dondale facility, which is an old adult male prison and which is not satisfactory for the purpose of caring and getting our kids back on the right path. We had a youth shack in the northern suburbs in Casuarina, but the owner of that property sold it to McDonald's, because we need more of those, apparently, and young people in Darwin have not had somewhere to go. So it was my number one priority to get somewhere for our kids to go, somewhere that's safe for them to go, because some kids can't go home, or it's not safe at home all the time. Somewhere where they can have trusted adults mentoring them, where kids can hang out and have fun, develop their life skills, build their resilience, get connected to positive pathways and any services that they need. We've heard the concerns of Territorians, and we're working to get that federal commitment of $5 million, get it co-designed and get it up and running as soon as possible. Now, on Friday, along with NT Youth Minister Lauren Moss, we announced that a site has been chosen for the Youth Engagement Hub, and it's the old Casuarina Fire Station. It's a great location. Darwin Men's Shed is currently in that location, which is why I also in the election got a commitment of $1 million to establish a brand new men's shed for Darwin. So they will have a new shed. They'll move out of the Casuarina Fire Station. It's got some asbestos issues. We'll flatten it and build a purpose-built and co-design with young people facility. Now, the importance of doing that co-design work, it should be clear to all. The kids need the input to make it as attractive as possible and as helpful as possible for those kids. And it was great to attend the Casuarina Senior College graduation on the weekend. I talked to their board, and their board are very excited about their kids having some input into making this youth engagement hub as good as possible. It's really important work. We need to support our kids and get behind them, and this federal Labor commitment will do exactly that.
Thank you. Member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm working to have one of the latest Arafura-class offshore patrol vessels to be named the HMAS Bunbury 3, and for the first time designate Bunbury as its ceremonial home port. Now, there's a rich history of service for the Royal Navy from two previous ships bearing the name of HMAS Bunbury. HMAS Bunbury 1 was a Bathurst-class corvette minesweeper built in Australian shipyards in Queensland, launched in 1942. And she was engaged in minesweeping and convoy escort duties, decommissioned in 1961, with the ship's bell given to the City of Bunbury in my electorate, and the date on it is 1943, and it sits in the Bunbury City Council chambers to this day. Well, HMAS Bunbury No. 2 was commissioned in 1984. It was a Fremantle-class patrol boat, engaged in border protection, maritime security operations. It supported Special Forces operations, disaster relief and humanitarian assistance. And this ship was also decommissioned in 2006. So, in that great tradition of vessels named HMAS Bunbury, I'm really calling for one of the new Arafura-class patrol vessels being built currently and ongoing to be named the HMAS Bunbury 3, and for the very first time designate Bunbury as its ceremonial home port, as it should, Deputy Speaker. Bunbury is a very well-known and strategic port city, and the Port of Bunbury has excellent facilities to accommodate the vessel during its visits. And I can also see so many people in my communities around the whole of the southwest coming to visit the local HMAS Bunbury when it's in port. So we can accommodate this vessel during its visits, and it will also foster a very special connection between the City of Bunbury, all of our people, and the Australian Navy. Now, I have an online petition and I'm asking people to help. Let's get this done. It's really appropriate that HMAS Bunbury No. 3 actually has Bunbury in the southwest of Western Australia as its ceremonial home port. And I just wanted to mention a warm welcome to all of the Defence Force members who are in this House this week as part of the Defence Force program. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the best things about being the member for Cunningham is being able to meet local community champions. The work they do is energising and it's inspiring. On Saturday, I was delighted to join State MP Paul Scully and our Lord Mayor Gordon Bradbury to watch one of our community champions, Andrew Webb, raise money for his son Callum's school, Aspect South Coast. Andrew was attempting to break the Guinness World Record for the most weight squat lifted in 1 hour. The current record is 57,717 kilos. He was aiming to crack 60,000 kilos, or just on 1 tonne per minute, in an hour. That's 5 reps of 70 kilos every 21 seconds. He fell a little short at 55,827.2 kilos. But what an effort and what a team of supporters. They have raised over $27,000 for Aspect South Coast School. Andrew was supported by his amazing family, and it was an absolute pleasure to get to know his wife Jade Webb and their gorgeous children Callum, Charlie and Molly, as well as Jade's mum, Leslie Reynolds, and her brother Jeremy Reynolds, who kept Callum amused on the day. This record-breaking attempt was hosted by Steve and Brittany Passaris and their team at the Black Diamond Boxing and Fitness. The event was recorded by Trent Elliott and his team at the Unknown Group, who built the website, did the social media and paid for videographers so that they had all the boxes ticked to satisfy the Guinness World Record requirements. The team at Webb Financial were also instrumental. Lisa was the superstar running the show on the day and assisted by Caroline, Zoe, Leo, Sarah, Ying Ying and Marcus. The Webbs are extremely proud of their community-minded team. The principal of Aspect South Coast School, Rowena Perrott, was also there with her team of teachers and admin staff, as well as families from the school. Jade's comments on Facebook summed it up. He didn't get the record, but man did he give it everything. Our superhero. He's pretty damn cool. We're incredibly proud of our Roo. What a team and what an effort. Details for donations are on my Facebook page from my post from Saturday for anyone who would like to make a donation. Straight after this event, I caught up with a good friend of mine, Vicky Meadows, and her partner, Anthony Cawthorne. Vicky has been a champion for people with disabilities following her daughter Melissa's diagnosis. Lissy is autistic with severe developmental delay. Vicky has fought so hard over Lissy's 33 years to make sure she gets the best education and skill development possible. It takes a village, and Lissy has been supported by her grandmother, Sybil Meadows, Aunt Karen Adamson, brother Michael Meadows and his partner Tika Labowry, and their new baby Hayes, and their extended families. Efforts such as Andrew's make a huge difference to the lives of people like Callum and Melissa and their families.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it is my privilege to raise the voices of young people today from my electorate of Chisholm as part of the Raise Your Voice Youth Voice in Parliament Week event. So thank you to everyone in my electorate who submitted speeches. They were all excellent, but unfortunately I can only read 2 today. So it's an absolute honour to be able to read speeches by Ayana Singh, 15, and Daniel Gao and David Wu, who wrote a speech together, who are 18. I am so proud of these young people, and it really is an absolute privilege to read their speeches in this place. First, from Ayana. Harassment in the workplace is becoming more frequent every single day. Statistics ranging from 2016 to 2021 record that 2 in 5 women and 1 in 4 men have reported experiencing sexual harassment in the workplace. It's not the staggering figures that appall me, but the lack of action being taken. Of the number of incidents that took place, 40% of it was witnessed, and even more shockingly, 69% of the cases have failed to be intervened by a witness. To wrap your mind around the distressing figures, if 100 incidents took place, 40 were witnessed and 28 cases were not stopped by witnesses. Of the victims who rightfully reported, 19% were labelled as troublemakers, 18% were victimised, ostracised or ignored, and 17% resigned from their jobs. These facts don't just anger me, but they disgust me. This is why I want Australia's new parliament to lead the way for all the workplaces in the nation when it comes to sexual harassment. I want every person in the workplace, employer and employee, to obtain a conduct check and undergo a course that goes through what to do in a scenario, whether you're a victim, perpetrator or witness. The conduct check relies on the professional and appropriate relationship individuals have with their employers, colleagues and clients. This is just the beginning. If we don't try to accomplish this now, the things that could occur will be anything but good. Thank you, Ayana. Now, Daniel Gow and David Wu's speech. To the new parliament, with each passing year, more young Australians are taking their own lives than ever before. I ask that you promise me the day is soon to come, the day that suicide is no longer our leading cause of death in this country. To the new parliament, hear my voice. Hear the cries of my peers who feel forced to answer yes to "Are you okay?", who cannot muster the courage to ask for professional help. To reach the struggling youth lost in the statistics, to support this family so dear to me through mental illness, early intervention initiatives must become a priority and peer support education must become the first aid of mental health. To the new parliament, hear our voice. We dream of a support system whose services actively seek to detect and treat mental illness before it's too late. We dream of becoming an educated community of youth who possess the knowledge and resources to support one another in times of hardship. And we dream of an Australia where we can truly live unimpeded by the mental health crisis that plagues our present. Only with your support can our dream become reality. Thank you to those young people who wrote their speeches, and I'll always do my best to stand up for you in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Peachey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Residents in the suburb of Griffin are victims of poor planning by the Queensland State Government. Over 100 homes along the Bruce Highway on the north side of Brisbane will be bulldozed by the Palaszczuk government to make way for Bruce Highway upgrades. Now, these residents received keys to their home only a few weeks ago, and some of them the same day that they received the keys to their home, Deputy Speaker, they received a resumption letter to say that their home would be bulldozed. Now, these people are first home owners, their families that have worked hard, saved and settled young children into schools, families that have migrated to Australia, that are finally living in their first home or dream home. And we encourage people to get out of the rent cycle and buy a home, and that reality now has been ripped out from underneath them. And after receiving the news that these families would be losing their homes, I door-knocked on each of those homes and I listened to their desperation and their messages of grief and loss, and it was heartbreaking. And one resident wrote to me saying, "Devastated beyond words. The joy we felt when we received the keys to our first home has been completely shattered. We are a young family who saved and worked hard to achieve the Australian dream of owning our own home, and due to the incompetence, carelessness and lack of compassion of the state government, we are set to lose everything." And I walk into my little boy's room and just burst into tears at the thought that this will one day all be in rubble. Now, Deputy Speaker, it's a real disgrace what's happened there, and it comes down to a lack of planning. A lack of planning by the state government to build infrastructure and allow all these homes to be built, then only to knock them down later on because of their change of use. The state government were originally going to build the Moreton Connector, and then they decided not to do that and to widen additional lanes on the Bruce Highway. Now, the lies that the state government have been saying that this is somehow connected to the on and off ramps at Griffin and Marumba Downs are completely untrue. Completely untrue. The on and off ramps have additional lanes up to Anzac Avenue, but that is not why the homes are being resumed. They're being resumed because they've ditched the plans for the Moreton Connector. And if the member for Marumba and the Minister, Mark Bailey, who I've called on to resign, had done the planning back in 2018 or 19 even, rather than leaving it till late 2021, the people at Griffin, Marumba Downs and other areas wouldn't be affected. The incompetence goes so far that down in my seat in Bracken Ridge, the state government built a new $6 million fire station. It's got to be demolished as well. Well, I'll be fighting hard to get these residents compensation, and I'll continue to represent them hard.
Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business, notice number 1, motion on support for emergency first responders.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to support for emergency first responders in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I do recognise that following public pressure, the government has since restored the full $10 million funding for Fortum Australia, as announced and provided for in the March 2022 budget. So the organisation can provide the vital support that's needed for our emergency first responder heroes. Now, the members on this side certainly welcome the confirmation that the Albanese Labor government has reconsidered its position of stripping the charity of funding and have now decided to provide the full budgeted funding to charity organisation Fortum Australia, which provides mental health and wellbeing services to Australia's first responders. Deputy Speaker, following an election period, it's convention for an incoming government to continue funding programs that were budgeted by a former government, and that's to assist in the continuity of those programs and to provide the certainty for providers in the first instance. Now, after several days of strong public pressure, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese announced that Fortum Australia will receive $10 million upfront over 1 year, despite initially seeking to slash $8 million from this organisation. In a media release, Fortum Australia co-founder and managing director John Bale said it was encouraging to see the government supporting the nation's first responders. He said, and I quote, "These men and women across Australia are always there for us when we need them and have been going above and beyond during floods, fires and COVID over the last few years. We know what we do at Fortum works. Our independent and specialised services ensure there is mental health support available, not only for first responders, but also for their families when they need it. This funding will allow Fortum Australia the peace of mind to continue their program expansion to assist more emergency personnel at a time when we continue to experience devastating floods and as we head into the summer months. This expansion of programs will also help provide services to regional areas including Townsville, Ballina, Albury-Wodonga, Gippsland, Dubbo, Nowra, Newcastle, the Sunshine Coast, Launceston, as well as Darwin and Perth. The Coalition budgeted funding of $10 million over 2 years to Fortum Australia back in March after recognising a critical need. A need to provide tailored services to the emergency personnel and their families that come to our rescue every single time we experience a national natural disaster or crisis. And this was listed in Budget Paper 2 on pages 158-59. This new decision will undoubtedly be a welcome relief for our first responders in important regional locations. These unsung heroes don't need any additional burden for the work that they do, and their families deserve the peace of mind that they're being well taken care of. The Coalition will always back our first responders. They perform an absolutely vital role in the community, supporting vulnerable people in times of urgent need, such as during bushfires and floods. After the Black Summer bushfires, the toll on first responders was noted, and this program certainly helped them out. It was then expanded to cover additional responders across more locations. It's absolutely in the best interests of this country that our emergency personnel and their families are in tip-top shape when they do their difficult jobs and don't come back to work early after experiencing trauma. Now, I call on the members of this place who share the sensible view that the funding to provide vital supporters for our emergency first responders heroes should be a priority of any government to support this motion. And, Deputy Speaker, I'm very confident that there is considerable support in this place for the funding to have been reinstated for Fortum. Some members here will have seen and experienced some of the things that first responders have experienced because they were first responders prior to coming into this place. I haven't, but I will be ever so grateful for the rest of my life that there are people out there who are able to do the work of our first responders. I congratulate them. I thank them. We would not be where we are today without them. Thank you.
I thank the member for McPherson. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. And I call the member for Chisholm.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm really glad that this motion has been put to this chamber because it allows me the opportunity to talk about the things that the Labor government are doing to prioritise the mental health of first responders, which is exactly what we're doing. That's why we've committed to funding Fordham the full $10 million that I must note was promised but never delivered by the previous government. And this is really actually, a case in point of what I found in my own community of Chisholm. Lots of promises made, lots of announcements made, but unfortunately nothing was ever delivered. So unlike those opposite, we're actually delivering on our promises. Labor will always stand up for health, including mental health, and will always work to serve those who serve our community, first responders. I know in my own community of Chisholm, we have some wonderful volunteers as well as paid personnel who work as emergency service workers and first responders. And I think it's really appropriate to reflecting on the namesake for my seat, Caroline Chisholm, who always gave so much to herself to the community, and I'm really delighted that that spirit continues in my electorate. I've met with workers from the SES, other emergency services that are actually based in my community, and I'm committed to supporting them in all that they do. We're doing what those opposite didn't. They had the chance, they didn't do it. We're delivering funding. We're not stringing a mental health charity along and never delivering. We're doing it. And this point is particularly close to my heart because for the last couple years, funding was promised in my electorate by the previous member, who was a member of the previous government, for a headspace in Box Hill. Over the last 2 years, the demand for mental health services for young people in my electorate has increased, and it breaks my heart and makes me so angry to think that that service could have been delivered, but it wasn't, because what happened is that the previous government wanted to wait until an election campaign so that they could get photos taken instead of delivering the service that our community desperately needed. And this is another example of us stepping up where those before us had failed to. We believe absolutely in the work that Fordham do. We know, as does Fordham, that first responder work demands courage. People who demonstrate that courage to serve others is inspiring. One of my favourite maxims from the suffragists was courage calls to courage everywhere, and indeed it does. And it inspires us all to do better when we see those serve our community in ways that are really put people in harm's way and who deal with some of the most traumatic experiences that our fellow neighbours will ever experience in their life. But there's also courage in reaching out and seeking help. And that's what we want to back Fordham to help people to do, to acknowledge that they are experiencing trauma, our first responders, to seek help when there is suicidal ideation, when people choose to prioritise their well-being, when people think about the impacts that their work may have on their relationships with their family and friends and other community groups. I love that, Fordham say that brave is a choice, not an obligation. And what that means is that we know that people are actually trying to choose well-being. They're making that choice, and they're empowered through that choice. It is a really wonderful empowerment way to think about the services for mental health that are provided. Funding Fordham isn't the end of the work that the Albanese Labor government is doing to support first responders in terms of their mental health. We're working on long-term, sustainable funding solutions. There are a number of other services to deliver this critical work. The National Mental Health Service, for instance, provides an online mental health assessment and triage service to a variety of mental health supports to emergency service workers and volunteers. That includes direct referrals to the UNSW Traumatic Stress Clinic and the Black Dog Institute, and that provides up to 12 free psychological sessions that don't require a GP referral or Medicare, and that's either face-to-face or via telehealth, which means that there's much more reach there for people who need that service. We are committed to the mental health of first responders, and I'm proud to be a part of a government.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise in support of this very important motion, and I welcome the late to the party support from those members opposite, because this funding, when it eventually runs out for Fordham, I'll be going through all of the transcripts and Hansard of those who are getting up and talking about how great Fordham are, and we'll be raising that when the funding rounds come around again, because Fordham are an excellent organisation. And in the last parliament, we funded them not just the $10 million that we put on offer in the March budget, but we had funded them numerous millions of dollars. Then this is a pet project of mine that I've been working on for more than 6 years. Then Superintendent Neil Reid from the Queensland Ambulance Service, who's a constituent of mine, came and saw me and said, "Andrew, you guys and the feds do so much for our vets. What are you doing for first responders?" And my initial response was, well, the first responders are the responsibility of the states and territories. We look after the defence, the ADF. But I thought, that's not good enough, because our first responders are our men and women in uniform back home. We provide $11.5 billion through Department of Veterans Affairs to our veterans, and so we should. But our first responders, who the reality is see so much carnage on our roads, in our homes, floods, fires, you name it. And the sad reality is they do not get looked after properly by the states and territory governments. And enter Fordham. Now, Fordham was the brainchild of John Bale, who started Soldier On. It had a lot to do with John when he was with Soldier On. And he and I got together, and I tried to get funding for Fordham through various ministers when we were in government. And I want to give a shout out to the member for Maranoa, who was the first federal minister who provided funding to Fordham. And he understood the importance of providing mental health care to our frontline first responders here in Australia. And whilst technically it is not the responsibility of the federal government, morally it is. I'm not going to stand here and get into an argument about jurisdiction, constitutional jurisdictions, particularly when the states are not, and territory governments are not pulling their weight, when they are not looking after the mental health of our first responders, then sadly we needed to step in. Now, this last round of funding in March, we provided $10 million to Fordham, and I was extremely disappointed when the Labor government, the now Labor government, did not carry that through. Now, Fordham had already received $2 million, or the promise of $2 million, but they had had $8 million cut from their budget by this Labor government. I and a member for McPherson and every other coalition member who has served in uniform as a first responder stood up at a press conference and said, "We will not let this stand." In fact, I spoke with the minister personally, and I said, "Minister, we've got to change this. We've got to make sure that the funding flows through to our first responders." I was given not a lot of hope But with the help of the media and the coalition members, we effectively forced the Prime Minister's hand on this. I'm very pleased that the Prime Minister changed his view. He changed his mind about providing the additional $8 million. I thank him for it. We didn't want to make this a political issue because this is above politics, just as at the service of our veterans is. But the Fortum organisation provide tremendous services. I've had them to a round table, in fact not a round table, a whole seminar in my electorate where I invited all my emergency service responders to come along. They're a great organisation. They care for not just the mental health of first responders but also for their families that go through so much trauma, almost as much as the first responders themselves. I'm very pleased the government has turned around on this point, and I thank them for it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Let me first acknowledge the extraordinary work of emergency service workers and first responders right now in flood and storm-affected communities across many parts of New South Wales, and also acknowledge the extraordinary work of first responders across Australia over a very challenging 3 years. They deserve the support of our parliament, and they have the support of this government. It's been a very difficult time for communities, and I welcome the recent announcement of disaster recovery payment being extended to the New South Wales local government areas of Carbon, Dubbo, Parkes and Walgett. This support will help communities tackle immediate needs like food and clothing and complements assistance already available in the area, including 13-week income support for workers and sole business operators, and the jointly funded Commonwealth and state government grants of $75,000 for primary producers, $10,000 grants for rural landholders, and clean-up assistance for land councils. The extension brings the total number of New South Wales LGAs to 14. This severe weather has been widespread and devastating, to say the least. I encourage all impacted people to check their eligibility for these payments. Deputy Speaker, we all know in this place that the latest flood crisis hitting New South Wales is on the back of other disasters across other states and territories. It feels never-ending, and I can only imagine the impact on our first responders and their families. This motion notes that the mental health and wellbeing of first responders is vitally important, and I agree. The challenges of first responders was first brought home to me during my years working with the members of the Australian Federal Police Association. It's there I gained a much deeper understanding of the traumatic and stressful nature of much of the work that falls within the remit of our first responders. We all need to support those that are there for communities in crisis and for individuals in crisis. The mental health of first responders is a priority for me and the Albanese government. Deputy Speaker, in relation to the substantive matter of the motion in the funding for Fortum, the full $10 million will be delivered. We are not just promising this, but we're going to deliver. Fortum Australia has welcomed the announcement to allow the not-for-profit organisation to continue supporting first responders across the country. I note that the funding will allow Fortum to address a growing list of first responders who are seeking clinical support to address mental health problems as natural disasters continue to affect many parts of the country. And this funding will also ensure Fortum can expand its community engagement services on the ground in more locations across regional Australia. The Albanese government is actually doing what the previous government didn't by actually delivering the funding instead of promising it, stringing along a mental health charity and never delivering. Deputy Speaker, although the start of this motion from the member for McPherson is broad in nature and is supportive and positive, the motion is critical of our government's actions. So just for the record, the previous government announced $10 million in funding for Fortum, but did not provide any funding to them despite the announcement. Before the election, Fortum began to spend the funding based on the announcement and asked the new government to urgently provide funding because of this. The former government, the one the member for McPherson was a cabinet minister in, tried to cut $4 million of funding for the National Emergency Management Agency during the floods. But Deputy Speaker, more broadly, we all know that mental health support matters. This government believes in mental health support for first responders, and we are working on long-term sustainable funding solutions. In addition to Fordham, we fund a range of services to deliver this crucial work. The National Mental Health Service provides an online mental health assessment and triage service to a variety of mental health supports to emergency service workers and volunteers. This also includes direct referrals to the UNSW Traumatic Stress Clinic and Black Dog Institute, who provide up to 12 free psychological sessions that do not require a GP referral or Medicare, either face-to-face or via telehealth. Further, the government is committed to implementing the National Disaster Mental Health and Wellbeing Framework. We're currently in the process of looking at long-term sustainable measures to support communities and first responders impacted by disasters. And I support the efforts of the Department and the National Emergency Management Agency to work together to ensure transparent, responsive and cohesive structures are in place so we have a strong level of preparedness when disasters continue to strike.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, at home in Casey, we rely heavily on our first responders. First responders are one of the resources that you are proud to have but hope you never need. As scenic as the Yarra Valley and Dandenong Ranges are, our area has had its fair share of natural disasters. Time and time again, we have found ourselves relying on the police and our selfless volunteers with the CFA and the SES. This is something I know all too well, having narrowly escaped the Black Saturday bushfires from 2009. Our communities were again left battered after the June 2021 storms and recent floods, and this was yet another reminder of how important first responders are to our electorate. In times of emergency, we rely on courageous volunteer firefighters with the local CFA and rescue teams from the SES. There are at least 31 volunteer fire brigades across Casey and several SES units. The people out there in fire pumpers on Black Saturday, working hard to save life and property, also had homes of their own under threat. Many of them were locals, all impacted in one way or another, but they still work tirelessly for the benefit of the wider community. The courage of our first responders to be on the scene when we need them most is not something we should ever take for granted. A day in the life of a first responder includes attending fatal car crashes, suicides, fires, floods and other emergencies. It's not a day you can debrief with your family at the dinner table. First responders are so busy being there for everyone else, they forget to prioritise their own well-being. There were 197 intentional self-harm deaths of current or former police, ambulance and fire service employees reported to the coroner across Australia from 2001 to 2016. And unfortunately, Casey was impacted by this as well as an electorate. But behind these numbers are people, mums and dads, families and communities. And that's why the former coalition government provided $10 million in funding for Fordham Australia, a not-for-profit organisation that provides specialised wellbeing and mental health support to first responders and their families. Fordham Australia uses research and best practice to support the health and wellbeing of people and their families who work or have worked in national security and emergency response roles. The families of first responders sacrifice time with their loved ones so that they can go out and support Australians in natural disasters and emergencies. They face life or death situations every single day, and the trauma that comes with that is deep and ongoing. We owe it to first responders to do what we can to help in return, and Fordham Australia is a perfect example of an organisation making a difference in this space while also recognising the impact on the responders' families. It's a disgrace that the Albanese government removed funding for Fordham Australia in their October 2022 budget. The budget was a test for Labor and they failed. They ripped away funding that quite literally saved lives. That is, of course, until last week when the government backflipped on their decision and decided to once again follow in the footsteps of the coalition by supporting first responders. Managing Director of Fordham Australia, John Bale, made a public plea for the government to reinstate the funding, something that he should have never had to do. He said the organisation can't keep up with the number of first responders seeking support. He said they currently provide 300 psychological sessions a month and warned people would die if this didn't continue. The government might think they can save face by reinstating that funding, but first responders and their families should never have had to question whether that support would be available. To seek support takes courage, and I am pleased to see that this funding has been reinstated, but I condemn the government for making such an important organisation plead for funding that literally saves lives of the people who save others' lives. We must do everything we can to support our first responders. I'll always stand by our hard-working emergency service workers, and I thank them sincerely for all they do in the community, in Casey and across the nation. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to acknowledge the previous speakers and, like them, thank our first responders, as I do often in my electorate and across the country. But more than that, I am acting to support them in the areas that they need support. And the work of Fordham is part of that. But part of it also is a commitment of $3.6 million for supported accommodation for veterans and first responders in my electorate when they need it, because of the difficult work that they do, because of the trauma that they see, often on a daily basis. When they need that support, we will be there to support them. Give them a place where they can rest up, get connected to the services we need. I've been working with Fordham for some time, and there is a Fordham staff person in Darwin. And what the funding from the federal government will do is enable a psychologist to be employed to work in my electorate in Darwin and supporting people in the Northern Territory with the mental health support that they need because of their important work. They're the best of our community, whether they be full-time salaried people or whether they be volunteers. We owe them a great deal, even in just my family, as well as those that serve on the front line in health and in defence. There's also a fiery. One of my nephews is an ambulance officer. They're about serving and protecting the community. A lot of my mates who are in the military have gone on to serve with the police force. They do so bravely, whether it be facing crime, helping Australians that have been pulled into a riptide, facing Australians that have been injured, doing horrific things that we don't want the rest of the community to have to do. That's why we have first responders. Like pick up a baby that has passed away out of a car crash. I mean, just imagine it. Just imagine the trauma of that. But someone has to do it, and our first responders are the ones that do it. And that's why we're backing them. That's why we're going to make sure that Fordham has the funds, as the Prime Minister announced on Remembrance Day, to have services like the ones I've described for Darwin. A psychologist, a Fordham psychologist to provide that support to our first responders. It's important. And when I talk to veterans about first responders, they say, we've got all the respect in the world for them because they are on the job facing those situations every day. Danger, every day. So there's a great deal of respect between the two, and that's why our Scott Palmer Services Centre, named after Commando Scotty Palmer, who was killed in Afghanistan in a tragic helicopter accident, will honour him by having a facility that not only helps veterans but helps first responders as well. Now, the member for McPherson is making a partisan point here, and I don't usually seek to draw the services into partisan debate. But what her motion does allow us to do is to speak about our first responders and to honour them. And rather than being partisan, I'll be bipartisan and say that I was happy and impressed when Prime Minister Morrison announced last year that the government would commit funding for Fortum in its April budget. $10 million. Of course, the only problem was that announced funding never actually came into existence. The funding was announced, and we know they were great at that, but it never was appropriated in the former government's budget. Former Prime Minister Morrison announced the funding, didn't appropriate it in the budget. First responders out there and their families, to who we owe so much, will see that funding for Fortum appropriated in the budget in full, so that we can provide our first responders the services that they and their families need, for providing the services they do to our first responders and their families. We owe them a great deal, the families too, and we'll provide that support with this funding.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for the Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for McPherson for bringing this motion forward. I thank the member for Solomon for his service to our nation. I note his comments in relation to the Scott Palmer Services Centre in Darwin, wonderful facility, and note as well the fact that it will deliver not just services for our veterans, and don't they deserve it, but also to first responders. Note his bipartisanship and thank the government for any funding that they can provide to veterans, to these wellness wellbeing centres for first responders as well. Note my disappointment with the fact that $5 million has been stripped away from Wagga Wagga for not just a veteran centre, but also in conjunction with that, a first responders support facility. This would have been a wonderful facility and amenity for the Riverina, for veterans, of whom there are many, nearly 1,500 in the city alone, but across the broader electorate, thousands, Deputy Speaker Wilkie, and I know you know how important our veterans are, and I know you know how important our veterans are in the Riverina, having had an association with the Army Kapooka base there. I just want to note too, and whilst this is about first responders, and they are the brave people who run to a calamity, to a disaster, to a tragedy, when others are running in the opposite direction. When others are running away, our first responders, be they police, be they ambulance officers, be they people who work in firefighting, they're the ones who are putting their lives at risk, putting their lives on the line. The number of state emergency services people who descended upon Forbes and Eugowra and other Central West communities, many of whom have come from flood-affected communities, Mullumbimby and others themselves, and they give up their time. Thank you to their employers as well. Let's not forget them, because they are allowing the SES people, volunteers, to give of their time. But not just first responders, not just SES, not just paid full-time or volunteer people, but also those first responders who just are ordinary, everyday people, such as local, I say local, Eugowra fitter and farmer Pat Welsh, some of his mates, John Augustin, Stephen Snow Jones, Mick Sparky Miles. They too put their lives on the line when, on this day, last Monday, last week, Eugowra was swamped, absolutely swamped. And I was speaking to Max Granston there, a lifelong resident of Eugowra, 70 years old. He said he had water pooling around his ankles, and he thought, oh gee, this flood is more serious than I first thought. He said the next minute I was scrambling for safety because it was up around my chin. Stories of bravery of so many people, and Snow and Sparky and others commandeered a fire brigade vehicle and rescued not just a few people, but dozens of people I hope they receive the due recognition they've earned, a bravery medal, because each and every one of them deserve it. Max told me that a disaster in the dark would have cost 150 people. It would have been a Grantham-style disaster. But fortunately, in one sense, if you could use that word, it happened at around 8:30 in the morning. And even though there is a tragedy in town, Diane Smith, and loved local, has lost a life, and there are a couple of others missing, the death toll wasn't in the order of a national disaster. Yes, it is a national disaster because it's going to take a lot of time to recover, and that community will feel the effects of this for years to come. But our first responders have done a mighty job in the electorate of Calare, and I note that the member is away this week, but also in the Riverina, which takes in that central western town of Forbes, which has now had 4 peaks of the Lachlan River this year. Just think of that, 4 peaks, and yet we've got Rocky Walshaw, SES Parks Incident Controller, Ben Pickup, Ken Murphy, SES Senior Management Capability Incident Controller for the Lachlan Valley, doing a mighty job, along with all the other first responders.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Over the last few years, our nation has certainly seen its fair share of troubles, with an increase in bushfires, floods, pandemic and other emergencies. These events have really tested our nation, yet through it all, our emergency services personnel continue to turn up and get our communities through these very dark times. We are facing continuing issues with the flooding in the eastern states, and we know that with the onset of summer we will be facing bushfires. Yet again and again our first responders turn up. As the member for Riverina has previously mentioned, they run to disasters, not away from it. It takes a very special person to commit their lives to giving back to their communities in this way. And I've worked with many first responders over many years and seen the way in which they turn up to the most stressful events. They get people through, they do their best, they put up with the most terrible emergencies, damaged bodies, death, loss of limbs, loss of major organs, and yet they turn up again and again and again. This, of course, can have severe implications on their mental health, and so I very much welcomed our government's funding commitment of $10 million to Fortem Australia to provide support for ongoing mental health issues for those of our first responders who need it. They are, of course, our top priority. And I'm very grateful to be a member of an Albanese Labor government that turns up time and time again to support people in our disaster situations. I'm a little concerned that the member for McPherson's motion is a little critical because, of course, when she was in government, with her Morrison government, which was always there for the photo opportunity but never there for the support, I'm a little concerned that the member for McPherson can be so superficially critical of the Albanese government, because we turn up, we provide funding, we support people, and we're there every time. If I can just dispel a myth at the very outset, the former minister may claim that she and her previous government provided funding for Fortem, but that is untrue. The Liberals announced funding for Fortem as part of their last budget, but they never sought to pass the appropriation bills containing the funding measures for that. They had the opportunity to do so, and they chose not to, and so the money never actually existed. Another myth from a failed government. It takes some gall for those opposite to lecture us about showing up for first responders, given the last Prime Minister chose to holiday in Hawaii during the Black Summer bushfires. The Liberals played politics with Fortem around their funding, but they failed to deliver, of course. This is the worst type of cynical politics from those opposite. It continues, and one really does wonder about their motives. Our government, the Albanese government, continues to provide psychological support and support by being there, by turning up. And I think the Minister for Emergency Services, Murray Watt, epitomises the view of our government. We turn up and we do things. We carry through on what we say. We are providing psychological support, we're providing GP support, we're providing mental health support for all those who need it. We support our first responders, we stand side by side with them. The work of the first responders is vital and we will turn up for them every time. I'm very proud and thankful for Macarthur's first responders, including the Campbelltown and Camden Police, our paramedics and medical personnel from Camden and Campbelltown Hospitals, Fire and Rescue New South Wales, as well as our local Rural Fire Service and SES units. I've been to the control centre at Picton and seen how they work during the bushfires in 2020. I've been there seeing the support they do. I've been there and seen how they support everyone in our community, and I continue to support them. Unfortunately, we lost two volunteer firefighters, Jeffrey Keaton and Andrew O'Dwyer, during the 2019 and 2020 bushfires in Buxton, and I will remember them. These two outstanding men were local fathers and leaders, and I'm very grateful for them. I thank you.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, motion on gender inequality.
And I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to gender inequality in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Do I start?
I call the member.
Okay. I am pleased to move this motion, Deputy Speaker. Gender equity is core business to myself and to the Albanese government. However, for too long it has been seen as something of a utopian goal. The World Economic Forum, not known for its hyperbole, states in their 2022 Global Gender Gap report that it will take 130 years to close the global gender gap. The good news is that this is actually an improvement on 2021, when the gap was 136 years. So how are we doing? Australia is 43 out of 146 countries, while New Zealand is 4. Why such a disparity? What happened? A decade of neglect where women were deprioritised by those opposite is what happened. Then came a public health crisis that kicked women when they were already down on one knee. They did the double shift, juggling carer and home duties, driving themselves to exhaustion. And for what reward? Precious little, it seems. According to Australia's Gender Equality Agency, who last year declared that it would take 26 years for the full-time gender pay gap to close. Fantastic. A quarter of a century. Why did this not make headlines? The clue's in the fine print. They said that the gender pay gap for executives could close in the next decade, but for workers in feminised industries like the care and community sector may not see a change, if ever. All of this translates to a gender pay gap of 14.1%, and it's likely an underestimate, that has been stubbornly resistant to change. Being on average $263 per week less, it has an outsized impact over a lifetime. Less pay means fewer assets, less super, and less resilience to shocks like relationship breakdown or trauma or a global pandemic. Not fixing gender equity has meant women over the age of 55 are the fastest growing group who are becoming homeless, and domestic violence is the #1 reason for that. So what did successive coalition governments do? Clearly not enough. They failed to address the growing pressures on women like ballooning childcare costs or inflexible workplaces, and allowed insecure work, which disproportionately affects women, to thrive like a toxic weed. Well, we are the weed killers. The Albanese government is intent on hardwiring gender equity into work and our societal culture by zeroing in on 2 things: pay equity and representation. This program is backed by record representation of women in our ranks. At 52%, it is the highest in Commonwealth government history. The measures are the largest investment of $4.7 billion in early childhood education and care. Originally introduced by the Gillard government, we are expanding paid parental leave by up to 26 weeks by July 2026. With use it or lose it provisions, this reform challenges norms that stereotype men as breadwinners and women as caregivers. We are introducing IR reforms that aim to promote job security, close the gender gap and stimulate wage growth, with the main beneficiaries being the feminised industries. It means outlawing pay secrecy clauses, limiting the use of rolling fixed-term contracts that lock women into precarity, and improving access to flexibility in the workplace. We will be making gender pay equity an object of the Fair Work Commission, backed by 2 expert panels focused on pay equity and the care economy. And we are not forgetting our knowledge workers. We are making gender pay parity an object of peak research bodies like the National Health and Medical Research Council, and I was a recipient of one of those scholarships once upon a time. We are tackling sexual harassment and victimisation in the workplace by implementing all the recommendations of the Respect at Work report. And on housing, an estimated 4,000 homes from the $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund will be allocated to women and children fleeing domestic violence. Our recently formed Women's Economic Equality Task Force, comprising 13 eminent women, is currently providing independent advice to the government on improving gender equity. We will also compel businesses with 100 or more employees to report on their gender pay gap, because transparency is a great motivator. Finally, we are increasing women's representation in prominent public office, including the High Court, Climate Change Authority, Climate Change Ambassador and Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner, because you can't be what you can't see. After a decade of indifference and inertia, the Australian people have blasted the cobwebs off this House. They understand that when we lift women up, we lift up our nation. When we fail women, we all fail.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Higgins for putting this very important issue to our parliament. The challenges women face in their homes, in the workforce and in their retirement are persistent and pervasive. They are structural, social and economic. We know, Mr Speaker, that when women can share the domestic load, participate in workforce equally and achieve financial security at all points in their lives, our whole society benefits. The 2018 KPMG report, Ending Workforce Discrimination Against Women, found that halving Australia's gender pay gap would increase our GDP by $60 billion by 2038, and that reducing the difference in average earnings of women and men by just 50% would see our households better off by $140 billion over the next 20 years. When women earn more, by having the opportunity to work or by being paid more equitably, they can spend more and they can save more, creating greater financial security throughout their lives and into retirement. Right now, many women who've spent their adult lives working in the home, raising families and creating the social fabric of our society have been unable to accrue superannuation or savings. If those marriages end, those women often struggle. Women over 55 are the fastest growing demographic of people who are homeless. Unless we address the structural barriers preventing economic gender inequity, women over 55 will remain at increased risk of poverty and of homelessness. Superannuation must be appended to maternity and other care-related leave as an essential step towards financial equity for women in retirement. In recent months, I've been pleased to help legislate important reforms to help reduce the gender pay gap, including recommendations of the Respect at Work inquiry and changes to eligibility for subsidised childcare hours. I take this opportunity, though, to again call on the government to accompany the cheaper childcare package, which increases the amount of subsidised care hours for working women, with an urgent intervention into the crisis in the early childhood education workforce. A crumbling early childhood education workforce harms gender equity twice over. Firstly, because the childcare workforce comprises some of the lowest paid women in this country. Secondly, because workforce participation of women is dependent on the accessibility of childcare. Australia has some of the highest levels of education for women in the world, but we are ranked 38th in the world for workforce participation. As the Grattan Institute's Danielle Wood has suggested, if untapped women's workforce participation was a massive ore deposit, we would have governments lining up to give tax concessions to get it out of the ground. Treasury estimates that the government's cheaper childcare package will fund an extra 1.4 million hours of workforce participation each week. This is a significant equalising measure for families lucky enough to get a spot in a childcare centre. But therein lies the problem, Mr Speaker. There are already insufficient daycare positions for our children. Increasing the childcare subsidy without increasing childcare enrolments won't get women back to work. It will just cut the cost of childcare for those who are already working. Qualified early childhood educators are leaving our workforce at an alarming rate. 15% have left that workforce since October 2020. Fewer people in the early childhood workforce means fewer women in our national workforce. The benefits to households, communities and the national economy when we advance gender equality are clear. I'm very pleased to support the motion moved by the member for Higgins today, and I will continue to work for legislative solutions to increase women's workforce participation and to close the gender pay gap.
And I thank the member for Kooyong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it is said that in human endeavour we often take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. This certainly sums up the journey to gender equity in this country and ostensibly globally. I stand here today on the shoulders of the women who came before me in the Labor Party. I want to mention Susan Ryan and the work she did in this parliament to progress gender equity. I want to mention my predecessor, Julia Gillard, our first Prime Minister, but more importantly, as a young woman, critical in commencing movements within Victoria, and a founding member and a life force behind, with the assistance of Joan Kirner, former Premier of Victoria, of the creation of Emily's List, which drove women's representation in the Parliament in Victoria and in this Parliament, from the grassroots up. But it does feel like 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and it has done for my 9 years here, while I've watched our side of the Parliament grow to a 52% representation of women, and the opposite benches reduce in the number of women year on year. This is at the core of the problem and why women's equity has been stagnating across the last decade. It is about attitudes and it's about actions. And I am absolutely thrilled to follow the member for Higgins today and to thank her for putting this forward. She's outlined many of the things that this government has committed to doing in its first 6 months in government at getting gender equity back at the front of the decision-making for an Australian government. I'm very proud to be a member of that government and very proud to see the women's budget back central to the October budget delivered by the Albanese Labor government. It is actions like this that change the way people think. It is actions like this that drive the changes that drive gender equity in our communities. I would echo both speakers before me and the reflections they made on how limiting the situation we are in now is for us nationally. I welcome, of course, the childcare changes that will effectively see 37,000 effective full-time workers, women, potentially back into the workforce with those childcare changes. I welcome the lift of the ban around declaring what you earn so that people know what they can aspire to earn. It has limited gender equity for some time. I welcome that transparency about salaries. I welcome 10 days domestic violence leave and what that means, because we measure what we care about. And in this country, and in most countries, if it has an economic impact, It'll see action from government. Believe me, we know that domestic violence is having an economic impact. We just need to demonstrate it through measurements, and DV leave is a key way to demonstrate the economic impact of domestic violence in our workplaces, and therefore we'll see governments of all persuasions commit to getting rid of it on economic grounds, if not on human grounds. I welcome also the plan to end violence against women and children launched by Minister Rishworth most recently. I welcome the 15% pay rise for the aged care workers in our care economy and the changes at the Fair Work Commission just in terms of having a government that supports wage increases. I welcome the 5% wage increase to those on the minimum wage, of whom we know an enormous number are women. I share with the member opposite's concerns around the childcare workforce and how we are going to attract and retain women in that care industry, and education industry, and I know that that will start when they can earn more doing the most important work of early education. When they can earn more doing that than they can stacking shelves, then we'll be able to attract and retain workers in that most important industry. And I welcome the changes to the paid parental leave, which will allow families to make decisions and make the most, spend the time they need with their families and resume the workforce. I commend this motion to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Gains for women in this country have been few and far between over the past decade. I agree with the mover of this motion, the member for Higgins, that the government's first budget has delivered some important progress towards a more gender-equal future. But it has to be said, women in Australia are starting from a long way back, a very long way back. Australia is ranked 43rd of 146 countries in the latest World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Index. The official gender pay gap has hovered between 13% and 19% over the past 2 decades, but in many industries it's more like 30%. Women are more likely to live below the poverty line. Older women are the fastest growing group to experience homelessness in Australia. On average, women retire with approximately half the level of retirement savings of men. And women spend twice as much time on unpaid work as men. The moral and economic case for investing in women is strong. Gender inequality is the root cause of the social, economic and health disadvantages that women face. Today, I want to focus on one area of gender inequality because it's urgent: women's safety. According to Our Watch, on average, 1 woman a week is murdered by her current or former partner. 1 in 3 women has experienced physical violence since the age of 15. 1 in 5 has experienced sexual violence since the age of 15. And family and domestic violence is a leading driver of homelessness for women. This budget was sold as a bread and butter budget. Women's safety is a bread and butter issue, or at least it should be. The new national plan to end violence against women and children is comprehensive and ambitious, but it needs more investment if we're to end violence against women and children in a generation, as the plan strives to do. A woman's ability to access services to be safe after domestic violence or rape is critical and needs proper funding. And right now there are major gaps for women's safety that must be addressed. Until this happens, there will be no broader equality in the workforce or elsewhere. Women who are trying to escape family and domestic violence are still unable to get the safety and support that they need. More investment in specialist case management services is needed, so women trying to build safer lives can access the support they need to be safe. More investment in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled organisations is needed to support First Nations women affected by men's violence. More investment is needed in trauma response for rape and sexual assault survivors so they can access counselling support. As it stands, survivors are being told to wait months for trauma counselling. In the eastern region of Victoria, the waitlist for counselling is 6 to 8 months. The Sexual Assault Crisis Line is the central after-hours coordination point in Victoria for responding to sexual assault. It can consistently respond to only 65% of calls because it's understaffed and underfunded. And waiting list times for men's behaviour change programs are too long. Men using violence are also on months-long waiting lists. Experts in the sector have said a minimum of $1 billion of federal funding is needed annually to start addressing gender-based violence in our communities. The commitment to a new national plan to end violence against women and children in the budget only gets us just over halfway to the funding that's needed over the next 4 years. Fair Agenda, a movement of 43,000 Australians campaigning for a future where our gender doesn't determine our worth, says this budget still leaves many women in danger. It's calling on the government to deliver the major funding boost during this term of government, starting with the next budget in May. I also encourage the government to increase its commitment to women's safety in the May budget. This government has rightly made gender equality a national priority. If the government is serious about wanting to re-establish Australia as a global leader on gender equality, it must address these glaring gaps in women's safety. I thank the member for Higgins for this motion. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support the motion put forward by the member for Higgins. Speaker, I support this motion in recognition of the fact that gender inequality is an issue that continues to confront and unfairly challenge Australian women and girls, made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic and a decade of inadequate action by the former coalition governments. Speaker, it may come as a shock to many that Australia today ranks 43rd out of 146 countries on the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index. In 2006, we ranked 15th. And today, ranked in the immediate spots above us are Panama, Ecuador and Bulgaria. And while we are ranked 43rd, New Zealand, a country which in so many other ways is similar to us, is ranked 4th. In the span of 16 years, we have dropped by 28 spots. It's hardly surprising that today women generate less economic income over their lifetimes than men, hold fewer assets, including superannuation, than men, and suffer greater vulnerability following trauma than men. And we saw this divide exacerbated by the COVID pandemic, where women were amongst the groups that were most disproportionately affected by its pressures, entrenching the inequality that exists between men and women in this country. And why is it so important to address gender equity? Well, first and foremost, because it's a human rights issue, a fundamental inequity that is an affront to every Australian. But second, it's an economic issue. Australia faces many challenges to our economy, including slowing productivity growth and international challenges associated with the slowing economies around us and amongst our trading partners. If we're to lift economic growth, if we're to lift productivity, then we cannot allow gender inequity to continue in our economy. We cannot allow a gender wage gap. We cannot allow differences across careers. We cannot allow the differences in participation rates across women and men. This is one of the primary drivers of stronger economic growth over the next decade, and a driver that we must not ignore. Speaker, last week with the Minister for the Environment and Heritage, I had the opportunity within my electorate to visit a site that might be considered ground zero of women's inequality in Australia. Within my electorate, the Parramatta Female Factory is on the one hand one of the crowning jewels in our trove of heritage assets, but on the other hand, a stark reminder of the history of inequity and marginalisation towards women within Australia. As the Minister for Environment said during her visit last week, the Female Factory is a brilliant example of Australia's social welfare history. It was a place where women were sent if they were unmarried or unutilised and left to engage in manufacturing, in often appalling conditions. And the site tells the tragic story of institutionalised women and girls over the 19th and 20th century. The site plays a pivotal role in our nation's colonial history, with thousands of women passing through the factory as prisoners and later patients in what was then the Parramatta Asylum. The female factory was also the site of Australia's first industrial action, a moment where the female inmates of the Parramatta Female Factory rose up and demanded better treatment. In the famous Female Factory riot, they stood up to their captors, protested against the treatment they were receiving and demanded better conditions within the factory. Today, the factory serves as a constant reminder of how far we've come in the story of gender equity in Australia, but also how far we have to go. Speaker, how can we reach our aspiration of a more egalitarian and equitable nation without action on gender equity? On the 21st of May 2022, a decade of inaction and neglect was broken when the Albanese Labor government was elected. And I stand here today as a proud member of a government which has begun to deliver real change, addressing the key factors that have entrenched gender inequity for so long. I'm proud to be part of a government that is investing in cheaper childcare, proud to be part of a government that is recognising gender equity as a key part of fair working conditions and making gender equity and job security objects of the Fair Work.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the motion by the member for Higgins. In principle, I support any moves that will help to address the gender inequity issues that we currently have in our country. It is important, Deputy Speaker, that we shine the floodlight on the barriers that might limit women building their financial security and focus on practical measures to help change that. Because when Australian women do well, their families do well, our economy does well, and our nation prospers. One of the largest barriers for women to earn an equal income to men is the predominant responsibility of family and caring duties, which falls largely to women. As a first-time mum, I temporarily stepped away from my legal career in order to raise our twin sons, James and Nicholas, full-time. Even though in 2006, when my sons were born, I battled against the perception in my own workplace that it was not appropriate for me, as a senior lawyer, a partner in a national law firm, to be able to work in a part-time capacity. Unfortunately, this story was all too common amongst my peers at that time. Women in 2022, even back in 2006, should not have had to have chosen between a family and a career. Today marks 6 months since the election, and I do ask, Deputy Speaker, what meaningful practical change has the government actually brought about to help close the social, economic and health disadvantages still experienced by Australian women? The recent budget was a missed opportunity for the Albanese government to deliver a roadmap, a strategic plan to demonstrate how it will address the issues relevant to contemporary Australian women. The motion by the member for Higgins speaks about the government's purported record in bringing about cheaper childcare, gender pay equity and addressing sexual harassment in the workplace. However, Deputy Speaker, if I turn first of all to the government's cheaper childcare bill, it was touted as a win for families in allowing more women to re-enter the workforce. However, the bill did not go nearly far enough. The government, in actual fact, voted against very sensible amendments put forward by the member for Moncrieff, which would have provided real positive change for women and their families accessing childcare places. The bill, for example, was silent on salient details, including no plan to address the current workplace shortages and the pressures that have been raised by childcare educators themselves. There was no plan to address access to care, and particularly no plan to address the chronic shortage of places in rural and regional Australia. The bill simply did not address the supply issues. Demand for childcare places around Australia is still well outstripping supply. The childcare bill and the budget did nothing to alleviate that problem or to set out a roadmap as to how this matter would be dealt with by the government. It is certainly appropriate that subsidies are available for parents to enable them to make choices appropriate for their particular circumstances. However, without addressing the supply concerns actually raised by our childcare workers, Australian mothers wanting to return to the workplace simply won't be able to. Deputy Speaker, I now turn to the government's record on sexual harassment within the workplace. The government's proposed dismantling of the Australian Building and Construction Commission in the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill is a disgrace. We are well aware of the reports of bullying and harassment against the 150,000 Australian women who work on construction sites throughout Australia. As at March of this year, the CFMEU was in the courts and was found to have contravened existing workplace laws on no less than 1,663 separate occasions. It is hard then, Deputy Speaker, to see how the dismantling of the ABCC can be considered to be anything other than the Labor Party rewarding its CFMEU friends. Deputy Speaker, I conclude. When women do well, when Australian women do well, their families do well, the economy and nation prospers. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Reid.
Thanks, Chair. Around the world, progress towards gender equality has been extraordinary, awe-inspiring, but at the same time deeply disappointing and dispiriting. So why the mixed emotions? Because it is an incredibly mixed bag of outcomes. On the whole, it's been a slow and steady progress towards gender equality in so many countries. However, in some countries, that progress has stalled or we've seen a dangerous backslide. In the United States, some women are being denied access to reproductive health care. Girls in Afghanistan denied access to secondary education. Iranian women face the threat of violence daily. The regression of rights for these women is deeply distressing, and we stand in solidarity with women around the world fighting to make our society more equal. For me, these world events are also a reminder that progress is neither linear nor guaranteed. Unfortunately, the rights our mothers and grandmothers fought so hard for can be taken away if we do not actively and persistently fight for them. Here in Australia, with the change of government in May, there was a pivot towards recognising the value of gender equality. This government has placed gender equality at the heart of what we do. It's an approach that spans across the entire government, and we have set ourselves an ambitious goal to make Australia one of the most gender equal countries in the world. And it's important to outline two of the critical policy decisions made by this government in just the first 6 months. From July next year, the childcare subsidy rates will lift for 96% of families using care. It's good for parents, mostly mothers, who are getting back into work. It's good for children because they have access to that great early education and it sets them up for life. And it's good for our economy by increasing productivity. And it was our single largest election commitment in our most recent budget. We know women are not getting a fair deal when it comes to pay. On average, a woman working full-time earns $263 less per week than a man working full-time. And the gender pay gap has remained around 14% for far too long. We must do better, and this government will do better. And that's why the Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill is so important. It goes directly to the core of the problem. It makes gender equity and job security an object of our industrial relations framework. It ensures the Fair Work Commission factors in gender equity when considering the minimum wage and changing awards. But it does much more than just change the function of the Commission. It gives workers in those highly feminised industries the ability to secure the benefits of enterprise bargaining. No longer should it be the case that female-dominated industries receive the minimum award rate and male-heavy industries receive a better enterprise agreement. There's more to do, and we need to recognise the varying and sometimes more acute impact of gender inequality on Indigenous women, women from culturally diverse backgrounds, women with disabilities and older women. But this is a government that is starting to take those important steps. And it's not a coincidence that these significant changes have been made when we have, for the first time in our country's history, a majority female federal government. 54 of the 103 government senators and members of parliament are women. This is the most diverse government our country has ever had, which means it better reflects the communities in which we aim to represent. And that is significant because it means our policies are better for the community.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
It was well said, and I congratulate the member on her contribution. I can only go on my own experience, Deputy Speaker, as an employer of women over a long period of time. Most of my staff in my businesses were women. And we had to be as flexible as possible within our community, with the experience of my own family, of the flexibility needed for them to contribute to our business as well. So that was transferred immediately to the employees. So if they had a desire to work from, they wanted to get their kids to school, but they also wanted to be home when they arrived home from school. So their hours were reflective within the business of that operation. And we were I don't think we were early on in that. I think I wasn't the only business to, approach the work that way. But we didn't have the facilities of childcare and family daycare and those sorts of things in those days. And I'm talking 40 years ago. So for 40 years we've been grappling with these issues of how we make inequality. Of course, it's important to address gender inequality. And I actually believe that the Labor government is putting a whole lot of work into that area to make a difference long term. And what governments have done in the past when addressing these issues, they've tried to make a difference long term. But there are some entrenched and long-standing cultural barriers. I'd also go to say that this issue is far more complicated than some of the presentations that have been made around the issue, that it's a simple, easy job to make this change. These include, the problems include discrimination related to pregnancy, parental leave, especially mothers returning to the workforce after parental leave. I've even heard claims of women being more fearful of returning to work as a so-called part-time mum than they were the birth. And some of the distressing stories I've heard from these women back that up. The OECD has acknowledged that a lack of support for motherhood is hurting women's career projects. And so my inspiration has always been around the whole family, not just the mum. How do we support the whole family so that the mother involved in that situation is able to contribute in the way that she wants to contribute, not the way that we want to tell her how she could contribute. In other words, I'm not demanding people have to go back to work to have some substance within community. If you choose, like one of our former speakers chose to look after her twin sons, to leave a legal practice and go and just work on bringing up her two boys, who are now 16 years of age, and she thinks it's all over about 16. No, I can just tell her it's only just beginning. My twins are now 46 years, 44 years of age, so around there somewhere. I should be better at this. There's, I'm not saying there's still issues. They're wonderful boys, but kids, they never leave you. They're there for life. And so I want to acknowledge that families play a major role in the contribution their mum can make to community. And my point is that they can make that contribution however they like. And if we can find ways that there be more flexibility for women in the workplace, well, that's a role that government can take to make it easier for people to contribute, for women to contribute, and, having regard for their special circumstances, find new innovative ways to make sure that they have the opportunity not only contribute, but contribute on equal levels to anybody else. On top of that, we have a cohort, as you know, Deputy Speaker, of a growing cohort of homeless women over the age of 55. In fact, I could now say over the age of 50. So therefore, as a community, as a very wealthy community, with ample opportunity to make a difference, we need to look at that cohort of women and say, in this term, and before these members of parliament finish their term, that there won't be that gender inequality. There won't be people who are missing out and unable to look after themselves in their later years. Not the 55's later years, but I'm just saying that here's the contribution that we could be making very solidly and very forcefully, and having regard to that. And I do congratulate the diversity of the parliament that's changed so dramatically since I was first a member in 1990.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on this very important motion. We often hear that the fastest growing demographic of people experiencing homelessness is women over 55. And what sits behind that is women's poverty. Because no matter what the story, no matter what the life course, poverty always sits behind homelessness. Each person has their own journey and their own story, but I'm going to talk about a typical story from my experience in the sector. We'll call her Susan. Susan is 58 years old. She married relatively young and had a couple of children. Although she loved her career as a nurse, she and her husband decided that she would stay home to look after the children. About 20 years ago, she and her former husband divorced. The children were teenagers, so she returned to work part-time, rented a property in the leafy eastern suburbs of Adelaide near their school. And when the children left home, she returned to work full-time, but her nursing qualifications were no longer current, so she did a Cert 4 and worked part-time and casual in 3 different aged care centres. Susan considered her life secure. She lived in a nice area, in a lovely townhouse, and had work that she found meaningful, until she got injured. And it might not be an injury. It might be a cancer diagnosis or an illness, a relationship breakdown or a redundancy. Susan could no longer work in aged care, and age and gender discrimination meant she couldn't find any other work. Initially, she used her savings to pay her rent, but when the savings ran out, she put her belongings in storage, gave up her rental property and started house sitting, until the house sitting jobs dried up, and she found herself couch surfing and sleeping in the car. Within the space of 6 to 8 months, she had gone from a secure life to being homeless, rough sleeping, something she could never have imagined would happen to her. And Susan's story shows the perfect storm of gender disadvantage and where it ends up. A career path interrupted by caring duties for children, for a husband or partner, and sometimes elderly parents as well. Insecure work in low-paid, female-dominated caring professions. The Albanese government knows that this perfect storm of gender disadvantage needs to end. Women have had enough of hearing that things will get better by themselves, that they will be better for the next generation. That didn't work for my generation, for my mother's generation, or my grandmother's generation. So what are we doing about this? The cheaper childcare bill means women will be able to return to work earlier after having a child if they wish. And this will help address the career gap that cripples women's economic prospects, and in Susan's case might have meant that her degree qualification would have remained current and she could have continued to work as a nurse at a higher pay rate. That would have meant that she would have had more superannuation. She wouldn't have paid the double penalty of a career gap and lower pay rates impacting superannuation contributions. Deputy Speaker, we also know that the national gender pay gap remains, despite nice words over so many decades. In May 2022, the national gender pay gap sat at 14.1%, which means on average, a woman working full-time earns $263.90 less per week than a man working full-time. And if you include full-time, part-time, overtime and salary sacrifice, the total gender pay gap is 29.7%. The Secure Jobs Better Pay Bill will add gender equity to the modern awards and minimum wage objectives and adds the need to improve access to secure work to the modern awards objective. This sets a clear expectation that the Fair Work Commission must consider gender equity when performing all its functions, when setting a minimum wage, when considering changes to awards and in all other decisions. This means that gender equity will be front and centre in the minds of the industrial umpire when it sets minimum pay and conditions and makes other decisions. And the bill will also strengthen the Fair Work Commission's ability to order pay increases for workers in low-paid, female-dominated industries by setting up 2 new expert panels in the Fair Work Commission. Deputy Speaker, I also welcome the full implementation of the recommendations of the Respect at Work report. While I didn't touch on this in Susan's story, it is a common feature in the lives of so many women. Deputy Speaker, there is much to be done to address the gender equality, and I welcome these bills that will improve the lives of Australian women, 51% of the population. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Boothby for her contribution. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, motion relating to household electrification.
And I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to household electrification in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the average home in Australia that is powered by fossil fuels costs around $5,300 a year to run, and in doing so produces nearly 10,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide. When you add that all together, it means households contribute more than 40% of Australia's carbon emissions. Almost all of this comes from the machines in our daily lives, the petrol cars, the gas stoves, the fossil fuel power plants that supply most of our electricity. This dependence on fossil fuel is hurting our planet, and as we are seeing right now, it's hurting our hip pockets too. Many families across Australia are in a never-ending struggle to pay their power bills, with gas prices skyrocketing because of a war in Ukraine. But the silver lining of this fossil fuel price crisis is that Australian sunshine hasn't got any more expensive. In fact, rooftop solar in Australia is the cheapest home energy available in the entire world. It is so cheap that even a magic power plant providing energy for free would not beat it on price. That's because the cost of sending energy over power lines is more expensive than energy that comes off your roof. This means we can reduce our emissions and reduce our power bills through electrification of our households, supercharged by renewable energy. And best of all, the technology we need to achieve this is available today. We already have access to high-quality rooftop solar, which can deliver electricity at an average of just 3 cents per kilowatt. We already have electric cooktops, which can replace expensive and polluting gas stoves. We already have household batteries and electric vehicles, which can provide all the power we need when the sun isn't shining. Even before this fossil fuel crisis, the economic benefits of electrifying our households, improving insulation and powering our lives with Australian sunshine were clear. In Wentworth alone, electrification means the average household could save over $3,000 per year and vehicle costs on home and vehicle costs by 2030. It means community organisations who install rooftop solar, like the Holdsworth Centre in Woollahra, who recently put on rooftop solar, can spend less on power bills and more on delivering services like childcare, dementia support and NDIS advice to the people who need it most. Deputy Speaker, our friends overseas have already realised this opportunity. In the United States, the landmark Inflation Reduction Act is accelerating the adoption of efficient, all-electric appliances in homes throughout America. In the European Union, the Fit for 55 package includes a directive that all new buildings should be zero emissions by 2030. And in the UK, the Heat and Building Strategy will decarbonise all homes, commercial premises and government buildings by 2050. For too long, Australia has been a laggard on climate policy, But low-cost rooftop solar makes it possible for us to lead the world when it comes to electrification. And to achieve this, we need governments to make it easier to get off expensive gas and to electrify their homes with renewables. We need it to make it easier to overcome the upfront costs of these technologies and realise the benefits of cheaper energy in the long term. We need to make it easier to insulate our homes so that we use less energy in the first place. And that is why this weekend I'm bringing together our state MPs, local councils and the Smart Energy Council as part of Wentworth's first ever climate summit. At the summit, residents will hear from local and industry experts to explore technologies, products and lifestyle changes needed to electrify their homes, save on their power bills and power Wentworth to net zero. Because local action is critical, but alone it will not be enough. And that is why I'm calling the federal government to take a leadership role. That means working with state and territory governments to get the regulatory framework right, and through measures like renewable energy storage targets and strong national energy, efficiency and emission standards for rental properties. It means support for lower income households to electrify and insulate through bulk retrofit of public and social housing and a national program of low-interest loans for home energy upgrades. It means supporting community-led organisations which are facilitating electrification and other climate transition programs. And it means getting more batteries on wheels into households across Australia via the National Electric Vehicle Strategy, which must include strong fuel efficiency standards that reflect a phase-out of new internal combustion engines sales by 2035 at the latest. Household electrification is a massive opportunity to save on our power bills and to save the planet. Let's not waste it.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my rights.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Wentworth for the opportunity to speak on electrification and the role the federal government can play in encouraging electrification of our households, because we know that the role of electrification of our households is incredibly important to mitigate the climate crisis and to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. It'll also help lower the costs of everyone's energy bills, which is incredibly, incredibly important. And these are established facts. We know that this is not only an example that we can achieve here in Australia, but right across the world. And there are also added benefits. It simplifies construction by just having one source of energy going into a home. It also reduces maintenance costs. It helps quieten households on how they operate. And it also creates scores and scores of jobs in the construction industry and energy creation. When I was having a chat to some in my community, Deputy Speaker, about this over the weekend, and I again thank the member for putting this motion up, a lot of people kind of don't really understand what the benefits of electrification are and how that'll help diversify our energy needs. So rather than just relying upon gas or coal for heating, we know we've got gas-fired cooktops, we've got gas-fired solar heaters, and of course central heating. By electrifying those household appliances, we can actually diversify the energy power that we need to power those things. So rather when the gas prices spike, as we see at the moment, we can switch to obviously the most cheapest and abundant form of energy we have at the moment, being renewables. Having one source of power go into a household and power everything means that we're not exposed to these international shocks in energy prices across the world. So cheaper energy prices is, of course, one of the main motivators to electrify everything, and it also enables us to reduce emissions, which is incredibly important. Renewable energy is a huge part of the electrification of households. Transport, anywhere between 18 and 25% of our household emissions is by transport alone. If we electrify bus networks, if we electrify our own personal transport, then that, of course, will mean that emissions are reduced. And thankfully, Deputy Speaker, we finally have a government that gets this, that understands it. You look to the former government and we see that they had 10 years of division and delay, and even in the opposition leaders' budget reply, still seemingly ridiculing the role that renewable energy can play in our economy and in reducing emissions across the nation. So we have a government that gets electrification, that understands its importance and is also delivering policies that will help us achieve it. We look to our magnificent community battery program, over 400 community batteries funded, $224 million committed in the budget, and very proud to confirm, Deputy Speaker, that one of those community batteries will be in our community in North Epping. And what these community batteries can do is encourage people to get solar, but for those who have solar, to be able to store that excess power that they don't use during the day, store that in the community battery to then use at night. It reduces the cost for an individual to get a battery at each home, and it'll help. A 500 megawatt hour battery will help about 250 households power their home with cheap, emissions-free renewable technology. We are so excited to be able to roll this out as part of the Albanese government. I know many members are very happy that some were committed during the election campaign, but of course many more to be rolled out through ARENA, through working with community groups. And I know that the community in Bennelong are incredibly excited to be able to participate in one of the first, and hopefully we see many of these. We see that policy kick-starts a battery revolution across our communities right across the nation, because we know that technology will not only help the grid, but will help reduce emissions. We know that the government is pushing a national EV strategy and putting an electric vehicle superhighway for chargers. These are all incredibly important investments. We finally, Deputy Speaker, have a government that gets it, have a government that is keen to reduce emissions through electrification. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Wentworth for this motion, and I strongly support. Household electrification is something we must talk more of. The largest portion of our domestic emissions comes from our households, 42.2%, and then it is businesses and, of course, industry. But almost all of these emissions in our households come from energy, the machines in our daily lives. Petrol cars, gas heaters, gas water heaters, gas stoves, and the fossil fuel power plants, of course, supplying most of Australia's grid network electricity. So electrification of households, homes and cars and businesses is the key to reducing our emissions. It's how we will have the biggest impact on climate this decade. And the frustrating part is we have the technology. This is not something we need to wait for. It is all there. It's the low-hanging fruit. We just need to find the political will to roll it out at scale. So let's look to households' energy uses in more detail. What does electrification mean? We need to move from fossil fuel powered to electric and replace every appliance machine as it nears its end of life with heat pumps for hot water, heat pumps combined with reverse cycle air conditioning for space heating and cooling, induction cooking in the kitchen, and of course electric cars for transport. The savings are huge. Based on the calculations by Sol Griffiths Rewiring Australia, each household can save some nearly $3,500 per year, which is some $34,500 over the course of 10-year lifetime of appliances by going electric. So at the moment, in the absolute crisis of cost of living, this should be an absolute #1 priority to transition as many households as possible, and in particular lower socioeconomic households that are struggling with power prices and cost of living. There's a considerable upfront cost, there's no denying in this, and many households are not able to do that. So we need to supply low or zero-cost loans for this transition, especially for households on lower incomes. To fully electrify Australian homes, an investment of some $12 billion is needed over 5 years in Australian homes and vehicles, but this would reap $300 billion in household savings by 2035. This is huge, and the benefits are clear. Individuals will save thousands of dollars a year and are protected from fossil fuel costs that are spiralling out of control. We would absolutely be insured against those geopolitical influences that impact those costs, energy costs. We would immediately reduce our carbon emissions and fulfil more ambitious climate targets. We'd reduce air pollution and ensure energy security for our country, i.e. no dependence on overseas oil. In a similar way, Australian businesses will profit from this transition to an all-electric, and they need to be supported. Of course, transition from gas and oil-powered appliances and machines will lead to an increased demand for electricity. So while we have to decarbonise the grid at the same time, so we need to increase in demand as low as possible, but we need to focus on energy efficiency measures as well to reduce that demand. For that, we need to incentivise energy efficiency measures through zero-cost loans and subsidies. It can be things like LED lighting, insulation, appliances with higher star rating. These are all low-hanging fruits that we absolutely can do. There are many in the electorate of Warringah working on this, such as companies like Emerald Planet in Brookvale and so many more. We know they are looking at electrifying so many of our local businesses. Australia is so well placed to meet this increased demand for renewables and our abundant solar and wind. We absolutely need to support solar PV and protect the rights of solar owners, and go further and incentivise all households and businesses that can install solar and batteries. Of course, storage is a major issue, and that is why early in 2023 I'll be introducing a private members bill to make sure that we set an energy storage target. We must do this to incentivise and drive investment. There are many storage solutions that can be achieved through a renewable energy storage target, which would include home batteries and electric car batteries with vehicle-to-grid technology. This would be a game changer because it would make batteries on wheels of our transport. There are currently only very few vehicle-to-grid trials, and the rollout across Australia needs to be accelerated. We have access to about 20 million car batteries once all vehicles are transitioned, so the opportunities are really incredible. And local groups like Solar Alliance Brookvale are doing amazing work in Warringah, as many others are around the country. So I urge the government, electrify everything.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Wentworth for raising this motion and allowing me to highlight the vast amount of work that the Albanese Labor government is already doing in this space. We have committed in our budget to expand the Greenhouse and Energy Minimum Standards program, as well as the nationwide House Energy Rating Scheme. Energy demand-side actions and performance improvements can help to reduce energy waste, accelerate the uptake of new technology and relieve cost-of-living pressures on consumers. They also help to deliver our key policy commitments like the Powering Australia plan and our emissions reduction targets. Our expansion of home energy ratings will improve residential building minimum standards and support improvements in the energy performance of Australia's housing. I agree with the member for Wentworth that household electrification policies are most effective when accompanied by solar and battery systems for electric vehicles. That is why our government is taking the lead on driving household electrification by committing $224.3 million in our budget to support 400 community batteries to store excess energy from rooftop solar generation. One of these batteries will be in Warrawong in my electorate, which is one of the lowest socio-economic areas. A great win for people in Warrawong, delivering lower electricity bills and reducing emissions. We have also committed $100 million for the Community Solar Banks program, which will support 25,000 households to access the benefits of community-scale solar, rooftop solar and clean energy technologies. But we're not stopping at households. Our National Electric Vehicle Strategy is bringing state and territory governments, industry, unions and consumers together to bring Australia up to speed when it comes to modern road transport technology. We want to make sure that our infrastructure and our industries are ready to support to transition to electric vehicles. Our Driving the Nation Fund doubles the Commonwealth's investment in EV infrastructure, including charging and refuelling stations. Investments under this fund will create a national EV charging network and a national expansion of hydrogen highways. Our policies finally bring Australia into the modern age, reducing power bills, reducing our emissions and improving access to new technologies. Our government knows that potential Australia has in a decarbonising world. Minister Bowen said it best when he stated the world's climate emergency is Australia's job opportunity. We can be a renewable energy superpower, exporting renewable energy while using it domestically. I recently had the opportunity to meet with another well-known proponent of electrification in my electorate office, Saul Griffith. Saul is a former energy advisor to the White House and the founder and chief scientist at Rewiring America. After playing a key role in the recent passing of the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States of America, Saul is now focusing his efforts back home with Rewiring Australia. Rewiring Australia is looking to create the country's first electric community, with the pilot program Electrify 2515 in the suburb of Thirroul in the north of my electorate. With greater investment in the renewable and clean energy space, it is vital that we foster our workforce to grow alongside it. That is why the Albanese Labor Government is investing in education and training to equip our current and future workers with the skills they need. I am proud that our government is doing just that, in particular with two commitments in my electorate in the Illawarra. The first one is an Energy Future Skills Centre at the University of Wollongong, and I've also secured a renewable energy training facility at Wollongong TAFE. I respect the intent behind this motion, but it does appear to ignore the actions our government is already taking. We are taking the lead on driving household electrification, and particularly for low-income households. Around 500 households in Warrawong will benefit from the Labor government's investment in a community battery, a suburb with some of the most vulnerable people. Households that wouldn't be able to access clean energy technologies will be supported to gain the benefits of rooftop solar and other technologies, helping them to overcome the upfront capital costs of electrification. And we are working with state and territory governments to urgently improve the regulatory infrastructure, enabling greater electrification of our energy system. One example of this is the Marinus Link, part of our Rewiring the Nation plan, a nation-changing infrastructure project. Our government knows the opportunities that decarbonisation offers our country, and we are jumping on those opportunities, unlike the previous government. Electrification is a major aspect of this, and our policies are driving the change needed for lower electricity bills and lower emissions. Thank you.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, motion in relation to sexual harassment in the music industry.
I move the motion relating to sexual harassment in the music industry.
Sorry, I just got to call the member for Macquarie. My apologies.
I move the motion relating to sexual harassment in the music industry in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, it is very timely that we're debating this motion while ARIA recognised Thelma Plum is playing downstairs for all to hear and enjoy. When the findings of the National Music Industry Review on sexual harassment, bullying, discrimination and other forms of harm within the music industry were released in September, it was telling that no one in the industry was very surprised. But to say they were not surprised doesn't mean they weren't harrowing revelations that were shocking to read. Around 1,300 musicians and music workers shared their experiences, and the problems the report spoke of had been an open secret for a long time, far too long. 72% of women surveyed had experienced workplace sexual harassment or sexual harm during their career. 74% of respondents had experienced bullying. 55% had suffered workplace harassment. 82% said they did not report incidents of sexual harm or harassment, and only 3% had made a formal complaint, and half of them were dissatisfied with the outcome. One respondent reported that, and I quote, "I can't tell you how many times I have been hit on, groped, grabbed, squeezed and rubbed up against in a sexual way." Another stated that one manager was, quote, "notorious for hiring young women. You made to feel you were so lucky to be working there. He had grossly sexual behaviour. If you resisted or said something about it, there would be retribution." These are quotes in the report.
For some, the behaviour they were subjected to had far-reaching consequences. One described a mental health breakdown. Some lived in a constant fear. Others left the music industry. It's got to stop. No more open secrets, no more excuses, no more turning a blind eye, no more coercion, no more prejudice, no more protection of perpetrators. If we want to feel proud of our Australian music, we need a workplace culture in which every musician and music worker can feel safe. We need perpetrators to be held accountable for their conduct. We need victims to be heard, believed and supported. But above all, we need a fundamental shift in the way the music industry thinks about workplace safety, sexism and diversity. We recognise the contribution that Australian women, people who identify as LGBTQI+, and many diverse groups make to the music industry. And I'm committed to working with the industry to support the changes needed to create safe and respectful workplaces. In the wake of the findings, the music industry has promised to act. The Music Industry Joint Statement of Acknowledgement, issued by leaders in the industry, is welcome, but it's an understatement to say that there's a great deal more that needs to be done. There are 17 recommendations in the report calling for an industry-wide approach and support from government to prevent sexual harm, sexual harassment, bullying and systemic discrimination, including cultural reform to develop a code of conduct and reporting and compliance regimes, with industry leaders, artists, music organisations, industry bodies and employers all needing to take practical steps to reform. So what role does government have in this? There are already rules and responsibilities that employers have to maintain a safe and respectful workplace. They're in anti-discrimination law, employment law and work health and safety laws. We're strengthening them in our Respect at Work law. Our Better Jobs Secure Pay legislation changes things so that people can ask the Fair Work Commission to deal quickly and effectively with a complaint of sexual harassment, whether the harassment occurred in the past or is ongoing or both. It also empowers the Fair Work Ombudsman to investigate and assist with compliance. This amplifies the message that workplace sexual harassment will not be tolerated. I hear the industry's call for assistance in creating a mechanism or a body to unite the disparate parts of the music industry to be able to better tackle these workplace issues. It recognises that despite existing protections, there are potential gaps in support, particularly in this gig economy. As Special Envoy for the Arts, I've been involved in the consultation as we prepare for a new national cultural policy in which the centrality of the artist will be a central theme. We'll support the music industry as it addresses the important issues identified in the report. We need the Australian music industry to tell our stories in a way that we can be proud of, and we'll be looking to support them any way that we can.
I thank the member. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Okay. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I start by commending the member for Macquarie for moving this motion and thank her for bringing it to debate in this chamber, because I think it's really important that we're taking every opportunity we can to talk about these uncomfortable and unpleasant issues, highlight them here in the federal parliament and make sure that we're sending the message that we can send by having a unified position on these issues, that we're very committed as leaders in our community to making significant change in any such instance, and this one, particular to the music industry, is a good opportunity. So I thank her for that and commend and associate myself with all of the remarks that she made. Look, in some ways it's disappointing we can feel that we hear these revelations on a really regular basis, and it can be depressing that we've got so many problems that need to be addressed in the space of treatment of people in the workplace and the treatment that they receive, particularly around sexual harassment and other things. But I suppose I feel the silver lining on it is at least we're now actually revealing practices that, let's be honest, have clearly been happening consistently for a long time. Let's be blunt. You know, thousands of years in professions that go back that long. So at least we live in an era now where we are talking about these issues, we are calling it out, people are feeling at times empowered to tell stories that they didn't feel comfortable telling in years and decades gone by. And I hope that both in this parliament and more generally in society, that people that have had these awful, terrible, unacceptable experiences are feeling that change is occurring. I think we all wish it was much more quick than it is occurring, but I hope that we're bringing some leadership in this place to this topic generally, and specifically this motion gives an opportunity to talk about the music industry. But I hope that we are bringing leadership and some cultural change that empowers people to talk about this poor treatment, that sends a very clear message it's completely and utterly unacceptable, and that members of the Commonwealth Parliament down find it completely and utterly unacceptable, and that there is more support for victims of this kind of treatment than ever before, and that workplaces, I hope, are giving that confidence to their employees across every sector in our society, that if there are issues like this that are systemic, if you've had particular appalling experiences, come forward, because we want to help and support you, and we want to stamp out these sorts of appalling and disgraceful practices that are occurring. And I know this motion isn't singling out this industry at all. What it's saying is, well, this is actually a good example of revelations in a sector that are not acceptable, but also are an opportunity for that sector to take steps that they are taking to send a very clear signal that, having uncovered this appalling culture of behaviour, that as an industry they're going to provide leadership to change that for the future. And it's those people into the future that hopefully, if nothing else, despite those people that have had such terrible experiences, they have some confidence that no one in the future will have to go through the sorts of things that they've had to go through. I think this is in light of a really important piece of legislation that I think will pass through the Senate by the end of this term around the Respect at Work bill, and of course the excellent work that Kate Jenkins has undertaken in her role broadly, but also the review that she undertook into workplace culture and some very uncomfortable and confronting issues that occur in this building. But again, I would say that I'm pleased that we are shining a light on this topic, that where there have been poor experiences to terrible to even criminal experiences that people have endured, that whilst it's very uncomfortable to hear the truth that they occur, at least we are shining a light on this topic so we can make sure that we make the changes we can make as parliamentarians in our workplace, but also from a legislative point of view, to make sure that they provide an opportunity to ensure that people don't have to endure those kind of awful experiences and that awful treatment into the future. So on that basis, this is a very uncomfortable, disappointing set of revelations, but it shows that at least an opportunity for us to do all we can to change it for the better into the future.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call a member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very glad to speak to this motion. I thank the member for Macquarie, the government's special envoy for the arts, for bringing it forward. Can I say at the outset that without question, live music is one of the best things. It's one of the best things. We could argue about whether storytelling or music was likely to have been humankind's first collective cultural experience. For all we know, it was quite possibly both at the same time. Through live music, we join into something bigger than ourselves. We tell and hear stories. We experience the amplification of joy and pain. We remember and we celebrate. Sometimes we might shake our fists and dance for change. Sometimes we mourn. But without question, making and hearing and dancing to music together is one of the great heartthrobs that animate our experience of creativity and of community. And because it represents such a magical, primal, essential kind of human experience, we should expect it to be a ubiquitous and frequent part of our lives. And on that basis, it absolutely has to be a welcoming, safe, inclusive experience for all involved, starting with musicians and other workers in the industry, but for everyone who goes along to support their work and to revel in their noise. Unfortunately, we know that isn't always the case. The Raising Our Voices report has shown that 55% of the nearly 1,300 survey participants had experienced some form of workplace sexual harassment, and 72% of women had suffered that kind of unacceptable treatment. In addition, 76% of survey participants reported having experienced bullying at some point in their musical career. This independent report has shone a light on the prevalence of conduct in the music industry that has to stop. Deputy Speaker, live music can be wild. Live music can push buttons and push boundaries. It's okay if the noise is a little bit dangerous. It's great sometimes if the lyrics and the performance are on the edge or over the top. But it is 100% not okay when a live music environment is an environment in which violence occurs, or sexual assault or harassment, or anything that is fundamentally exploitative and non-consensual. Those behaviours are not okay anywhere, and we know in Australia that we have work to do to eliminate that kind of conduct in almost every area of life, but it has been, unfortunately, common and widespread in the music industry, and that needs to stop. As Jaguar Jones has noted, the Raising Our Voices report took a lot of sacrifice and energy from survivors, and it must be the beginning of serious remedial work. Jones has said, and I quote, "We now require commitment to change and action. I hope that with the report, the industry leaders will commit to and implement the recommendations to begin the process of creating safe arts workplaces." Deputy Speaker, I'm lucky to have grown up surrounded by music. Both my parents are musical. My brother is a musician. My dad chaired the board of a not-for-profit live music venue, the Fly-By Night Club in Fremantle, and Freo has long featured a range of distinctive and evolving music venues. But Freo has had its share of unacceptable behaviour and poor venue management of such behaviour, including in the last couple of years. Sadly, it's the case for women, whether they're musicians or fans of musicians, it's the case that a concert crowd can be an environment in which they can almost be guaranteed to experience unwanted and inappropriate attention. That needs to change, and it needs to change through the behaviour of men. Men need to change. There needs to be a cultural and behavioural shift with no tolerance for crap that has been endemic in some of these situations. All of us can be part of that change by having a good hard look at ourselves, by not looking the other way when it comes to the behaviour of people we know, and by showing a bit of courage as a bystander to call out or report bad behaviour when it happens around us. Deputy Speaker, the prospect of live music performed or enjoyed should never be tainted by the anticipation of harassment or bullying. There is much to be done to ensure that Australian songwriters and performers are properly valued and supported in their vital work, starting with safe workplaces. I call on people around Australia, in my community and in communities all around the country, as summer begins, to reflect on the fact that musicians were among those worst affected by the COVID pandemic, and that in some jurisdictions the live music scene has only recovered to 50% of its pre-COVID state. Let's do something about that. We can do something about that by getting out, supporting the Australian live music scene as summer arrives, which I think is happening in Fremantle today, but I'm not so sure about the East Coast. A critical part of that work, Deputy Speaker, within the industry, within venues, within some of the bands, and certainly within the crowds, is to make sure that our ability to be energised by the primal goodness of live music is not limited or diluted or ruined by stupid, ugly, unacceptable behaviour.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I too would like to thank the member for Macquarie for moving this important motion. And I'd like to take the opportunity to commend the work she's been doing as Special Envoy for the Arts to support the arts and shape government policy in relation to Australia's creative sector. I know she wanted to be here for these speeches, but she's been called away due to her coughing. Deputy Speaker, I note our strong support for the industry across the parliament, which we saw demonstrated just on the weekend, with many MPs across the parliament repping their favourite Aussie band for AusMusic T-shirt Day. And today, right now, globally recognised Australian artist Thelma Plum is performing downstairs to some very lucky MPs, senators and staffers. But of course, Deputy Speaker, you can wholeheartedly support an industry and still acknowledge that there is room for improvement. And I do share the member for Macquarie's deep concern about the findings of the Raising Their Voices report of the independent review into sexual harm, sexual harassment and systemic discrimination in the Australian contemporary music industry. Excuse me. Some 55% of respondents alleged they had experienced some form of workplace sexual harassment and sexual harm in their career. For example, further, almost 80% of respondents said they had experienced some form of everyday sexism during their career, those nasty throwaway lines or gestures or whatever it may be. And just as many, the vast majority being women, said they had experienced workplace bullying. These are issues that many industries and workplaces have been grappling with of late, as the former Speaker noted, and including in our own parliamentary workplace. And of course, Deputy Speaker, the music industry is of course historically insecure, contracted, casualised. It's frankly a breeding ground for abuse for people who wish to get ahead, and they're told the only way to do that is to make themselves available sexually. That's got to stop. It's just unacceptable. As the member for Macquarie said, totally unacceptable, and it's just got to stop, full stop. All workers, including artists, and anybody who works in the music industry or any industry at all, has the right to work in an environment free from bullying, free from sexual harassment, free from sexual assault and free from discrimination. The right to physical and psychological safety at work is enshrined in legislation and international human rights agreements. But we need to take the next step, not just have it enshrined in legislation, but actually enshrined in the culture of workplaces. And I do commend the music industry joint statement of acknowledgement recognising the harm documented by the review and its commitment to implement long-term sustainable change. The Raising Their Voice report makes 17 recommendations which provide a blueprint for the industry to become a global leader, prioritising safety, inclusion and respect. That's a very worthy goal, and I certainly hope they get there. It includes the creation of a Contemporary Music Industry Cultural Reform Council to further develop a code of conduct, establish an independent safe space for people to confidentially disclose experiences and create awareness campaigns. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be a member of a government that is committed to ending sexual harassment in the workplace, and frankly proud to be part of a parliament that is recognising the long-standing issues in this place as a workplace and is finally dealing with them, as we've seen with the Jenkins report. These issues have existed for decades, if not generations, and we're recognising they are real and they're being dealt with. Deputy Speaker, over the past 5 years, 1 in 3 people experience sexual harassment at work, with women experiencing higher rates of harassment than men. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, people with a disability and members of the LGBTQI community are also on average more likely to experience workplace sexual harassment. Everyone has a right to a safe and respectful workplace, and the fact that workplaces have not been safe or respectful for so many Australians is unacceptable. The Albanese government recently introduced a law into the parliament delivering on an important election commitment to end sexual harassment at work. Our bill implements 7 legislative changes recommended by Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins, left unfinished by the former government, and there's a range of issues that it goes into, which I won't have time to talk about now. But to conclude, Deputy Speaker, I would like to echo the words of the Prime Minister in his second reading speech on this bill. There are some basic yardsticks by which any civilised society should measure itself. One of them is that everyone has the right to a safe and respectful workplace. The fact that workplaces have not been safe or respectful for so many Australians is unacceptable. This government is acting to help put an end to sexual harassment in Australian workplaces. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you. A denial of equality on any basis is a denial of respect. It's a failure to uphold the rights of every person. It's a failure to have our nation realise its full potential. I add my voice to speak in favour of this motion by the member for Macquarie, the government's special envoy for the arts, who has held a long-held interest in both the arts generally and in combating inequality. The Raising Their Voices report delivered in September covers many ills: sexual harassment, sexual violence, bullying, pay disparities, a culture of drug and alcohol misuse, misogyny and a poor workplace culture where women and minority groups find it difficult to thrive. At the root of
Each of these ills is the denial of equality and the denial of respect. The Raising Their Voices report did not just happen suddenly. It is the result of many people, mainly women, being prepared to speak up and take action over many years. The report is the result of those cumulative efforts, and I salute all those who have contributed. Many times we know people decide not to speak up when they have been abused or discriminated against or even assaulted. And there are many reasons for this. Sometimes it all seems too hard. Sometimes there's a job on the line, sometimes there's fear. Sometimes peer pressure might play a part. Sometimes the last experience of a complaint going nowhere mitigates against complaining this time. And sometimes maybe we think that our voice doesn't count, that it's just one voice, that it won't make any difference. Tarana Burke, the founder of the Me Too movement, responded to the report in the keynote address in Conversation at Big Sound 2022. Tarana challenged artists and industries to take responsibility for their part in the harms described in this report. She reflected on the courage of those who came forward to describe abuse and asked the industry to show the same courage. The courage Tarana Burke refers to requires much more than the music industry joint statement of acknowledgement released the same day as the report. The music industry accepts the report, acknowledges the harm and has apologised, with over 100 music companies and organisations signing on. This is just a first step. Courage infers action. Action requires courage. I'd like to thank every woman and man and gender diverse person who participated in this report. Your voice made a difference. I thank the artists who came together in 2021 to kick off the process, the temporary working group and the review team. And I'd like to thank all those who raised their voices in the years leading up to the report who may have thought that it didn't make a difference. I thank Ray Cooper, Amanda Coles and Sally Hannah Osborne, who delivered the report Skipping a Beat, the state of gender equality in the music industry back in 2017. I thank all our exes live in Texas for speaking out. I thank Morrat for not just letting it lie, but pointing out at the ARIA Award gender disparity this year. I thank David Novak for challenging men in his industry to grow up and stand up. I thank Camp Cope for noting that there's always another man telling them that they can't fill a tent and yet riding in the dark on their bike with no handlebars and refusing to be just a female opener for anyone. This government has already taken action to implement the National Inquiry into Sexual Harassment in Australian Workplaces, delivered by Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins in March 2020. It is salient for this motion that the proportion of the workforce found to have experienced sexual harassment in the Jenkins report was about a third, too high but significantly lower than the more than 50% in the Raising the Voices report. As the Prime Minister stated in the House, it is simply unacceptable. The music industry has a problem and it needs help. Among other things, the Anti-Discrimination Human Rights Legislation Respect at Work Bill 2022 aims to prohibit conduct that subjects another person to a workplace environment that is hostile on the ground of sex and to introduce a positive duty on employers to take responsible and proportionate measures to eliminate unlawful sexual discrimination, including sexual harassment, as far as possible. Chair, in my first speech some 5 months ago in this place, I look forward to a country where politicians speak less of the need for culture and gender diversity because it's become the norm. I wish this for the music industry and hope that the courage and action that now needs to follow the Raising the Voices report will provide a basis for an industry that is firmly rooted in equality and respect.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The chair will be resumed at 4 p.m.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Brisbane.
I was lucky enough to have the chance to attend a morning tea with Cystic Fibrosis Queensland a few weeks ago, where I got to hear firsthand about the work they do across the state. They are an important part of my electorate of Brisbane, supporting many people and families within our community. I had the privilege of meeting multiple people who have benefited from their work. A child is born with cystic fibrosis in Australia every 4 days. There are approximately 3,500 people living with cystic fibrosis, and almost a third of these people rely on Cystic Fibrosis Queensland for advocacy, support and services. There is no cure for cystic fibrosis, but there is hope for children being born today, and that is thanks to the life-saving modulator drugs. Cystic fibrosis transmembrane conductance regulator, apologies if I got that wrong, or CFTR modulators are a class of drugs that act by improving production, intracellular processing, and/or the function of the defective cystic fibrosis protein. The latest generation of this drug is called Trikafta. It is estimated that Trikafta could give people with cystic fibrosis who are 6 years and over a longer and improved quality of life. For a child born with cystic fibrosis, both parents must be carriers, and carriers are symptomless. The work we do around raising awareness is critical because in Australia, 1 in 25 people are carriers. And I want to thank CFQ for the work they are doing, raising awareness and supporting our community, and I look forward to continuing to work with them into the future.
I call the member for Bruce.
I ask everyone here to imagine, just for a moment, that 10 years ago you had to leave Australia because you were about to be killed. Then imagine you spent the next 10 years separated from your wife and children who were at the mercy of terrorists. Try to imagine the pain, the shame, the trauma at being unable to keep your family safe and missing your own children growing up. That's what thousands of people in my community who've lived here for over 10 years still live with every day. Genuine refugees who fled war, death and persecution, working, paying taxes here, but unable to build a life or be fully Australian, cruelly condemned by the Liberals to temporary visas. It's done Australian society no good to have this hidden underclass of tens of thousands of permanently temporary migrants, visa holders. Now, I'm proud that this Labor government will honour our election commitment to provide permanent protection to these TPV and Chev visa holders. And I spoke recently to the Prime Minister, who confirmed work is advancing and it will happen as soon as possible. That day cannot come soon enough. A first step happened last week, when the Minister announced restrictions will be eased to make it easier for TPV and Chev holders to leave Australia and visit family. The Liberals' treatment of these people has been needlessly cruel, and the mess they left in Home Affairs is shocking. Deputy Speaker, Labor did not create this mess, but we are taking responsibility for cleaning it up.
And I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the last couple of months, my office has hosted a wonderfully capable young man, George Baker, while he prepared a report under the South Australian Parliamentary Internship Program. George's report is a 5,000-word thesis on one of Australia's most pressing issues, the housing crisis, and it focuses particularly on my electorate and solutions that we need. Calling on data from the National Housing Finance and Investment Incorporation 2022, George found that in August 2016, the median house price of $442,000 across selected towns had increased by 63% in August 2022 to $724,000. This is not restricted to Mayo. We know this happens right across the country. George identified a number of strategies to fix the housing crisis, including addressing social housing stock, national rental affordability scheme, reform of capital gains and incentivising to build more housing stock. He also looked at overseas models such as Japan, Singapore, Germany and the Netherlands. I commend this report to the Parliament, and in tabling it, call on all members to take the time to read and absorb this, particularly how it can assist other areas in regional Australia. I look forward to working with my local community to make this report a reality and seek leave to table this report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you.
And I call the member for Hasluck. I call the member for Wills.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Bit of confusion. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to share a very important speech with the House today. It was written by Frida Dowsey as part of the Raise Our Voice campaign. So thank you, Frida, up front for your thoughtful, well-argued speech. I hope I can do it justice. Here it goes. Hello, I am Frida Dowsey. I'm 15 years old and a member of the electorate of Wills. The Australian wage gap between women and men must be closed. Women earn on average $261.50 per week less than men. This not only has a detrimental effect on women who are financially struggling, but young girls grow up with the fact that women are worth less than men cemented in their minds. The Australian Parliament can help fix this pressing issue. There are many things the Parliament can do to end this cycle of sexism through wage discrepancies. Changing company policies to force groups to pay women equal amounts to men with the same role, mandating companies to publish their wages to promote equality, and creating female employee quotas in male-dominated fields are all things the Australian government are capable of. Doing this would pave the way and create much-needed representation for the women of tomorrow. So, Freda, I agree wholeheartedly. It's a fantastic speech that she's contributed. And our government is taking action on the gender pay gap, requiring companies with more than 250 employees to report their gender pay gap publicly, prohibiting pay secrecy clauses and giving employees the right to disclose their pay if they want to, addressing the gender pay gap, particularly in the Australian Public Service, and strengthening the ability and capacity of the Fair Work Commission to order pay increases for workers in low-paid, female-dominated industries. Thank you again for your speech, Freda.
I call the member for Warringah.
This month, I was invited by Zero Emissions Sydney North to judge their inaugural Trash Hack Challenge. 10 schools from Warringah area competed, including Beauty Point Public School, Blessed Sacrament Catholic Primary, Middle Harbour Public School, Mossman High School, Mossman Prep, Mossman Public School, Queenwood School for Girls, Skeggs Redlands, Sacred Heart Primary School and St Cecilia's Catholic Primary. The world generates over 2 billion tonnes of waste each year, so the Trash Hack Challenge, originally developed by UNESCO, asked students to create an initiative to reduce waste in their local community and inspire others to do the same. The winning initiative was from Sacred Heart Catholic Primary for their 100% waste-free lunches and other projects. Other entrants created community recycling stations and even eco-friendly homemade cleaning products. I was very impressed by these innovative student-led initiatives. Not only did they curb a substantial amount of waste, their ideas were simple to execute and could easily be replicated by other schools and community groups. I want to congratulate these students for taking leadership in reducing their waste and encourage other schools and areas and community groups to get involved. We know waste is a massive problem for the future, and it is our young people and students that will absolutely lead the way in solving the challenge.
I now call the member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, on the weekend I attended the Ellenbrook Multicultural Festival for the second year in a row. It's been delivered by the Ellenbrook Multicultural Community and the Ellenbrook Punjabi Council, together with the support of our local members, Rita Sapiotti and most significantly by Jessica Shaw. Beyond the huge range of delicious food stalls, stunning cultural performances, traditional games and informative workshops, it shows to me the power of coming together as a community, recognising the value of such a diverse, ethnically, racially and cultural community that we have in the seat of Hasluck. It's a true privilege in my role as an MP to be invited and to be able to celebrate this wonderful and diverse electorate. Only the weekend before, I was at the Sikh Gurudwara to celebrate the birth anniversary of their first Guru, and before that I was trying to lift boulders at the Scottish Highland Games in the Swan Valley. In my first speech, I spoke about one of the country's greatest strengths being our ethnic and cultural diversity, and it is absolutely something we need to continue to foster, to grow and to continue to learn from each other. There are so many organisations like the Ellenbrook Punjabi Council who are doing exciting and important work throughout our suburbs, and it's always an immense pleasure to see the colour of our beautiful community on display as it was this weekend.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Flinders.
Casey.
For Casey. Ooh.
Yesterday I was lucky enough to join the Monbulk Cricket Club's anniversary celebration with a game against Seville, exactly 125 years up to the day of their first ever game. Congratulations to the presidents, Steve Udding and Chris Defina, and the whole committee for such a successful event, including the fiercely fought game with Seville, resulting in a score of Monbulk 1 for 95 and Seville 4 for 95. On the day, 5 club legends were also announced: Frank Anderson, Ken Fleming, Don Matthews, Ken Udding and Jason Fraser. Congratulations also to the club's best 12 and their families, announced yesterday in batting order: Frank Anderson, Len Fleming, Ken Udding, Jason Fraser, Lance Simmons, Don Matthews, Colin Jonas, Max James, Ken Fleming, Ted Mattingly, Michael Surwold and Dennis Coley. And that's Life member Greg Hardy also launched his book 125 Not Out, A History of the Monbulk Cricket Club 1987 to 2022, chronicling the club's founding to the modern day. Greg and other members of the club have done an enormous amount of work to bring this day and the book together. Greg shared the story that Seville travelled to Monbulk in 1897 and played around piles of logs that had been left on the ground. As I said in my first speech, our sporting clubs are the heart of our towns in Casey, providing a safe place and refuge for young men and women. Congratulations to the Monbulk Cricket Club on such a great event.
I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about prostate cancer, which affects around 230,000 Aussie men each year, including 630 in my hometown of Darwin. Prostate cancer will likely be the most commonly diagnosed cancer in men in our country this year, just as it has been in the past. And I'd like to pay tribute to one man who is a beacon of hope to many in the Northern Territory. Now, Don Lockley is a 91-year-old prostate cancer survivor and the legendary leader of Prosper, which is our Darwin Prostate Cancer Support Group. Prosper meets monthly in the Harbour Room at Christchurch Cathedral and Smith Street, Darwin at 7:30 p.m. Don retired back in 2013 after 12 years of serving in the Air Force and 22 years in OH&S roles and 50 years in scouting. In August, Don ran a 72-kilometre marathon to raise awareness and funds for men with prostate cancer. He's 91 years old, but he doubled that to run 166 kilometres. Don encourages men of all ages to take their health seriously, and I quote, he says, "Don't be so macho and bulletproof." That's his advice to Aussie men, whom he urges to listen to their GPs and get a prostate cancer check.
I call the member for Bonner.
Small businesses are the backbone of our economy. Run by our mums, dads, brothers, sisters and friends. When small businesses thrive, so do our families and our communities. As a small business owner myself, it gives me great joy seeing local small businesses succeed through their passion, determination, hard work and innovation. One such example of this in Bonner is the Nurso. The Nurso is a cafe and plant nursery located in Chandler. This family-run business is already a much-loved part of our local community, and earlier this month they celebrated their first birthday. Catching up with owners Marnie and Dave, it was fantastic to hear about their exciting plans to expand not just their business operations, but also their community events and outreach programs. Deputy Speaker, since the 4th of October this year, the Nursos have been offering a free breakfast club on school days for local school students. The team at the Nurso are passionate about giving back to the community and ensuring that all children attending school having eaten a healthy breakfast before starting a day of learning. They are also working on a youth day to help connect local children with community groups. There's always something happening at the Nurso. Go and see for yourself. Thank you.
I call the member for Adelaide.
Deputy Speaker, Jessica Bryson is a 12-year-old from Temple Christian College in my electorate of Adelaide. And as part of the Raise Our Voices initiative, Jessica's asked me to read her speech. And her speech says, "I am 12 years old. My name is Jessica, and my goal is to have less climate change in the world. It's not too late to change our ways. I want to see colourful nature and wildlife. I want to see polar bears and other Arctic animals. But despite the protests, the people in power refuse to help. In the past 40 years, we have lost half our wildlife. In that entire 40 years, all we have done to change is ban plastic straws. We need more solutions. Personally, I believe most plastic packaging can easily be replaced with bees wrap, if not food items. Most single-use plastic items, such as plastic spoons, can be replaced with wood. And I think we should decrease the amount of cheap plastic toys we make and instead make them out of wood. We also should stop mass-producing plastic packaging and swap to bees wrap. If we don't try to fix our past mistakes, the earth will continue to spiral out of control until it's too late. It's not too late yet. It will be soon. And I'd like to thank 12-year-old Jessica for being part of Raise Our Voices, and I thank her for her simple but very important message.
I thank the member for his statement and I call the member for Barker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've all seen devastating floods on the eastern seaboard, but I'm here to report that water is now making its way through the basin. I've spent time in communities throughout the Riverland over the past couple of weeks, meeting with local businesses, residents and local governments who are busy preparing for the expected flows. We're currently seeing 108 gigalitres flowing into South Australia past Lock 5. To put that in context, our annual allocation puts the rate at about 7. This is expected to increase to 175 gigalitres per day by early December and could reach as much as 220 gigalitres per day. This will be more water than you can fly a rocket ship over, but also more water than we've seen in the Riverland since 1974. Never fails to amaze me to see the level of community support our fellow Aussies are in need, and I can say the situation right now is no different. From truck drivers donating their equipment and time to local sand and quarryists providing sand to aid the sandbagging efforts. Sadly, however, coordination at a state level has been less than remarkable, with residents reporting a lack of coordination and communication, making it very hard to plan and prepare. I also noticed the Federal Minister for Emergency Management was in South Australia last week, but couldn't take the time to visit the Riverland. Government at state and federal level needs to lean in and support people on the river in their time of need.
I call the member for Hunter.
Last week I had the pleasure of joining the Kerry Bay Toronto Scout Group, where two of the Joey Scouts, Peter and Misha Wooden, were awarded the Peak Award, the pinnacle of the achievements pathway in each age section of Scouts. Scouts encourage the participation in the full range of activities and recognise the individuals that go above and beyond. This award exists to challenge those Scouts who wish to reach the mountain peak and be recognised for their achievement. The milestone requires the completion of activities in elements such as outdoor adventure, skills, special interest areas and adventurous journeys. Peter and Misha are the first Joey Scouts in their group to ever receive this award. Peter and Misha are also very grateful to receive a special shout-out from the PM himself. I was also very honoured to receive my very own Kerry Bay Toronto Scout Group scarf on the night and left extraordinarily confident in the up-and-coming events and generations that this group will be doing. Congratulations to Peter and Misha on your hard work and determination in reaching this milestone in your scouting journeys. Well done to all the hard-working volunteers in Kerry Bay and Toronto Scout Group. Without the mums and dads and the volunteers, these organisations just don't go. So thank you very much to everyone that's involved in that, and thank you to the parents all around Australia.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I joined colleagues in the Defence Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade on a delegation to Perth. We visited HMAS Stewart, RAF Base Pearce and Irwin Barracks. In my committee roles and my role as a federal member, I've been afforded an enormous number of opportunities to engage with the members of the Australian Defence Force. The ADF Parliamentary Program offers brief internship programs for current servicemen and women to connect them with policymakers and the parliamentary process. It's an exchange, and then we do likewise with them. We spend up to a week with them, they spend a week with us. I'm not sure who gets the short straw. And each of my ADF PP interns has exemplified the professionalism and can-do attitude from our ADF, which is absolutely world-renowned. One of my first interns was the Royal Australian Navy's Commander Jacqueline Swinton, an accomplished legal officer, and Jackie still comes to visit me regularly in my office at APH. And today I'm excited to welcome Squadron Leader Sarah Robin of the RAAF, whose work in training and advising Australia's air battle management and electronic warfare units, among others, ensures that we can contend with emerging threats. Welcome Squadron Leader Robin, and thank you to the ADF and the Parliament for facilitating such a fantastic program.
I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am proud to stand in this chamber today wearing my Scouts Victoria supporter scarf. Scouting has a strong presence in my electorate of Holt. Just last week, I attended the statewide Scouts Victoria Awards night held in Cranbourne, which was a fabulous celebration of all things Scouting. I am particularly proud to have the first Devon Meadows Scout group in Holt, which I have been pleased to visit on several occasions since my election in May. Most recently, I was pleased to attend their annual report and awards night and see firsthand the amazing adventures and skills all the Joeys, Scubs, Scouts, Ventura Scouts have learnt over the past year. At that event, I had the pleasure of confirming the Scout Group's successful nomination for a $2,000 Holt Volunteers grant. The entire leadership team and the kids worked really hard, and I know this is a small contribution will be put to great use. However, I think the kids might have been more excited about the cupcakes I baked and brought to the awards night. I was happy to put my baking skills to the test for my constituents, but I hope I haven't made this a condition of entry for the next time I'm invited along. I thank you.
I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday marked the final exams for this year's Year 12 students, the end of an era for graduating class and the beginnings of their new adventures. I was pleased to be able to attend the end-of-year awards at many schools across Dawson these last few weeks, as the year comes to a close. From the Holy Spirit College in Mackay to Ayr State High, from Pioneer State High School to St Catherine's College in Proserpine, from Mackay State High to Home Hill State High and to Prossie State High. And the ones that I wasn't able to get to, well done on your year of achievement. Some of our brightest and finest students are coming out of Dawson, showing a great deal of promise, intuition, intelligence, innovation and leadership. These students have worked hard and deserve a break and deserve to let their hair down. Schoolies from all over descend on Dawson to have a week of celebrations. Dawson is Australia's tourism mecca, with Airlie Beach and the Whitsundays, that boast 74 beautiful islands, and we are the heart of the Great Barrier Reef. I would like to wish our young students all the best in their future endeavours. Please make good choices as you enjoy your celebrations. Look after your mates, and most importantly, stay safe. All the best, everyone. Take care.
I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to read a Raise Our Voice Youth in Parliament speech from a young woman in my electorate. My name is Charlotte Mullins. Like 1 in 9 females in Australia, I live with endometriosis. What I want our new Parliament to achieve is tangible progress to support changes in endometriosis treatments. This disease is more than just a bad period. It is debilitating and life-altering. Currently, the gold standard for treatment is laparoscopic surgery, but even after surgery, this disease continues to take us out of the classroom, the workforce and our lives. Instead, it could be research into cutting-edge treatments, recognising genetic markers, perhaps setting national standards to regulate which doctors can complete surgeries to treat endometriosis, or improve access to care outside major cities, or investing into education programs to support young people to spot the signs of gynecological diseases. I'm a motivated, driven young woman, eager to do anything to achieve my dreams. And when some of our best specialists suggest there's nothing else I can do to stop my periods from leaving me bedridden, it is absolutely heartbreaking. You have the power to change the reality for people with endometriosis. Well, thank you, Charlotte. We are listening, and that's why the government, the Albanese government, is introducing 10 endometriosis clinics across our nation.
I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to recognise the artistry of the muralists who painted the town of Mount Barker in the far south of my electorate red, green, orange and blue, in fact all colours of the rainbow, over the weekend. In 2019, Dave Jono Johnson was instrumental in bringing the Wall Dogs mural collective from North America down under to WA's mountainous Great Southern region. At the time, Jono was the officer in charge of the Mount Barker Police. Sergeant Johnson, respected as a law enforcer and revered as a footy coach, had a hidden string to his bow. He was once a sign writer, and he harboured a vision to colour the walls of the town. And so, the Mountains and Murals Festival was born. Timing is everything when arranging events, and the inaugural festival snuck in just before COVID. And I'm so proud that the former coalition government was able to provide $35,000 to help bring the muralists back to town. The festival, which wrapped up yesterday, was powered by the passion of a small army of local volunteers. During a cool and stormy opening night last week, the warmth between the Wall Dogs and the people of Mount Barker was palpable. As Illinois muralist Jay Allen said that evening, the Wall Dogs are a mirror for what is possible in any community. I applaud the Shire of Plantagenet and its people for having a red-hot go at putting Mount Barker on the World Murals map.
I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My community of Chisholm in Melbourne is full of passionate young people, and today I wanted to lift up the young voices that champion climate action. So I've been really privileged to meet with a lot of young people in my community who've told me both their stories of when they became concerned around climate change and their vision for a more sustainable future. So the leadership from young people has been inspiring. I've met with the Tomorrow Movement, and it was wonderful to meet with Desiree and Molly, Sarah and another Karina joining her to tell me about the work that they're doing. And something they're really passionate about is making sure that there are really good, secure jobs for people as we take action on climate change. And that's something that, of course, the Albanese Labor government feel very strongly about too. I was privileged to be taken on a tour of Hunting Towers School, where I saw the incredible program on fundraise solar panels and sustainability leaders. And thank you very much to Xavier and Angeli for taking me around so proudly around your school. You are wonderful leaders at a wonderful school. I thank Max for his advocacy. He's a 25-year-old graduate of Melbourne University, and he told me about his time in Fiji, working on community development and climate change adaptation. Of course, very important work in this region to be partnering with nations like Fiji. It's a privilege to meet and work with you all to secure a better future for all in our climate and our communities, and I'm really glad our first piece of legislation was getting through the Climate Change Bill. Thanks.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My friend Bruce Jealous passed away on the 8th of November. Bruce was husband to wife Julie, father to Ben, Kim and Beau, and grandfather to Ollie, Emmy, Lewis, Oscar, Otis and Odette. Each of them loved him, and he would be dearly missed. I looked at my final messages with Bruce, and every single one from him, bar one, finished with, "Love Brucey." The only one that didn't was from the moment my election was declared, and he simply said, "Well done, yabba dabba doo." I am sure he would be chuffed that this is now in Hansard. My memories of Bruce will be of a man who loved time away with his family, including over many summers in Merimbula. My memories will be of a man who was engaged in politics and our community, often between study sessions on his kitchen table. My memories of a man who is incredibly proud of his family and their successes, including my friend Ben Jealous, who excelled at school, went to Oxford and later joined me at the Victorian Bar. Bruce was kind, hardworking, generous, loving, and the measure of his legacy will be his wonderful family, who I am proud to call my friends. Rest in peace, Brucey.
I thank the member for his statement, and I call the member for Macon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over recent days, Adelaide and much of SA has been lashed by severe wind and rain events, causing widespread public and private property damage, including extensive power disruptions. At one point, 163,000 customers were without power. Such was the scale of the damage to the electricity grid that for some of those customers the outage extended for days. As is always the case when these situations arise, emergency service workers, as first responders, are always quickly on the scene, often at considerable risk to themselves, to restore services, reduce dangers, assist with temporary repairs and protect properties from further damage. To all of those emergency service providers, including the SA Power Network's crews, I say thank you. Your around-the-clock efforts have made a difference and are appreciated by individuals and whole communities affected by the wild weather events. I particularly thank the Salisbury, Tea Tree Gully and Enfield SES crews. I don't have the up-to-date call-out statistics, but I know they were out there professionally responding to call-outs by people in the Macon electorate and beyond at all times of the day or night. They provide an invaluable community service, which begs the question, what would we do without them?
I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every government has different agendas and priorities. Items they feel are more important than others, and it is up to the government of the day to prioritise what they feel are the most important issues. In many cases, both sides of politics have the same agenda items that they want to address. We may differ on which items are the greater priority, and we will probably have different ways in which we deal with the same issue. That's democracy, and I respect it. One of the major issues facing our society today is how we deal with at-risk youth. I speak about those 14 to 24-year-olds who, for whatever reason, have lost their way, have no hope in their lives, and in many cases, society has given up on them or labelled them a lost cause. Unfortunately, this cohort are responsible for a large percentage of mischief and crime, which is very disruptive and costly to the rest of their community. That is why I was so disappointed that this government have decided to cut the $50 million Round 7 Safer Communities program from the budget. In Round 6 of the program under the Coalition Government, Worklinks in my electorate of Longman received $1.5 million in allocation, and I'm pleased to say, just after 2 months and speaking with one of the facilitators of the course, out of 24 participants so far, 7 of those youths who were deemed unemployable and told that they would never amount to anything are now gainfully employed. This is the stuff that changes lives. So please reconsider and reinstate this vital program that everyone benefits from.
I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I rise to extend my heartfelt condolences to the loved ones of the victims of the horrific shooting in Colorado Springs. The news overnight was truly distressing. For many members of the LGBTIQA+ community, so many places around the world are already not safe. Even venues that have historically been safe places for LGBTIQ+ people to come together and celebrate who they are feel increasingly unsafe. That this mass shooting took place on the eve of Transgender Day of Remembrance, a day when we honour the memory of trans people who have been murdered, only deepens the trauma and tragedy. Hate crimes and hate speech cannot be downplayed, because to do so, including defending egregious homophobic and transphobic remarks on the grounds of free speech, is to amplify the platforms of those who spread hate. Where is the freedom for the members of the LGBTIQA+ to live their lives without fear of violence and discrimination? Surely, as a society, that is what we should be advancing. LGBTIQA+ people exist, belong and want to live in peace and safety. And as political leaders, we have a responsibility to protect and defend their rights. So we send our condolences to the family members of those who were murdered, and we wish those who were injured the speediest of recoveries.
Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on the 18th of November, I attended the Oatley Riders Group function at Oatley RSL. The Oatley Riders Group is quite unique, Deputy Speaker. There's no other suburb in my electorate that brings together so many riders from diverse backgrounds and with diverse focuses on different genres to write, to celebrate literature and to contribute to the culture of our community. Now, the anthology of Oatley Riders Group for this year is called A Touch of Malice, and it draws on a whole range of really interesting stories, some short, some a bit longer, but with that theme of A Touch of Malice. It's their 6th annual anthology book, and it's a great credit to the Oatley Riders Group community. I want to thank in particular Fiona Johnston, the official convener, Bill Keats, Helen Armstrong, who edits the anthology, and everyone who's involved in Oatley Riders Group. Deputy Speaker, on Saturday I attended the East Hills Bulldogs Junior Rugby League Club presentation. East Hills Rugby League is one of the strongest rugby league clubs anywhere in Sydney, and in fact predates the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs, Deputy Speaker, who are of course somewhat better known. The club was established more than half a century ago, has 10 junior teams ranging from under 5s to under 15s, a growing female group of players with 2 female teams this year. And in particular, I do want to thank Rowan Brown, the president, who leads the organisation with great skill, Josie Tobenhouse, the secretary, and all the volunteers who make East Hills Rugby League such a great organisation.
I call the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the weeks since the October budget, I've been out and about in the community talking to local residents, organisations and small businesses about our first Labor budget. Deputy Speaker, this was a budget that delivered for the people of Parramatta. I'm proud to have secured funding for some wonderful projects in our local community. Labor's budget delivered $6.2 million to help upgrade Richie Benaud Oval in Belmore Park, $3.5 million to develop Harris Park's Little India precincts, $12 million to deliver world-class aged care facilities in Harris Park, and $900,000 to begin the World Heritage Assessment of the female factory in North Parramatta. Parramatta's families have also benefited significantly from Labor's cheaper childcare reforms. No less than 9,000 families will save money on their childcare and have more money in their pocket at the end of the week. Aged pension recipients in Parramatta have benefited from an increase to the pension, and now more seniors are eligible for the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card. Australians of all ages have benefited from our steps to lower the cost of medications, and working parents in Parramatta will benefit from our expansion to paid parental leave. We're delivering cost of living relief to Parramatta's residents, and at the same time we're delivering on our election commitments.
I call the member for Bass.
Speaker, I'm very pleased today to deliver a speech written by a young constituent from my electorate, Hazel Doyle, who is sitting in the gallery today with her family. The speech is part of the Raise Our Voices Australia campaign, and these are Hazel's words. I want the Australian Government to achieve the creation of laws to ban nicotine and vapes and make them illegal to people under 30. And vapes should be banned to be on or near school properties or facilities that work with under 18s. Even being exposed to smoke and vaping increases the likelihood of harm to that child vaping or smoking from a young age and getting a drug addiction. Nicotine and vaping harms brain development up to 25 years old, not to mention the major health risks. According to kidshealthinformation.org, vaping impacts learning, memory, attention, and it increases the risk of drug addiction. As a Year 7 school student myself, I see a lot of students my age in Year 7 and 8 at my school getting vapes from relatives and friends and vaping in school, which causes many mental and physical health risks, such as rapid onset coughing, nausea, lung diseases, depression and suicidal tendencies. Also, teachers, child carers and staff members who work with or near children and teens who smoke or vape can expose the children to smoke and the chemicals in vapes. Overall, our Australian Government needs to take action and make changes for the future Australian generations of children. Vaping must be banned.
I call the member for Newcastle.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, I was thrilled to join Novocastrians living with disability, their families, carers, disability service providers, workers and the Australian Services Union recently to celebrate the NDIS and to ensure it is the best that it can be for everyone involved. The NDIS is a proud, world-leading initiative of a Labor government and is one of the most important social reforms in Australian history. It delivers choice and control for people living with disability and creates new business and employment opportunities. It is also one of the largest job creation opportunities in the history of this country. The NDIS works well for many, but after years of neglect by the former Liberal government, there are inadequacies in its current design, where providers have incentives to deliver more services rather than better outcomes for participants. It's our job now as a Labor government to rebuild community trust in the scheme and get it back on track. That's why we have established the independent NDIS review, a new fraud fusion task force and an alternative dispute resolution pilot to achieve fairer, faster and better outcomes. We'll fix the funding constraints and remove dependency on labour hire firms and contractors, and we've created an additional 380 permanent secured jobs in an agency to ensure quality, professional and sustainable workforce.
I call the member for Moncrieff.
Last week, I attended the official launch of the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Avenue and Woodland Walk at the beautiful Gold Coast Regional Botanic Gardens. I visited several times this year, and last time I was honoured to plant the inaugural tree for the Woodland Walk. I'm proud to say that even though local news didn't quite cover it as such, this project was funded through my office by the former coalition government with $18,215 under the Planting Trees for the Queen's Jubilee program. This project will increase community awareness and is a celebration of Her Majesty's Jubilee and now stands in her memory. I extend my thanks to the Governor of Queensland, Her Excellency Dr Jeanette Young, for making the trip down the Gold Coast to officially launch the walk, and my colleague Rob Mulhook, who's in the House today, the member for Southport. I especially acknowledge Benowa State School and St Kevin's Catholic School, who attended and who avidly support the Botanic Gardens all year round. And a special shout out to Viam from Benowa State School, who is celebrating his 12th birthday on the day. Last but certainly not least, I cannot speak about the Botanic Gardens without highlighting the fantastic friends who are the absolute heart and soul of the gardens. I commend Presidents Alex Jacomoff, Secretary Catherine Simpson, Friends founder and project leader Kate Heffernan, City of Gold Coast curator Paul Cockbain, and all the wonderful volunteers for the hours of dedicated work they put in to make the gardens such a special place. And let's not forget, Deputy Speaker, the egg sandwiches and the date cake.
I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about an interview I had not so long ago to discuss the Albanese Labor government's first budget. The interview was with the Bunyip, a newspaper whose circulation covers the largest portion of my electorate of Spence. Acting Deputy Speaker, the Bunyip was first printed on the 5th of September 1863 and has been a constant fixture in the Gawler and quite large surroundings area since then. The Bunyip has seen and been there to report on South Australian premiers since Francis Stacker Dutton, whose term began a few months prior to the Bunyip's first edition and saw South Australia join the new nation of Australia at our federation. Their operations remained uninterrupted for 157 years until early 2020, where the pressure placed on them by the pandemic caused them to announce their indefinite closure. As a community, we are lucky, due to the strong public support, this closure only lasted months rather than years or forever, which has sadly been the case for many regional publishers in the area. This long-standing, trusted institution has the young and extremely talented Brendan Simpkins at the helm as its editor. Brendan is a local who is both born and raised in the Spence electorate and has been with the paper from 2020 until recently being appointed editor in October this year. I hope to both read and work with the Bunyip within my local area for many years to come. Thank you.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Nichols electorate is a haven for sport. Our good weather, facilities and supportive families and volunteers provide the opportunity to participate in all manner of sporting activities. This week, of course, I want to focus on soccer, or football, and Garang Kuol, who is part of Australia's World Cup squad in Qatar, the Socceroos. Garang won his first cap in a friendly against New Zealand on September 25th, so it has been a meteoric rise. Garang has made quite an impact on the World Games since he started with the A-League side Central Coast Mariners. When he came on for the A-League All-Stars as a late substitute and carved his way solo through the world-class defence of Barcelona FC, more people took notice. His fearlessness and flair would have been news to many, but not in Shepparton in my electorate. It was here that Garang cut his teeth as a junior, playing in the Shepparton Junior Soccer Association and then through the Golden Valley Suns under the coaching of Tommy Giuliani. Garang's from a Sudanese background, and he moved to Shepparton, like so many others, with his family as a refugee. He made friends, joined a soccer team, went to school and thrived. After the World Cup, Garang will move to English Premier League club Newcastle United. I would like to place on the record just how proud we all are of Garang's achievements. And there's more good news for Australia from Shepparton, and that is that his little brother Diddy is showing great promise and making defences around the region very nervous indeed.
And I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently visited Services Australia Windsor. I was honoured to be given a tour by team leader Sky, who took us through their work and the customer experience. When we talk about Higgins, images of sprawling estates, ambition and opportunity come to mind. We must not forget that disadvantage hides in plain sight. Higgins has a lack of addiction services and a significant ageing population, many of whom struggle when identity theft occurs. For families, the complexities of childcare are often difficult to navigate. This is where Services Australia steps in. The team at Services Australia Windsor assist up to 750 people per week, totalling upwards of 40,000 people per year. This requires staff to think quick on their feet, all the while maintaining their professionalism in the face of distressed customers trying to navigate a system that has become overly complex. Sky and the team often deal with vulnerable customers in crisis, not unlike what I experienced in my previous role as a doctor at the Alfred. They provide that soft landing when people are struggling. Their mantra is, help as much as we can, as soon as we can. The same is applicable to this House. The work that Sky and her team provide is vocational, requiring a sense of compassion, patience and emotional intelligence. They are motivated by justice. That they have a couple of professionals like Steve, who had just celebrated 30 years of service, is testament to their mission and their culture. Their work is rewarding and purposeful, and we are immensely grateful for their service.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, time for members' statements has concluded. Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, motion relating to an economic plan.
I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to an economic plan in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Continue.
In the pandemic years, and I note with many colleagues now testing positive, we're probably still in them, Australians faced an unprecedented challenge, particularly when it first came. Lockdowns, border closures, trade blockages. This was a time of uncertainty and grave risk. Our institutions were stress-tested, our social fabric stretched thin. So many Australians were left wondering what tomorrow might bring. Were they to have a job? Was their business to last, particularly if it was a small business? In the face of this challenge, a Liberal government did act. A Liberal government delivered transformative stimulus spending under the JobKeeper and JobSeeker programs. A Liberal government unwound the fuel excise. We did what needed to be done at the time. Under a Liberal government, the cash rate remained stable, unemployment reached record lows. Ideology was put aside and action was taken. But this motion is about the new government. The challenge the new government inherited was clear. In the post-pandemic age, stewarding the nation's finances means fiscal discipline. It means shouldering the burden for tackling inflation. It means honouring commitments to keep cost of living low. By each metric, this government is not doing well, and in some it has failed. I'd like to consider them in turn. Inflation. Inflation drives up bills. It wipes off savings. It steals from progress. Today it sits at 7.3%, the highest annual inflationary figure in more than 3 decades. What does the government do? Nothing to shorten the path to balancing the books. It is the old story of reckless spending. What does this mean for Australian families? Stephen Koukoulas, I've got a large Greek electorate and they'll punish me for that. Julia Gillard's former economic advisor, so certainly not in Team Blue, has stated as much. And here he said, here is a government that has left the RBA with all of the work and carrying the can in getting this inflation rate lower. When Labor shirks responsibility, families suffer. The rates will go up and mortgage payments will increase. Already a family on a $750,000 mortgage will pay an extra $1,200 per month, compared with May this year. The pain does not end there. Goldman Sachs has forecasted the possibility of a 5-fold increase in the interest rate, and Goldman Sachs is not alone. The RBA, the ANZ and the Commonwealth Bank have all forecasted end-of-year inflation higher than the budgetary forecasts. The Prime Minister promised the Australian people cheaper mortgages. No fine prints, no conditions, a simple promise. What we got instead is record price increases. It could have been so very different. Supply-side reform is an option available to the government. A technology-friendly agenda is an option, and sustainable wage growth accompanying those. Productivity was supposed to be the name of the game. We were promised a 21st century economy. What we instead got was a 20th century enterprise bargaining code. Instead, the great trend of liberalisation was arrested. Instead of agility and dynamic, forward-looking thinking on the economy, we have returned to centralised wage fixing. The Labor Party's Industrial Relations Bill has invited the ire of every representative body for business. It is bad policy. It is anti-productivity, but it is also, sadly, predictable. The bill confirms that what many Australians already suspected, that this is not a responsible, progressive, forward-thinking government, but the mere political arm of its union paymasters. Empty promises, missed opportunities. But this government is not done waging a war on productivity. Stage 3 tax cuts are now on the chopping block. These cuts were legislated. These cuts were part of your personal income tax plan. Am I out of time?
The member's time has expired. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion, Deputy Speaker.
And do you reserve your right to speak?
I'll speak after my fine friend over here.
The member reserves his right to speak, and I call the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is very strange, isn't it? I mean, it's difficult to know what the chamber is expected to make of this motion. The member opposite, he's been here for a few months now, and they talk of him as a future Prime Minister. The future Prime Minister, he talks quietly as a future Prime Minister, possibly the next Liberal Prime Minister. Why, you might ask? Well, he can talk in full sentences. The bar's pretty low. He doesn't seem too extreme, as we heard from his measured, reasonable, statesman-like tone. He impersonates a normal person. But then he goes and does something really weird like this. He moves a motion, bringing on a debate, praising the former Liberal government's, the Morrison government's economic management. I mean, seriously, it's been 6 months since the election, and we get the shock horror routine. Wages are too low, electricity and gas is too high, the cost of living is out of control. Well, I'll give a tip to the new member, the future Prime Minister over there. A big advantage he has in his quest is that he was not a member of the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison circus. Own that! Don't be doing silly things, moving motions, trying to defend their incompetence. But I should say sorry also for tagging you as a future Prime Minister, because Josh Frydenberg, he was a future Prime Minister. What happened to Josh? Where'd he go? Dave Sharma, my friend Dave, he was a future Prime Minister. He lasted a term. Tim Wilson was a future Prime Minister, according to Tim Wilson, so it's a dangerous moniker to own. But seriously, this is ridiculous. The Liberals' record of economic management, if that's success, I'd hate to see failure. Member for Menzies, $1 trillion of Liberal debt with no economic dividend to show for it. Perhaps the biggest slur that you could make at a government facing a crisis is they let a good crisis go to waste. Yes, as you said, JobKeeper. The former government spent money, $20 billion of JobKeeper, now on the national debt for the next generation to repay, was paid to companies to increase their profits. Well done, Liberal Party. The economic record that the Liberals left after a decade in office was falling real wages, and they can't hide behind COVID. If you look at the OECD, wages were falling even before COVID, 0.7% negative wage growth. That's the Liberal record before COVID, the third lowest in the OECD. The worst decade for productivity growth in 50 years. In 2013, when Labor left office, we were 10th highest in the OECD. By the end of the Liberals, before COVID, 2018, we were negative productivity growth, 5th last in the OECD. They turn around, they hate these facts, but they're facts from the Parliamentary Library. That's the Liberals' economic record even before we got to COVID. They covered up power price rises before the election. They actually changed the law to hide the truth of what was coming down the pipe after 23 energy policies they had over a decade, and they couldn't agree on one of them. They failed to invest in skills to prepare the economy for this moment. Who knew? You cut $3 billion from TAFE and trash the apprenticeship system, and then you get an economic spurt, and there's no apprentices and no one with skills, and employers are screaming out for migrants. A decade of wasted opportunities and warped priorities. Now, the Nationals leader said that the budget position that the former government left was a gift to the nation. A gift to the nation, nearly $1 trillion of Liberal debt, and that's a gift. Well, I'd hate to get his Kris Kringle, Deputy Speaker. The government's budget delivers on our election commitments. Responsible cost of living relief without putting upwards pressure on inflation. Cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, more affordable housing, and we begin the hard yards, the long, hard road ahead of budget repair. Now, I was told by the contribution of the member for Menzies that the government was engaged in reckless spending, straight from the talking points of Liberal Party propaganda we read out on Sky News. Reckless spending, apparently. Well, adult government is back. Let's deal in facts. Unlike the Liberals and the Nationals, we did not spend the record commodity income boom in this budget. Yes, the terms of trade have improved. Yes, there's money flowing into the budget for the next couple of years from commodities. And we spent 1% of that. That's a fact. Parliamentary Budget Office, fact. Should deal in facts. What did the Morrison government spend? 60% of the commodity boom revenue that came in. And what did John Howard, that great hero who baked in the middle-class welfare, the structural budget deficit, all stems from Howard's days, he spent 70% of the commodity boom. Let's be very clear. If this government behaved like you did, like the former government, in its budget, we would have 1.4% higher interest rates. If that's the record that you're promoting, I suggest you try again and get a better motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I very solidly and earnestly and stridently support this motion put forward by the member for Menzies. Now, the member for Bruce has just given us a 5-minute dissertation and asked a few questions. There were no facts as he leaves the chamber, as he scurries out of the Federation chamber, about his $1 trillion debt claim. It is not $1 trillion of debt. It is nowhere near $1 trillion of debt. But we keep hearing it. We hear it from the Prime Minister. We hear it from the Treasurer. We just heard it from the member for Bruce. But we get asked, what have we got in return for the debt that has been incurred? I'll tell you what we have. We have many tens of thousands of Australians alive today because of the investment that we placed in making sure that during the COVID pandemic that we kept Australians as safe as we could, as alive as we possibly could, and indeed the member for Bruce mentioned JobKeeper, 700,000 jobs saved. What was the alternative? What was the alternative? We hear repeatedly members opposite talking about $1 trillion worth of debt and what have we got in return. I was in those meetings where we were faced with the prospect. The Chief Medical Officer, Dr Brendan Murphy, said that we could potentially lose tens of thousands of Australians within weeks, if not months. I was there when we were very worried about the prospect of having businesses close their doors, not just for the downturn, but potentially permanently. And we put in place urgent and necessary and responsible measures to make sure that we kept the doors of business open, to make sure that we kept the economy going, and that we made sure, most importantly, that we kept Australians alive. But we just didn't stop it there. We also kept vaccines getting out to Pacific Island nations. We played our part as a good neighbour should. We played our part in making sure that, indeed, we kept homes being built through the construction industry, through Home Builder. And, indeed, I heard the member opposite talking about wages. We have the highest minimum wage in the world, and that's a fact that not a lot of those opposite often espouse. We should be extolling the virtues of that. We are very lucky. A lucky country isn't there just by good luck. It's there by good management. And for 9 years, this country was under very good management under the successive Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments. And just you have a look at what 3 years of getting it done did. 815,600 female business operators, 220,000 trade apprentices. It was a record high. Indeed, 71.3% of trade and exports covered by free trade agreements. When we got into government, that percentage was in the 20s. It was very low. What we made sure of was the fact that we were getting our trade, getting all of those wonderful agricultural and resource exports to the world. Australia was very much open for business after years of neglect by those opposite when Labor was last in power. Electricity bills down 8% in the past 2 years. But what do we hear from those opposite? Well, we hear 97 promises leading up to the election, Mr Speaker, of power bills going to be reduced by up to $275. I wonder when that's going to happen. I wonder when that's going to happen. Not in the immediate future, let me tell you. Not in the immediate future. And indeed, what we're going to be doing is making sure that we keep. Indeed, I listened to them very closely and earnestly in silence, and they should give me the same respect. But that respect isn't always forthcoming, and it doesn't worry me in the chamber, but it does worry me when they don't show Australian families and Australian businesses the respect that they should be showing them by making sure that they work night and day to get those electricity bills down. I think that's the important thing, and I think if they want to show respect, that's what they should do. They should respect the promises that they made leading up to the election and get power prices down, because when people get their power bills, that's when they'll know that there's been a change of government. That's when they know that Labor is back in town. That's when they know that Labor is back in power, because you can rest assured when Labor's in power, prices will always be up, whether it's the power bill, the grocery bill or any other bill.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, I must admit that I was a little wide-eyed upon reading this motion by the member for Menzies. He's reflected rather oddly upon the economic performance of the previous government, so let's set the record straight. The previous government bumbled its way through the COVID pandemic, just one of the reasons it was ceremoniously bundled out of office. Prior to the pandemic, the previous government managed to double Australia's debt, well before the international health crisis. When the pandemic hit, the Morrison government had to be dragged by the scruff of the neck to introduce a wage subsidy scheme. Trade unions and the ACTU led that push and ensured the wage subsidy was better designed than it would otherwise have been. And that is what kept Australia's head above water. Unions and a Labor opposition putting workers, people, at the centre of the response of the pandemic. Ignoring the coalition government and its dithering, the state and territory governments swung into action. They each had a plan. In Western Australia, the state McGowan Labor government's plan was so well received that at the election in 2021, Labor was rewarded with a record-breaking landslide win, securing 53 out of the 59 seats in the Legislative Assembly. At the risk of sounding just a tiny bit parochial, McGowan's strong and assertive approach to protecting WA's population and economy created the $200 billion bedrock upon which Australia as a nation avoided some of the worst health and economic disasters experienced by comparable nations. In order to do so, the McGowan government had to spend a fair bit of time and energy ignoring the Morrison's government's so-called plans. This government has been upfront about the fiscal and monetary challenges we've inherited and is taking action. Treasurer Chalmers' budget, delivered in October, will be the first of many to start unscrambling the rotten eggs of $1 trillion debt. The Liberals have left us with stagnant wages and rising inflation, all festering after a decade of denial and neglect. If the previous government was still in office now, the same cost of living challenges would be present, but not the same will or capacity to act. We're giving Australians a hand up out of difficult circumstances born of the previous government's decade of utter indifference. This is why we're investing in cheaper childcare to give parents more options to work and earn, making PBS medicines cheaper to ease the cost burden and keeping people healthier, getting wages moving again and empowering workers to earn more and paying down the debt. Contrast that with the one-trick pony the previous government had become addicted to, handouts, an approach we know would not help Australian families and workers. Only today, the Australian newspaper is reporting on how our fiscally responsible budget has spared many Australians from the pain of unnecessary inflation increases and a further interest rate hikes. A rare compliment from the Australian and a case of credit where credit is due. And to give some credit to the previous government, they were the masters of illusion. So many announcements and so little delivered. But you can only pretend for so long before you are found out, and they were found out 6 months ago. Yet I stand here responding to a motion created in the same House of Mirrors, which created the economic challenges the Albanese government is now tackling head-on. This motion mentions energy prices. Since May, we've had a Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The true path to long-term sustainable lower energy prices is the rapid transformation to a green energy economy based on renewables, a dependable grid and forms of storage, including batteries. One by one, members of the coalition are coming to that very realisation, as to borrow a phrase from former Treasurer John Dawkins, they each stumble backwards into the future. The member for Menzies also mentioned wages. This is after years of coalition governments where low wages were a deliberate design feature of their policies. This is after the first act of the Albanese government to support a wage rise for low-paid workers. This is after the member for Menzies has sat in the House and heard the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations utter the phrase, "We will get wages moving again," many, many times. I may have missed it, but I do not recall any coalition government ministers ever saying, "We will get wages moving again," certainly not while waving the legislation in their hand. It is, in any event, good to hear that at least the member for Menzies wants to see wages moving again, and this is exactly what the Secure Jobs Better Pay bill will do. I look forward to seeing that pass through the Senate over the course of the coming fortnight. The motion also mentions tax increases. It must be a lazy copy and paste from the Liberal Party playbook. No tax increases have been mooted by the government for ordinary taxpayers. Unless members want to go into bat for tax avoiding multinationals, perhaps it should have been omitted. These are difficult times and challenges, and I'm proud to be part of a government that's taking the action.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While the minister might have spent a lot of time talking about wages going up, the budget shows that real wages are going backwards under this government. So talk is cheap, actions speak quicker. And the reality is, Australia as a nation should be proud of the way in which we responded to the threat imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Australian economy, thanks to the strong fiscal and economic management of the previous government, was able to weather the storm and exit the pandemic as one of the strongest economies among Western countries. None of this would have been possible without the leadership and determination of the former government. The former coalition government ensured that all Australians were given the opportunity to withstand the impact of the pandemic and recover quicker and stronger than any other advanced economies, such as the United States, the United Kingdom and France. They made support available to people from all backgrounds to provide stability through this troubled time. One such program implemented by the Morrison government was the JobKeeper program, which enabled 700,000 Australians to hold on to their jobs during this period, especially in small business, to help the unemployment rate stay low while job insecurity was high. And I was working in business at that time, and I can attest firsthand to the impact JobKeeper had to keep our business afloat and keep Australians employed. This solidified the decrease of the unemployment rate to 3.5% as of September 2022, which is a far cry for the unemployment rate of 5.7% the coalition inherited from the Rudd government in 2013. And this result highlights why it is an insult to all Australians when the Treasurer and those opposite talk about $1 trillion debt with nothing to show for it. Not only is the $1 trillion debt a lie and political spin, debunked by economists and that conservative place of media, the ABC Fact Check, it devalues the lives saved and the jobs saved by the actions of the former government. The Treasurer has also never mentioned in his budget reply that this budget increased the debt levels compared to the Coalition's budget in May, some fact that he does not like to mention. As the representative of my electorate of Casey, I was anxious to see the government's economic plan for the 2022-2023 budget, how this would build on the foundations of pandemic recovery put in place by the previous government and what impacts on my community would be. Well, it's disappointing to say that on budget day I couldn't have been more disappointed. In addition to no economic plan, The Albanese government ripped millions of dollars of infrastructure funding to ensure the safety of my constituents, funding that was bipartisan. The $150 million Roads to Communities project, sealing dirt roads across my electorate, was dumped in favour of the $2.2 billion suburban rail link, a project not even reviewed by Infrastructure Australia yet. That's not to mention the $110 million of the Wellington Road duplication that was cut by this government, increasing the safety risk for decreasing safety for those in the Dandenongs. And looking to the future, under the current government, Australians have nothing to look forward to. Under this government's reckless strategy of spend more, save less, our nation's debt has been predicted to skyrocket by over $230 billion. They're in charge now, they're making actions. This will lead to increased interest repayments, which will take over $25 billion out of the budget by the 2025-2026 financial year, money out of health, leaving our communities shortchanged when it comes to funding. This increased amount of spending will only lead to one thing for Australians. For the budget, Labor forecast Labor's bread and butter plan of raising taxes. From the budget, Labor's forecast an increase in taxation by almost 1% of GDP, raising the overall tax receipts to 23.4% of GDP. It is clear this government has no plans for the Australian economy. All we hear are political spin and excuses. This will make life harder for the residents in Casey and the nation. This Treasurer needs to stop blaming others. He needs to take responsibility, realise he's no longer in opposition and actually deliver for the Australian people.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hawke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And may I extend my thanks to the member for Menzies, who I do have great regard for. But in this case, I'm extending my thanks because he's allowing us on this side of the House to highlight how the Albanese Labor government is delivering responsible and targeted relief to Australian households after almost a decade of economic mismanagement and willful neglect by those opposite. Deputy Speaker, as we know, those opposite often like to point to economic management as their greatest strength. I mean, they can't be relied on to build schools or invest in health, but the one thing that they hold on to is that they're apparently great fiscal and economic managers. And we know that this claim is entirely false because they didn't manage to balance the books. In fact, for the benefit of everybody here, I'm happy to summarise that decade of economic management, to assess the claim and draw together the economic record of the previous government into just a few words, and that is $1 trillion of debt. $1 trillion of debt. The Liberals' economic legacy is $1 trillion of public debt, with nothing to show for that decade of debt-driven cost. Now, those opposite will claim that it was COVID-19 that caused this. They claim all sorts of things. But we know that it was only in March this year that the former member for Kooyong, delivered a budget that was absolutely rife with waste and pork barrelling. And the Australian people saw this, no one was fooled by it. The truth is that the Labor government has inherited a dire budget position because of this terrible economic management by the former government over the last decade. This astronomical debt, and I'll say it again, $1 trillion of debt, provided no economic dividend. There was no economic investment attached to this and no economic dividend for the taxpayer. Instead, they oversaw the worst decade for productivity in half a century and the lowest level of business investment in this country since 1992. That doesn't sound like very good economic management to me. Unfortunately, the Liberals' failure to drive economic supply left Australia exposed to the inflationary pressures of the global economy. We're now suffering the results of that. I'd also like to draw the Chamber's attention to the line in the member for Menzies' motion about low wage growth. Deputy Speaker, I trust that the irony is not lost on you or the rest of the people in this chamber. Those opposite oversaw a decade of wage stagnation, standing in the way of any possibility of wage growth at every opportunity. It was only months ago that the former Prime Minister described a $1 an hour increase to the minimum wage as, and I quote, reckless and dangerous. We know that this was not a mistake. The Liberals have admitted themselves that low wages were a deliberate design feature of the economy that they were managing. Just over a week ago, they chose to vote against the Secure Jobs Better Pay bill in the House of Reps, further attempting to suppress wage growth even from the opposition benches. The record of the Liberal Party on wages is clear, and sadly, everyday Australians, like those in my electorate of Hawke, are still paying the price. Real wages are lower today than they were 10 years ago. Deputy Speaker, the economic legacy of the former Liberal government was to set the conditions for the cost of living challenges facing so many Australians today. Low productivity, low business investment, and no real wage growth. Now, whilst Australians know that the Albanese Labor government did not create these economic conditions that we face, they did elect us to address them. That's why in last month's budget, the Treasurer detailed Labor's economic plan to deliver a direct and deliberate response to the challenges facing our economy, including the cost of living. Under the Albanese Labor government, almost 7,000 families right across my electorate, from Balan to Sunbury, will be provided with cheaper childcare as the maximum childcare subsidy is lifted to 90%. Families in Hawke will also see paid parental leave expanded, providing parents with a full 26 weeks scaled up over time. The cost of medicines will be slashed, as the cost of scripts at the local pharmacy is reduced by $12.50 a script, and the rising cost of housing will be addressed through the new Housing Accord. The key piece to addressing the cost of living, however, is getting wages moving again. One of the very first acts of the Albanese Labor government was to successfully argue for an increase to the minimum wage, lifting the income of almost 3 million of Australia's lowest paid workers. And earlier this month, after receiving a submission from the Albanese government, the Fair Work Commission ruled that aged care workers would receive a full 15% pay rise. And just over a week ago, the Labor government's Secure Jobs Better Pay bill passed the House. This bill will restore the balance between the power of workers and the power of employers at the bargaining table. This will deliver stronger wages for Australian workers and stronger relationships between employees and their employers.
Order. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 6 in the name of the member for Werriwa relating to industrial relations.
I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the industrial relations in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Australians are currently facing a cost of living crisis and have had to face the highest levels of inflation in more than 30 years, whilst also suffering from a decade of wage stagnation. The inflation crisis we are experiencing has wiped any wage growth in the last 8 years. Australians are now grappling with the consequences of real wages going backwards. 1 in 4 Australians are struggling to get by, according to a recent ANU survey. Workers are enduring a cut in pay despite the same survey noting that the average hours worked has increased over that time. Real wages are now back to where they were in 2012. Despite the fact that unemployment has been consistently low and has not been seen at these levels since 1974, Australians are not reaping the benefits. It's not translated into wages growth, which points to an industrial relations system that has been undermined and is no longer working. Of course, this is due in part to a previous government strategy of low wages growth as a feature of its economic policy. At every corner, Australian workers have seen their conditions degrade, with working environments becoming less safe, job security disappearing and inadequate pay for their labour. Nothing has highlighted this more than the pandemic. We saw essential workers thanked yet not paid fairly. We saw unfair dismissal of thousands of workers, and we saw that many workers could not take a single day off without serious financial consequences. This is just not good enough. Our government's convened the Job and Skills Summit, bringing together industry unions and stakeholders to identify areas of reform and improve how the economy works for all Australians. The summit agreed that getting the economy working for female participation was a must. Women tend to be undervalued and underpaid, yet they work in some of the most important areas of our economy, from childcare to aged care. Ensuring that these predominantly female workers can fight for better pay and conditions is a key element of the Albanese government's economic agenda. A key proposal raised at the Job and Skills Summit was to extend paid parental leave. Labor introduced paid parental leave, and it will be Labor that strengthens it in its recent budget. This will boost women's participation and encourage more dads to take parental leave. The government has also supported a raise to the minimum wage in line with inflation because that increase would directly impact the sectors where workers have been most affected by low wage growth. Additionally, we're committed to funding the outcomes of the aged care workers case that was before the Fair Work Commission, and recently announced an interim decision to lift the minimum wage of aged care workers by 15%. The Albanese government will also be reducing the cost of childcare for over 1.2 million Australian families, because we know that a significant barrier for women going back into the workforce or picking up extra shifts is the cost of childcare. The economy is suffering a skills shortage that needs to be addressed in many ways, and this, offering women the option to work extra hours that works for them and their family, is just one way of tackling this problem. The government also acknowledges that training Australians is crucial to alleviate these skills shortages. The $1 billion National Skills Agreement with the states and territories is also important. It will provide 180,000 fee-free TAFE and vocational education places in 2023. The absence of planning and the lack of coordinated response to the skills and labour shortage under the last 10 years has contributed to the current crisis. Shortages, according to the National Skills Commission priority list, have nearly doubled in the past year, from 156 to 286 occupations. The budget also supports TAFE Technology Fund, building a clean energy workforce, and Jobs and Skills Australia. It is time to get wages moving again and Australians trained for the jobs of the future. It's time for the industrial relations systems to change and for lowest paid workers and female-dominated sectors to be at the heart of the reforms, and that's what the Albanese government seeks to do to improve the situation for all Australians. All Australians will benefit when all sectors and all workers have extra wages to spend in our economy.
Is the motion seconded? Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa for proposing this motion. My contribution today will focus primarily on the gender pay gap, and I agree entirely with the member for Werriwa that it is a major social and economic concern. But while the gender pay gap may originate as a financial issue, it doesn't stop there. It flows to girls' and women's sense of self-worth and confidence, our mental health, and ability to care for ourselves and our families. According to KPMG, almost a quarter of the gender pay gap is explained by the types of jobs that women do. This is critical, and I commend the government for trying to address some of this through the low-wage stream of their recent industrial relations bill. I absolutely support the recent 15% pay increase that has come up through for the aged care workers. And while I support elements of the bill that just went through, I believe that we should have addressed the gender pay gap through other awards as well, such as childcare awards, to make a real difference to workers today. And I also want to acknowledge that while the government, I believe, is genuinely trying to address this, I think there are real concerns from the business community about elements of the bill, which I think we need to address and consider very carefully. But let me talk back to the gender pay gap. There is still much more to do, despite the work that I think the government is genuinely trying to do here. We need to ensure that the government, businesses and community don't ignore the other drivers of pay gap, particularly including gender discrimination, care and family obligations. It is astonishing that gender discrimination persists in Australia and that it is the largest driver of the gender pay gap, accounting for 36% of the total. That's right, the gender discrimination persistence is what is actually is the biggest driver of the gender pay gap. There are a variety of drivers of this discrimination, but it includes greater scrutiny of female workers, fewer opportunities for social capital formation, and different standards in relation to recruitment and pay negotiations. We, as a community, need to work doggedly and systematically to identify and resolve these barriers to female equality and success. Another important driver are care and family responsibilities, particularly career interruptions around parenthood. Now, this is very close to my heart and very close to many families in Wentworth's hearts. A recent Treasury report estimates that women's earnings fall 55% in the 5 years after they become a parent, which is what they call the motherhood penalty. If, late nights, sleepless nights weren't quite enough. This is driven by lower participation in paid work, fewer hours worked by those who choose work, and lower hourly pay. Treasury's work shows that it's the mothers who suffer this penalty rather than the parents. The fatherhood penalty is virtually non-existent. And this is corroborated by Grattan research based on OECD data, which shows that men account for just 2% of the primary carer parental leave in Australia. The OECD averages around 17%, which just shows how far we are behind. And it shows that reform needed is particularly cultural. We have a problem in Australia where we automatically expect mothers to be the primary carer. Many families spend a lot of time thinking about whether to have children and how many to have, but they don't spend as much time thinking about how the parenting workload will be split up, who will be the primary carer, and the social and economic implications of that decision. This decision matters. It's a conversation that couples should be having before they become parents. But it's also a conversation that we need to readdress the balance and accept that this should be a very open conversation rather than one which has assumed roles built in. And my hope is that the proposed reforms to paid parental leave, which will help encourage couples to have this conversation. I very much support the government's choice to bring forward increase paid parental leave to 26 weeks. But for me, this is absolutely crucial that at least 6 weeks of those is held as a use it or lose it for the second parent. Because we need to change the culture of how we raise our children. And we already have a 2-week paid second parent leave at the moment, but it just doesn't get taken up and it doesn't change the culture. We need to change the culture so that men are involved, and it is typically second parents, which are typically men, are involved with caring from the beginning, because this makes the difference both to the gender pay gap, but it also makes a difference for male mental health, for male connection to children, and actually for children's development. It's absolutely crucial, and we must change the culture of how we raise children in this country. This could make a real difference in the gap and to the lives of women right around the country. It's no silver bullet. There's a lot more which needs to be done, but it's an important and practical reform which we can and should deliver and support in the new year. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd first of all like to thank my very good friend, the member for Werriwa, for raising this very important motion. And look, I do know very sincerely how important the member for Werriwa takes this issue, particularly with gender pay equity and the importance of equal sharing of parenthood as well. And I totally agree. I'm very proud to be part of a government that's actively working towards growing wages and improving the quality of life for all Australians, especially those in low-paid sectors that are largely female-dominated. And if I can say, as the parent of 3 boys and 3 daughters, my wife and I didn't raise our children with any expectation that they would be treated differently in the workforce or have to accept, as a female, lower pay than their brothers. And I certainly think the world has changed, and we must persevere in our efforts to make equity in pay, equity in work important for all of us across the entire political spectrum. My own professional field of paediatrics has had gender equity and equity of pay for many, many years. And I've been very proud to work with some incredible women in paediatrics. My friend Professor Elizabeth Elliott from the Children's Hospital at Westmead, Professor Catherine North from the Children's Hospital in Melbourne, Professor Ingrid Schaefer in Melbourne, and of course the most famous paediatrician in Australia, Professor Fiona Stanley. All worked in my field of paediatrics and all worked in a field that treated them equitably, and I hope this will continue in following generations. An example of our government's view on this is our submission to the Annual Wage Review Commission, arguing that workers who are in the lowest paid in our country must have their wages increased. For too long, these workers have seen their wages remain stagnant, harming their ability to keep up with ever-increasing costs of living, yet those of executives, mostly male-dominated, have had astounding increases in their pay in the last couple of decades. This has impacted many, many families in the electorates of Werriwa and, of course, my electorate of Macarthur, adjoining electorates. And I was very pleased when our government's argument won the day, and not only that, all Australians won by the approval of a 15% increase in wages to those in the lowest paid categories. The Commission agreed with our submission, so 2.7 Australian workers benefited with a 5.2% increase in the national minimum wage and a 4.6% increase for all other award wages. We made another submission arguing for a pay increase for all aged care workers to the Fair Work Commission. And aged care workers, I know, work incredibly hard. They do some of the hardest work in our communities, and you only have to watch them work in an aged care setting to realise how difficult their work is, both emotionally and physically. And of course, during the pandemic, they were on the front line fighting against the virus to protect our elderly citizens and our most vulnerable. This again resulted in a win for these workers, with a verdict delivering a 15% pay rise for aged care workers with a possibility of a further increase. Minister Burke summed it up well when he said that this result was the first step in our fight for increasing wages, gender pay equity, and particularly in industries that are low paid and female dominated. It's been widely reported recently how we're struggling to fill job vacancies in many industries, and this is only going to get worse until we get gender pay equity and fair wages for fair work, and work conditions to attract and retain our workers. We have to fight for fair minimum standards for workers in this nation, particularly those working in the gig economy as well, and those entering employment by labour hire companies are particularly at risk, and some increases in pay for these workers is urgently needed. I appreciate the collaborative approach taken by the Prime Minister during the Jobs and Skills Summit and the wonderful results of that Jobs and Skills Summit. One of the finest achievements thus far is the expansion of paid parental leave, which will be an enormous benefit not only to my family but to many of the families in Macarthur. As a paediatrician and a parent, I just applaud these changes and a sign of a new world coming in fairer pay for Australian workers. I thank Ms Stanley, the member for Werriwa, for this motion. I think it's very timely, and I think the rest of the parliament will follow her lead in advocating for gender pay equity across our community. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today to speak on the Jobs and Skills Bill. One of my greatest passions has always been just this topic, jobs and skills. The reason I am so passionate about these subjects is that, rightly or wrongly, people derive their self-worth from what they do. So when they do nothing, they feel like they are worth nothing, and they act accordingly. People getting into jobs not only changes their lives, it changes the lives of their entire communities. The data tells us that when unemployment rates go down, so do the crime rates, drug use rates and DV rates. When people get a job that they love, that's a whole other level. So I was pleased to see that this government was going to attempt to maintain the momentum created by the last coalition government in the jobs and training sectors. We saw the lowest unemployment rate in half a century obtained recently, and the benefit from the last government's policies and management will continue, I will say, until mid-next year. This is when the fruits, healthy or rotten, of the new government will be tasted. I'm pleased that this government has announced it will continue the 15,000 new places for aged care training that the Coalition announced in its last term, although I am concerned that they have announced that all funding will go to public providers only. The reason this concerns me is that private RTOs have been providing 70 to 80% of training across our vet sector, and according to the Independent Tertiary Education Council of Australia, or ITICA, 79% of women are trained through private RTOs. I'm absolutely for TAFE, but I am also a big fan of private RTOs. Competition is crucial in any industry, including the vet sector. People need options and flexibility when selecting who they do their training with. Whether their challenge be geographical or flexibility with time due to family or work commitments, they simply need more than 9 to 5, Monday to Friday providers. I would love to go a step further and see funding for all RTOs, private and public, tied to outcomes, which sadly I know is just a pipe dream. There is also an indication that this government may cut skills funding for apprentices. The last time Labor did this, the number of people in training fell by 111,000 between June 2012 and June 2013. We simply cannot afford this to happen again. In speaking with both employers, apprentices and group training organisations, the Coalition's apprentice wage subsidy program was a godsend, and they've encouraged employers who wouldn't have put on an apprentice normally to give one a go. This is great news for everyone, especially in such sectors as the residential building sector, where there is a massive shortage of tradies. This scheme resulted in record numbers of apprentices, and for the first time in our nation's history, we hit over 220,000 apprentices, and it would be a great pity if the scheme was not continued. It was also great to see that under the Coalition in the last term that women's employment rose by 41,000, and that we're able to reduce the gender pay gap by 4 percentage points from when we took over government from Labor in 2013. The NSC, or National Skills Commission, was another jewel on the Coalition government's crown, with this organisation identifying where the skill shortages actually were. After all, what is the point of training people for jobs that don't exist? Deputy Speaker, when I'm visiting businesses in my electorate of Longman, the number one complaint I get from employers is they simply cannot get workers to fill available jobs. Then I speak to constituents who are unemployed and they say they can't get a job. I was puzzled by this, so my team and I decided to run a job seeker expo. We invited job active providers, group training organisations, disability employment services, as well as employers who had actual jobs going on the day. I'm so pleased to say that I was out at one of the employers' Rockpool Aged Care on Saturday for their residents' art exhibition, and they excitedly shared with me that they employed 3 people that had attended the expo. That's 3 lives changed, and an employer who is able to continue to offer their elderly residents the standard of care and service they deserve. While we have the skills shortage, the Coalition, just before the last election, developed a policy to double the income credit for aged pensioners from $7,800 to $15,600 to engage those in our community who have retired and still would be willing to work but don't want to lose their pension. This government have increased the threshold to $11,800, which is still short of our policy to double it, but it's a start. I sincerely hope that any new initiatives and programs developed and implemented by this government achieve the outcomes that we as a society all crave, and that is lower unemployment and workers obtaining the skills they need to develop their dream career. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and may I thank the member for Werriwa for this motion. I'm really glad that we got to speak on it, because in the last sitting we weren't able to. I'm really glad that it's come up again. Whilst I don't usually point out the weaknesses of the previous government, because they're clear to all, 2 things are clear. They're in office for almost 10 years and the gender pay gap hardly moved. And notwithstanding that, it was a deliberate strategy of the former federal government, whether it be Abbott, Turnbull or Morrison, the member for Cook, to keep wages low. And what we have seen and what Australians have seen in the 6 months of our government under the Prime Minister, the member for Grayndler, Anthony Albanese, is turning that around and turning that around smartly. I want to talk about workforce a bit. According to the OECD, Australia is experiencing the 2nd most severe labour shortage in the developed world, and that's been exacerbated by COVID-19 and those 10 long years of policy neglect. As honourable members will know, Australian businesses are crying out for workers. The migrants who have made or want to make Australia home have been trapped mostly in this administrative limbo for years. It's no secret that the cost of living has always been higher in places like the one that I represent in Northern Australia. So in the regions generally in Australia, we pay a bit more. That's for a number of reasons, but it being difficult to attract workers is one of them, and an insufficient focus on training so that our Aussie kids and our kids, our territory kids, in my example, have the skills. So that's where the fee-free TAFE and the more federally funded university places come in. But I'll get to that in a minute. I continually speak with businesses and industry groups in my electorate about the challenges they're facing, and by far this is the biggest concern up in our neck of the woods, this worker shortage. The member for Gordon, the Skills and Training Minister, recently came to Darwin and we met with a broad cross-section of industry, and they all told him the same thing, that a lack of skilled workers, whether they be from overseas or us building our own, making our own, is adding to the increased cost of living, is affecting productivity, and it's acute. Now, unfortunately, the previous government left our migration system and education and training sectors in crisis. They did not support, when COVID hit, either groups. And now migrants, understandably, are choosing other nations ahead of Australia because they find that their systems are simpler, quicker and cheaper to navigate. And they didn't want to sit around waiting for years for us to decide whether we could use our skills or not. Just imagine the productivity and the growth that would have occurred if we had supported people to stay. Now, they moved on, and now we're a bit caught short. The migration system needs review, and that's what we're doing. Businesses are finding it exceedingly difficult to hire staff. The processing times for visas means they're waiting for much too long, months, many months, often years, for an application to be processed, and that's why we've put more staff into the processing of those applications. The feedback I've had from Hospitality NT and other industry stakeholders is that restaurants in Darwin and Palmerston in my electorate are finding it incredibly difficult to find chefs and floor staff, and sometimes they're having to close midweek. Or they're only opening a few nights a week, or having to close the kitchen early when they do open. So call out to any young Territorians and young Australians, come up to the north. If you want some work, we've got some work in our hospo industry. Some of our hospitality businesses are finding it so difficult because with less openings, less revenue, but of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, their leases and overhead costs, they aren't any lower, so it's a very difficult time for them. But the biggest thing that I think we've seen is our support of lower workers on low wages, and that's something I'm very proud of with our government.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the motion by the member for Werriwa concerning the skills shortage in the Australian workforce and the means to address them, and sadly the lingering and increased gender pay gap that really has not been the focus of government for too long. The Jobs and Skills Summit highlighted the importance of unlocking all the skills already in the country and developing more comprehensive workforce planning to address both the immediate labour market issues of skills shortages in some areas, but also the long-term plan. And I must say, in the time where I attended the Jobs and Skills Summit, I was surprised at how little talk there was, in fact, about education. That there was a lot on other issues, but not really, I would say, sufficient when it came to education. There was a lot of talk in terms of immigration, and in some areas we have high unemployment or underemployment in others, and we have a critical shortage of workers. And this is true in regions, but also in the cities. In my electorate of Warringah, businesses, especially in hospitality and retail, are crying out for workers, and unable to open full hours, having to reduce some of their hours of operation because they simply can't put on a full contingent of staff. And yet, in another electorate, in the city, Fowler, just on the other side of the city, there is over 10% unemployment. So we have to understand, why is that happening? We need to look at ways to bridge the barriers to relocating for work and the affordability of transport to better connect workers with the jobs available in different communities. Of course, this motion refers to the gender pay gap, and I welcome the movements by the government to increase the affordability of childcare and improve the ability of women to participate in the workforce. I also welcome the commitment to increase access to paid parental leave, although I would argue that 2026 for full implementation of this measure is simply too late and taking too long. We know that these measures will unlock skills and have a positive economic dividend, so I would ask why delay the implementation. This should be accelerated. There is further room for improvement, of course, in this space. We know that it is more often than not women who take time out for caring responsibilities. It's not always just about the childcare issue. It is actually caring for elderly parents, as we have an ageing population. And I have requested, and I'll be working with the Women's Economic Equality Committee on a proposal to ensure that there is better equity for men and women who take time out from their paid employment for caring roles, so that when they return to work, that there be some process of compensation essentially for that time, that income earning capacity lost, but also the superannuation lost, and that's through a system of income averaging, which I was familiar with from being a professional athlete, but it is a system we have in other professions. And I think it is a way in which we could start to recalibrate and a better value and provide some assistance to those taking that time out. Now, when we talk jobs and skills shortages, immigration is a very important lever for improving skills in Australia, and it was very much the focus of the Jobs and Skills Summit. But we have to remember, education is a huge export industry for Australia, but unfortunately many of those we educate here, they leave, they take their skills elsewhere. We need to find ways to keep those who are educated here with the skills we need in the country contributing to and building Australian businesses. We need a strong campaign to encourage the transitory workforce to return also. As we come into summer months, we need backpackers and students to come back in droves to work in our hospitality and tourism sectors. Businesses in Warringah and Manly in particular are still crying out for staff. But we need better long-term planning for a future workforce that not only addresses key labour market challenges of decarbonisation, ageing population, participation rates for women and First Nations people, and the digitisation. We need to coordinate all of this. We know young people will not have one job for life. We cannot even imagine the jobs of the future. So we need to implement an adaptive and dynamic process to ensure Australia thrives. So developing the skills required in advance of the Jobs and Skills Summit, 2/3 of Australia's top 50 economists said that education and skills was the top issue that needed to be addressed at the summit. The government needs to set the guidelines of what our industries are and provide the necessary incentives for investment to congregate around those skills research and development. I certainly welcomed recently the inclusion of additional professions when it came of fashions and textiles industry into apprenticeship programs, but we can and should do more.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to support the motion moved by Member for Werriwa. Thank you. I want to start by emphasising the importance of this issue raised in this motion, particularly wage growth, or lack of it, and the gender pay gap. Speaker, these issues that impact most Australians, and they are issues that were neglected by, and to the view of many, are caused by the former government. In the Hunter, people are going to work every day at the end of every week, realising that their pay buys them less than the week before, unfortunately. They aren't working less, their jobs isn't any easier, so why is their pay buying them less and less? This isn't a new issue, it's just more serious now than ever before. This is a real issue that impacts real people. Speaker, I take great pride in being part of the only government in the last decade to care about workers and their wages. And Speaker, I'm honoured to speak here today about our government's plan to address the gender pay gap. But at the same time, I'm disappointed that the previous government sat back and did nothing for a decade. We should not be here fixing the mess left by those who came before us, but nonetheless, here we are. And we've got straight on with the job. Speaker, we didn't waste any time in getting wages moving. In our first week, we made a submission to the annual wage review and argued that wages of low-paid workers shouldn't be going backwards. As a result, from this, we had a 5.2% increase to the national minimum wage and a 4.6% increase for all other award wages. Because we are a government who prioritises people, we helped to raise the wages of up to 2.7 million employees, making their life just a little bit easier, making the burden of an increasing cost of living just a little bit less. Speaker, it is a fact that women play an equally important role in our workforce as men, so it makes sense that the gender pay gap is addressed. It should not and cannot be ignored. On average, women earn $263.90 less than a male each week. There is no reason why this should be the case, and there is no reason why we can't fix it. That's why our government is taking steps to address this issue by making the gender equity an object of the Fair Work Act and strengthening the Fair Work Commission's ability to order pay increases for workers in low-paid, female-dominated industries. Speaker, it must be embarrassing for those opposite to know that our government has achieved more for workers, and specifically women, in the country in only 6 months than they did in nearly a decade. Yet still, there will be some who rise today to tell us that the issues we're addressing are the fault of our government, while at the same time overlooking and disregarding their decade of incompetence and warped priorities that led us to the current decisions. The fact that they continue to stand in this place and have the audacity to tell us that the economic issues facing this country just popped in over the last 6 months shows how petty and politically minded they are. I would need a magnifying glass to find some logic in the arguments of those opposite, and even still, I doubt I would find any. All I would find is self-interest and blame shifting. They are here for political point scoring, Speaker, but our government is here for all of Australians, making sure that no one is held back and no one gets left behind. And I'm here standing up for the hunter. I'm making sure that women in my electorate get the pay they deserve, equal to their male colleagues, and I'm fighting to make sure that when the lives of people in the hunter become more expensive, their wages rise to help them afford the things they need just to get by in life. Once again, I thank you, Member for Werriwa, for getting this going, and very good work. Thank you.
I thank the member for Hunter. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturr.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And rising to speak on this motion, the first thing I'd say is that it's really important in the social compact that we have in this country that there is a share in the growth of our wealth between profit and wages. So it's very important that if the economy is growing, investors and their capital get a fair return, and equally as the economy is growing, that wages are increasing in real terms. And the devastating reality right now is that wages are going backwards at the worst rate they have this millennium, effectively, with inflation at 7.3% and the latest wage growth figure of 3.1%. We've never seen wages going backwards as much as they are right now. And what's worse, the budget that Labor handed down a few weeks ago says inflation is going to increase to 8%. So unless wage growth is dramatically growing from its current 3.1%, then in real terms workers will be going backwards under Labor by something to the tune of about 5%, which is absolutely devastating for them, and it's an urgent crisis that needs to be addressed. And frankly, it shouldn't be addressed by increasing wages to 8%. We have to get inflation down from 8%, because if wages are outstripping inflation at that rate, then we will have the terrible circumstances that we have seen before, particularly in the 1970s, which is why it's so regrettable that in the spectre of that horrendous impact on some of the most vulnerable, lowest income earning people in our economy, that we have a government that wants to take the industrial relations system back to the era that destroyed their wages in that way by having inflation and wages chase each other into the double digits. So it's a frightening time for Australian workers with that prospect looking them straight down the barrel. And we, of course, in the opposition are desperately hoping that some sense will be seen at the risk of what that'll mean to working people in this country if we take the industrial relations system back to the 1970s. And people like Paul Keating know this all too well, and he, of course, would be privately, maybe not so privately, at times despairing at the attitude in the government to effectively take us back to a situation where instead of having an enterprise bargaining apparatus that he established, it was working very, very well. We have the Gillard-Rudd system that was put in place that effectively destroyed enterprise bargaining, and we know that from the data and statistics. And that industrial relations apparatus that Labor themselves put in place is the one they're now criticising and attacking and saying has led to a decade or 12 years. In fact, it would be the Fair Work Act was legislated in 2009, 13 years. 13 years of the Fair Work Act. I don't mind accepting that it hasn't been successful. It was Labor's concoction. But the solution that they're proposing, I think, will the medicine will be even worse than the shortcomings of the system that they put in place. And if they have in fact failed, and if the Fair Work Act of the Gillard-Rudd era has been a failure, what we should be doing is improving it. But what is being proposed is nothing like that whatsoever. And we have a situation now where almost everyone except for the government, and we have a large crossbench in the parliament, so at times they can be an interesting barometer, and there's very slim support from the crossbench. The Greens are on board. I mean, that says it all. The Greens are on board. So you've got the Greens and the Labor Party. Whenever the Greens are in favour of something, be very, very wary. Be very, very wary. And there are some in the Labor Party that used to know to be very wary when the Greens are liking what you're looking to do. But when people like Paul Keating, who designed a modern system that we should be returning to, we should be improving the boot test and improving the ability at the enterprise level to negotiate agreements and have productivity at the core of that, business productivity that is shared between profit and wage growth. That's the kind of system that we could be embarking on to fix all the problems in the Gillard-Rudd workplace relations system that we currently operate under. But that is not what's being proposed, regrettably. And as inflation is heading towards 8% and wages growth is at 3.1%, so as wages are under Labor deteriorating in real terms by about 5%, now is the time to very seriously reconsider where you're heading, focus on getting inflation down, focus on real wage growth driven at the enterprise level between businesses and employers.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to make a contribution to this debate in support of the motion moved by my colleague, the member for Wirrawar. I'd like to thank the member for Wirrawar for moving this motion. It is important to speak about the economic circumstances that the Albanese Labor government inherited when it took office, particularly concerning the state of the labour market and wages, the gender wage cap, and the efforts that government has undertaken to get things back on track in the advent of the Jobs and Skills Summit, such as the Fair Work Amendment, Secure Jobs, Better Pay Bill and the establishment of Jobs and Skills Australia. Acting Deputy Speaker, when the Albanese Labor government took office, it inherited what can only be diplomatically described as a mixed economic bag, especially when our gaze turns toward the labour market and to wages, real wages. On one hand, we have an unemployment rate of 3.4%, a tight labour market, but if you look beyond the headline figure and dig a little bit deeper, you'll see a much different story. The story you'll see when paired with the wage price index alongside the consumer price index is that real wages are going backwards. How could it be that unemployment be so low? Employers are crying out for vacancies to be filled, yet wages are still stagnant. Now we have identified some key ingredients that were baked into our economy by those opposite. When I hear rhetoric from the other side of the chamber talking about what a strong set of economic fundamentals were left to the Albanese Labor government by those opposite, I'll call a spade and call that nothing but economic gaslighting. Those opposite likely refer to this flaw as a design feature, depending on the audience they have at the time. Coupled with stagnating wages and going backward on real terms, we also have gender pay gap that is sitting at 14.1%. From the latest figures across all industries, women are earning $263 less than men every week, and it adds up, particularly when it comes to someone's ability to save, pay down debt and, most importantly, their superannuation. We have heard as part of this debate that it has sat stubbornly between 14% and 19% for 20 years, a problem of governments of both persuasions, and it's the Albanese Labor government that feels persuaded to tackle this problem head-on. I vividly remember the final leaders' debate during the election campaign, Acting Deputy Speaker. As a candidate at the time, I was watching intently. It was a watershed moment, especially to those out there in the community who feel there is really no difference between the two major parties of government. What you had was our Prime Minister, who was up against the former Prime Minister, the former Minister for most things, as we discovered later, the member for Cook. During that debate, our Prime Minister was asked if he backed an increase to the minimum wage. In line with inflation, the answer was simple, yes. This was met with derision from the member for Cook and sections of the media. Within days of the dust settling from the election, the government stood up for the lowest paid workers and made a submission to the annual wage review, bringing about a win for workers that needed it the most. Acting Deputy Speaker, low wages won't just fix themselves when the system is stacked against workers. Lastly, I'd like to touch on another part of the member for Werriwa's motion concerning the Jobs and Skills Summit, which was held in early September this year. The summit was something our country sorely needed in order to hit the reset button on some of the factory settings that are holding us all back. In the lead up to the summit, I held a roundtable in my electorate of Spence, and I know many others in this place did the same. Many of the key findings at the end relate to getting wages moving. Other findings involved the need to expand educational opportunities. This is why I'm extremely pleased to see the Albanese Labor government sign a skills agreement with the South Australian Malinowska Labor government as the first cab off the rank. The agreement will see around 12,500 fee-free TAFE and vocational education places open up in 2023. Many of these places involving industries of high need, such as the care, hospitality, agriculture sectors, to name a few. But as we know, we can upskill people into these industries, but we also need to make joining these industries a worthy endeavour. And having a government that is committed to increasing wages, improving industrial relations settings and boosting conditions, particularly to highly feminised industries and to some of our lowest paid, goes a long way to unwinding the industrial malaise of the previous government. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 7 relating to digital services in the name of the member for Casey.
And
I call the member for Casey.
I move the motion relating to digital services in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper.
The member may proceed.
Given our modern way of living is now synonymous with the use of technology to manage our lives, it is no wonder the Optus and Medibank data breaches have alarm bells ringing. It's such sensitive personal information, including Medicare numbers and Centrelink CRNs, information used by Services Australia. Minister Shorten must uphold his responsibilities and make sure this data is secure, protecting all Australians' privacy. Surely the time is now for the government to prioritise, as a matter of urgency, the continued development of the digital identity system. A digital identity, once set up, means we can interact with government services online, any time of day or night, in the most secure way. It can be used for both personal and business matters. Last financial year alone, there were 1.2 billion online transactions through Services Australia. We know that many Australians are now transacting with the government services through digital channels. By December last year, more than 6 million Australians were using a MyGov ID, which is managed by the ATO and subject to the highest levels of identity security. It's convenient and it allows us to access more than 75 digital services. We can do our taxes, apply our safety net payments like JobSeeker and Youth Allowance, access our immunisation records and certificates, and track payments and claims. The Coalition supports the user-led audit into MyGov. This review, announced prior to the data breaches, needs to take a very serious look into what improvements can be made to Services Australia's cyber protection. If the government is serious about the review, it must also provide the necessary funding to implement its findings. There is no doubt the COVID pandemic has permanently changed many aspects of our lives. We are unlikely to trade in the convenience of digital channels to rejoin the long queue at a Service Australia office. Not only has the government failed to explain its plan, if it has one at all, to keep up with Australia's expectations and improve the user experience when navigating these vital digital channels, but shamefully, the 2022-23 budget contained no initiatives to further improve citizens' digital experiences. By removing staff cappings and cutting external labour, the government has drastically increased the number of public servants to be employed by Services Australia. Without any indication, this will create better customer outcomes. Despite this, no new money has been provided to allow new IT systems that could simplify and make transactions with the government agencies more efficient and user-friendly. The former Coalition government instinctively understood the need to modernise government services through a digital transformation. In 2015, the Coalition commenced the development of the Digital Identity System through the Digital Transformation Agency, which was strategically placed under the guardianship of the Minister responsible for government services. The Coalition government completed significant groundwork in formulating a system to establish trusted identity providers. In a manner similar to the MyGov ID, a person would be able to use an identity provider to verify who they are through electronic checks against secure government records held by the likes of the ATO, the Australian Passport Office, state government licence systems, and with face identification taken by your smartphone. Now, your personal information is only stored once by a trusted identity provider, which is subjected to the strictest requirements to maintain security. This new system would allow banks and other third-party companies, like the telcos, to identify an individual without the need to store sensitive and private information, which, as we know, can fall into the hands of criminals. It is now time for the government to expedite a digital identity system and give Australians the option to access a secure identification system they can use with confidence. Now more than ever, our privacy and safety depends on it.
I thank the member for Casey. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak about how the Labor government is modernising service delivery through digital transformation. This service delivery, particularly by Services Australia, has been crucial to many Australians over the past 3 years, through the pandemic and through natural disasters, which sadly are continuing today as we speak. In the budget, I was pleased to see that after years of cuts, that Labor will bolster Services Australia's staffing numbers to better deliver emergency support in the wake of increasing natural disasters, including the recent floods through Eastern Australia. Services Australia staff were also crucial through the pandemic, where we saw thousands of workers who suddenly lost their job and were forced to line up in long queues for hours outside Centrelink offices for financial support, including the Centrelink in my electorate in Braddon, the only Centrelink in my electorate which the previous government closed. And the way that my constituents found out that that Centrelink office was being closed was when An ad for the office space just happened to actually pop up on my Facebook page, and we noticed it and we said, isn't that the Centrelink? And we wrote to the Minister, and indeed it was the Centrelink, and they were going to close the Centrelink, and that was the only way that people found out. But anyway, Services Australia staff have been crucial through the last few difficult years. And, you know, we have the public service to thank for working very hard through those tough years to make the policy and to deliver the services to make sure that Australians had the support they needed. Whether Services Australia staff work in contact centres, in service centres or out in the community, a number of digital tools are making their job easier, and we are aspiring for a future where customers benefit from a simplified digital service experience. As an example, our health delivery modernisation program is focused on transforming health experiences and outcomes for health consumers, healthcare providers, government and staff. Services Australia is actively engaging with these groups to provide insights that will inform the design and construction of new digital products and services into the future. Over recent years, intelligent tools, including voice biometrics and digital assistance and push notifications, have helped users to complete more actions digitally, connecting them with staff when they need them most. We're also working to improve digital wallets, modernising our correspondence and looking for more personalised and simple ways that Services Australia can assist customers. Our government is also committed to audit MyGov. The MyGov user audit and enhanced MyGov and other related digital initiatives that our government have committed to will help to improve user digital experience to access government services and payments. We are delivering on our election promise to audit MyGov and expect the report by the end of the year. This audit will clear up the Morrison government's legacy of confusion and fragmentation in digital service delivery, where they created MyGov ID, a completely different facility to MyGov that was confusing for users. The audit will chart a path from this confusion into a world-class service. MyGov supports more than 25 million active and linked accounts, with more than 80% of these customers having signed into MyGov once in the last 12 months. And it averages more than 1.1 million sign-ins per day. So it's critical that it's working well and user-friendly. The Enhanced MyGov program is focused on delivering a range of tangible improvements to create a more connected, intuitive and personalised digital experience for customers. New functions will create a simpler digital experience. A MyGov app will deliver a more modern, connected and seamless MyGov experience. A customisable dashboard with information about upcoming payments and tasks will be provided, and a more secure environment that protects customer information and privacy. These improvements will rely on a range of new underlying capabilities, which expand significantly on the traditional capability of MyGov. We are moving from the traditional role to providing a single sign-on for government services such as Centrelink, Medicare, ATO and NDIA, and inbox to receive electronic mail from member services, and a Tell Us Once service, which allows users to share updates to their name, address and contact details through to other member services.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the member for Casey for moving this important motion. He brings to this place significant experience in the digital economy and a great passion for using digital platforms to better serve customers. And it's that mindset which the Liberal and National parties bring as we think about the way that citizens ought to be served. We want to see a customer service mentality using digital technology, just as we've seen in New South Wales, where a coalition government has done an extraordinary job in delivering improved services to citizens through Service New South Wales and through the delivery of digital products and services such as the digital driver's licence, and many others have been very warmly received. And of course the Minister there, Victor Dominello, has done quite a remarkable job. Now, by contrast, the Albanese Labor government has no plan and no enthusiasm for improving the experience of Australians using digital channels to access government services and payments. The budget did not contain a single new initiative designed to improve citizens' digital experience. That is despite the fact that citizens are overwhelmingly showing that they value engaging digitally, and in fact, in the last financial year alone, 1.2 billion online transactions. That is Australians saying how they want to deal with government. But the way the Albanese Labor government has responded to this is underwhelming, to say the least. We've seen the Digital Transformation Agency having been put now deep into the bowels of the Department of Finance, and already we're seeing a stultifying level of activity. In an underwhelming speech at the Institute of Public Administration on 13 October, Minister Gallagher, who's got responsibility for the public service, mentioned digital just once. This government seems to be more interested in looking backwards. We hear a lot about the number of additional people that the government wants to employ within Services Australia, but we don't hear anything about the way that these new employees will be supported with digital tools, and we don't hear about a focus on the customer. Now, that may well be because if you're a public servant who works for Services Australia, you can contribute to union delegateship numbers, and that's something that the Labor Party gets very enthusiastic about when it comes to serving customers. That's not really in the life's experience, frankly, of most Labor Party parliamentarians. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the facts are clear in terms of how Australians want to engage with government. I've quoted some numbers already, but if we look at what's happened between 2019 and 2021, 2019 on average around 571,000 people were accessing MyGov every day. By October 2021, this had risen to almost 2 million, and a record in a single day of 4.2 million. So on this side of the House, we look with some pride at the work that we were able to do to drive the take-up of digital engagement, to use tools which responded to the way that citizens want to engage with their government. And what we would like to see is the current government moving rapidly to build on that track record. Now, one thing they could do is continue to roll out the digital identity system. Now, we've done a lot of work on that over the last few years. This is effectively a portable, reusable digital ID card. You can think about it in those terms. Now, one of the great benefits that this offers is that if it becomes possible for this to be used by private sector businesses and indeed in engaging with state government departments, as it is now possible for citizens to use it in dealing with federal government departments, then that allows people to verify their identity without needing to provide volumes of personal identification documents. If I'm renting a car from Hertz, Hertz needs to know that I've got a driver's licence and that I haven't racked up so many demerit points that the licence is no longer valid, but they don't need to actually know the number. They don't need to keep that on file if they can have their system engage with the Service New South Wales system to validate that fact and simply have that certification come back. Now, the work that's been done in developing MyGov ID is just one example of the commitment that we had in government to use the capacity of digital technology to allow citizens to be served more efficiently, to engage with government more efficiently, more quickly, and there is huge potential to do more of this. We're lagging along, the current government is lagging behind in terms of its enthusiasm for that. Let's see some more enthusiasm from the current minister rather than his squalid experience of political payback, which seems to be his main priority at the moment.
And I call the member for Fraser.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. Can I begin by saying that I find this to be a very audacious motion. And when I say audacious, let me be clear, what I mean is completely lacking in any credibility. And it's another example, and there are so many in this chamber and the main chamber, of those opposite coming to this place and complaining about the state of affairs that we see, forgetting, it seems, that they were in government for a decade and achieved so little. Those opposite come in claiming that the last budget didn't do enough, the last budget didn't lead to digital nirvana. We were so measured, we achieved so much. it really is a group of people who, after an election loss, doesn't seem to be good enough at, or doesn't seem to have mastered the skills of introspection. It would take, I think they could do with just a little bit of looking back at their track record in this area and so many others with a little bit more brutal honesty. It would actually do them a little bit of good. Yeah, but let's look at Services Australia. I can speak about the impact of Services Australia on real people in a real-world situation in my electorate. The suburb of Maribyrnong and a number of surrounding suburbs experienced terrible floods in recent months. Dozens of homes were inundated. More than 100 people were left homeless, and hundreds of people were severely impacted. The day after the flood, many streets were still impassable due to deep mud, which was being cleaned up by the council and other agencies. There was furniture piled up in front of every home, and this was the case for street after street. It looked like a war zone. And when I went door knocking in that area, the day after those streets were opened, I was working with people to access their emergency payments on the Services Australia portal. And what I found was that it worked well. It was very user-friendly. And in fact, what this government had done was two things. Firstly, it had done a remarkable job, I think, of giving access to people to their emergency services payments very rapidly. All they had to do was to answer a few simple questions on their phone, and they had their payment within 15 to 30 minutes. It was the payment system at its best. It was a very user-friendly IT system working. Now, it wasn't completely without any difficulties, and that's why it was critically important that Services Australia had people in the Community Response Centre just up the hill. 2 people there for all business hours and often beyond business hours, helping people navigate that system. So Services Australia was operating in a way that was using the digital interface. It provided people to help households who were facing very difficult circumstances direct interpersonal help to complement that if needed. Contrast that with the previous government. We hear that they were so measured and strategic and achieved so much. Look at what happened to the people in Lismore when days and days and days after the floods, people were still wondering, where's the army? Days and days and days after the floods, they weren't getting their emergency payments. In the Maribyrnong floods, which were the major floods in my electorate, within 24 hours of the first disaster relief payments being activated, 658 claims had been paid. So this was the digital payment system being used. It was speedy, it was timely, it was reliable, it was user-friendly. So there's that. This government has actually operationalised Services Australia in a way that has helped people in the most difficult of circumstances, and for those opposite to come here after their performance in the previous term is quite bewildering. But this government also has a longer-term plan. As the previous speaker on this side indicated, this government is delivering on election promises by delivering a strategic plan. A report to the government will be delivered which provides an audit on MyGov ID, a system which the previous government had partially implemented, but far from being so strategic, far from being so well delivered, was something which was actually very fragmented in practice. So this government is delivering on its election commitment to better deliver that system. We are in the process of delivering a framework. It is absolutely critical to get these kinds of systems right. You can't rush them. We are setting out a process where we are going to be able to use the best practice digital technology in a range of areas. Again, as the previous speaker indicated, health biometrics, digital wallets, but you have to do it correctly. Services Australia is the direct interface for many people. It is critical that it is timely, user-friendly and trustworthy, and this government is investing the resources and will get it right.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of this excellent and timely motion moved by my good friend, the member for Casey. Of course, we find ourselves in a rapidly deteriorating cybersecurity environment for which we are ill-prepared, and in many respects we lag other nations. This is an environment made more hazardous by escalating global tensions and amid increasingly sophisticated criminal enterprises. which expose Australians, Australian businesses and Australian institutions to rampant identity theft, online scams, blackmail and fraud, as we've seen over recent months. No one is immune from the consequences of these crimes, which in some cases have been shown to be state-sponsored and continue to grow at an exponential rate. Over recent years, Australians have been the target of ruthless cyber criminals and fraudsters, once inside our networks and firewalls, which in some cases may not be overly difficult, as we've unfortunately discovered. There is a rich seam of wealth, information and identity to mine, and mine it, of course, they do. In the past financial year alone, some $1.2 billion in online transactions took place between Australians and Commonwealth agencies. But this is, of course, just the tip of the iceberg when you compare it to the many billions of dollars in private sector transactions which take place over the course of the year across the whole of this country, which in many cases are even further exposed. And in just the last few weeks, of course, we've seen cyber attacks which resulted in the theft of massive amounts of personal data from Optus and Medibank. And of course, I wouldn't be alone in saying that many of my constituents have been affected by these issues and have raised these issues with me, as I'm sure they have with all the other members in the chamber here. The Optus and Medibank breaches have highlighted a compelling need for a national digital identity system. The digital identity system initiated by the coalition government in 2015 is a safe, secure and convenient way for Australians to prove who they are online each time they access government services. And what a fantastic improvement in the online government services we saw over the course of the 9 years of the previous coalition government. The system is entirely voluntary and is controlled by the individual. The Coalition's digital identity system today provides safe, secure and convenient access to government services online for more than 6 million Australians via the MyGov ID provider platform. And I'm sure many of the members here have just filled out their tax returns and just had their assessments back and, of course, know how easy it is to utilise that system. In late 2021, the Coalition, after significant consultation, circulated an exposure draft to extend the number of digital identity system providers beyond the 80-odd services offered by the Commonwealth. Extending the digital identity system to state, territory and private sector services is now a national and personal data security issue of the highest order. The extension was to include various state and territory agencies and private sector businesses, allowing them to verify a person's identity and remove the need to collect and hold vast swathes of personal information themselves. And don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting that if the Coalition had been returned that the identity system would be up and running, and to such extent that personal data issues that we've seen exposed by the recent Optus and Medibank matters would not have been compromised. But what I am saying quite clearly is that we would be in a far stronger position on this issue under a coalition government. Aside from firing off the odd dissenting criticism in the 2020 Senate committee report, Labor have largely been silent on the issue of digital identity. Labor failed to announce any position on a digital identity system either before the election or after the election. Labor's dereliction of duty on this issue is starkly evident in their recent budget, which failed to reference so much as a single new initiative to boost the performance or security of digital services that many Australians rely on. Labor's budget provides plenty more public servants but fails to fund the necessary digital capability that secure and reliable government services in this third decade of the 21st century will require. The Minister has finally acknowledged the urgency of the problem and has pulled state and territory digital ministers together for a blatantly beefed-up digital identity system, effectively picking up right where the Coalition left off before the election. I strongly encourage the Albanese government to show they care about the personal information of millions of Australians by taking action on this front, and I call upon them to urgently extend the system by introducing the Coalition's Trusted Digital Identity Bill. And I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion put by the member for Casey. A very important motion, and I acknowledge the member for Casey's experience in the technology sector, which is experience that will be very valuable during his time in Parliament. And this is a very important topic. The tech sector is absolutely critical. The tech sector is the 7th largest employer in the Australian economy, employing 1 in 16 working Australians. That's nearly 860,000 Australian people working in the tech sector. As the Tech Council has said before, there are now more software and application programmers in Australia than there are plumbers, hairdressers or secondary school teachers. The tech sector has come of age, and the government's role in supporting the tech sector is very important. The tech sector doesn't just create opportunities within the tech sector, not just for government, it creates opportunities right across the economy. In my business, we use technology as a critical ingredient in our success and efficiency. Technology improved our hiring, our invoicing, our accounting, our human resources, our marketing. New digital tools did help us engage with government, improving our efficiency, saving us time, saving us money. And the tech sector will continue to grow into the future, and the government's role in supporting the tech sector's growth is absolutely critical. But unfortunately, we have had a wasted decade in the tech sector, and that is the great irony of this motion. Today, after 10 years of coalition government, Australia ranks 36th out of 38 nations in the OECD for our ICT trade balance. When the Productivity Commission looked at Australia's digital performance this year, they released an interim report with the following observation. This is the Productivity Commission. While we do well compared to other developed nations on some foundational aspects of technology and data use, such as internet connections and data volumes, we're falling behind on some of the more advanced indicators. The Productivity Commission goes on to say that Australia's internet speeds are relatively low, business use of data-driven technologies such as AI and analytics trails uptake in other countries. As a report card on Australia's digital economy and the performance of the coalition government over the last 10 years, the Productivity Commission report makes damning reading. It points out that Australia is 26th in the use of data analytics and artificial intelligence. It points out that 26% of Australian businesses have identified a digital skills gap, and it points out the weak levels of cybersecurity that Australia was left with after 10 years of coalition government. And of course, the most egregious act of the previous government was their performance on the NBN. And we had the member for Bradfield in the chamber just a moment ago, giving us chapter and verse on the performance of his government in delivering digital technologies, but he slightly omitted to reference his own record on the NBN. This was a Minister for Communications that took a fibre network, a network that was going to deliver a future-proof solution for the Australian economy, and changed it to that world-beating, future-focused technology of copper. And the reason that they said they were going to do that, the reason why they took a network that was going to be future-proof, low-cost fibre to all Australians and replaced it with copper, was that it was going to be much cheaper. They announced it was going to cost $29 billion. Unfortunately, they then had to announce that it wasn't going to cost $29 billion, it was going to cost $41 billion. And then they had to announce it was going to cost $49 billion. And then finally they had to admit it was going to cost $58 billion. Twice as much as they originally planned to build an inferior NBN network in this country. So for all of their protestations about the importance of the digital economy, the importance of government leading in the digital sphere, they delivered a second-rate NBN to Australia. All of Australia's industries, all of Australia's consumers. And in my electorate of Parramatta, businesses are still suffering from the low quality of the NBN created by the previous government. High cost, low quality, a tragedy for Australia's digital sector. The truth is that after 10 years of Liberal government, despite many great technology businesses in Australia, those businesses have succeeded despite, not because of, the Liberal government. And Australia's progress in the digital economy has been held back by poor leadership, poor decisions in the delivery of the NBN and poor decisions across the digital economy. Let's remember, this was the government that delivered us the census fail. They couldn't even ask Australians where they lived, let alone give them leadership on the digital economy.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 8. Motion to be moved by the member for Patterson on behalf of the member for Jaga Jaga.
I call the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move notice number 8, private members' business, on behalf of the member for Jaga Jaga.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted. Thank you. I would like to move that this House, 1, welcomes the recent increase in pensions following the largest indexation increase in 12 years. Notes that in a time of cost of living pressures, this increase is a welcome support for pensioners across Australia. Commends the commitment of the government to support older Australians who have worked hard all their lives and built this country, and acknowledges that it was the previous Labor government that commissioned a review into pension payments and ultimately adopted the recommendation to upgrade indexation requirements to support greater pension increases. And I want to commend the member for Jaga Jaga for bringing on this motion. It really does need to be recognised that this pension increase has happened. And it has happened at a time when lots of things are going up. And that is, of course, something that this government is working very hard to provide support for all of those members in our community who need support at this time. But just harking back a little longer than 12 years ago, I think it was 1909, when the very first pension payment was actually made. And interestingly, it was a Labor government who oversaw the commencement of what was then referred to as the old age pension, indeed in 1909. So if we fast forward over that 100 or so years, the pension has been around now for a long time, but we haven't always been good at indexing it the way it should have been done, and I am so pleased that this government has finally stepped up to that task. Pension rates increased by $38.90 a fortnight for singles and $58.80 a fortnight for couples combined. And the Albanese government is proud to continue, as I mentioned just a moment ago, this very long-held tradition of support for older Australians. We acknowledge that they work hard all their lives, they pay their taxes, and then they continue to make a contribution to our economy and our society. And it's rather interesting. The member for Parramatta has just left the chamber, but I was here with him for the Jobs Summit, and we were having a conversation about older Australians, and these days how 50 is the new 40 and 60 is the new 50. People do seem to be just staying younger and vibrant much longer, thanks to, in part, medical technology, I suppose, but also we've gotten now more, at our disposal in terms of health and nutrition and exercise research, and we know how to look after ourselves, perhaps a little better than they did in 1909, the miracle of modern medical technology. However, I made a comment to the member for Parramatta on that day of the Jobs Summit that older Australians make fantastic employees, and at a time when we are struggling to fill skills shortages and gaps, how it would be wonderful if we could incentivise more older Australians to be able to work. And that's why I'm particularly proud that, in fact, that very afternoon the Treasurer made an announcement. So the member for Parramatta and I were having a bit of a joke where he said, you speak it and it's so. But quite coincidentally, that announcement was made that older Australians on a pension would be able to increase their income earning capacity. And I think that that's just such a fantastic thing. Older Australians not only bring a wealth of experience when it comes to work, but I think often what they bring is a perspective. They have had all of that, not only all of that work experience, but more broadly life experience. So that's why I was delighted to see that pensioners could in fact earn more money under our government, and I'm very particularly proud of that. In fact, in addition to the indexation and my support for this motion and recognising the recent indexation and increases to government pensions, our country, we know it's been built by the hard work of older Australians, and I particularly want to acknowledge the 21,000 aged pensioners that I have in my seat of Paterson. It's such a great contribution that they have made. Thanks, Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? Call the member for Boothby. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I join the member for Paterson in welcoming the recent increase in the pension. However, given that this coincides with some of the biggest cost of living increases in decades, the increase is negligible, and pensioners in my Northern Tasmanian electorate of Bass are feeling the pinch. So the self-congratulations seems a bit premature. Whether at the supermarket, petrol station or turning on the heater, and in Tasmania we're running our heaters well into December, there's a shock no matter where you turn, and for anyone on a fixed income, the challenges are increasing daily. For many on pensions, whether it be age, disability or carer, they're also faced with a sharp increase in rental prices. Rental prices have increased from around 5 to almost 8% across the Northern Tasmanian region, including in areas as far out as Scottsdale, which has seen rental prices increase by an average of 7.2%, and Georgetown, where I live, which has seen an increase of 5.9%. These are typically areas where people may choose to live due to lower cost of living, but with rental increases and significantly higher fuel costs, they're left stuck in a situation where it's becoming increasingly difficult to meet the costs of everyday essentials. When the budget was handed down last month, the first message I received was from a constituent asking me if they were missing something, as they just couldn't see what measures were put in place to assist them through an increasingly difficult financial period. I've also received correspondence from aged care pensioners who are feeling despondent over the battle that they're facing with rental increases and juggling chronic illness. I've said time and time again that governments, particularly in times of crisis, need to respond to situations as they evolve. I think all sides of politics have the best intentions, but I think that the current government have missed the mark when looking at the response to the current cost of living crisis facing so many Australians, particularly pensioners, and it's what I'm hearing over and over again when I'm out in the community. I do want to acknowledge that there's a changing economic situation that we're facing, and that governments have to, of course, weigh a number of factors when it comes to expenditure. But for all the posturing, particularly during the 2022 federal election, there is a failure to deliver solid assistance where it's needed most. Next year will be a particularly difficult one for many, with electricity bills expected to soar 20% and a further 30% next financial year. And while some can absorb the costs by making adjustments here and there, for many they have legitimate concerns about how they're going to meet increased costs when there's already very little wriggle room. Christmas is just around the corner, and by then Treasury is tipping annual inflation at 7.75%. The Launceston City Mission has stated that demands for services is at its highest in a decade, acknowledging that inflation and a tough rental market is putting a strain on the budget of those seeking its services. One Tasmanian pensioner, Suzanne, told local ABC that to make ends meet she's begun to ration her food and limits leaving her home. We now only go out when we absolutely have to because of the petrol prices, and if we have to go out, we make sure we do more than one thing, she said. We don't put our heating on until 4 or 5 o'clock, so the house is quite cold all day, and you go to bed early because you can't afford the heating. I'm anxious, depressed, worried. It's not the life that I planned. I just never expected at this time in my life that I'd be living like this. I used to buy salmon every so often, and now I don't do that. There's no special treats anymore because you can't do that. Everything you buy you have to be really careful with, and you have to ration it. Earlier this year, Tasmanian Labor made a lot of noise about the cost of living crisis facing pensioners, with Shane Broad MP saying, with pensioners spending more on transport and housing, the pressures they face are causing enormous hardship. When the age pension is already barely enough to live on, the ever-rising cost of basic necessities means making ends meet is a daily challenge for some of our most vulnerable people. I certainly hope that Tasmanian Labor members are considering the impact their own federal government can have in addressing some of these immediate and painful cost of living challenges. They have been suspiciously quiet on this front, but I hope that they will find their voices soon. Governments, of course, cannot be all things to all people at all times, but our communities do expect their representatives to step up in a time of need, and I will continue to advocate to the government to help our most vulnerable. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I am proud to be part of the team working to make life easier and more affordable for those living on the pension. My electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast has the second highest number of age pensioners in Australia. Almost 28,000 local people are receiving this payment every single week. That is huge. And that is just the age pension. In fact, if you were to calculate each government payment being received across Gilmore, it totals more than 156,000. While some people may be receiving more than one payment, this is still a hugely significant number. So it is no surprise that I'm truly passionate about this topic. The Albanese government is the first government in more than a decade to take serious action to support those receiving government pensions. In September, our government oversaw the largest indexation increase to government payments in more than a decade for pensioners and in more than 30 years for the allowances that so many people rely on. This pay rise saw pension rates rise by $38.90 a fortnight for singles and $58.80 a fortnight for couples combined. It has also seen those receiving the JobSeeker payment receive an extra $25.70 a fortnight. I know what a difference this will make in the lives of local people. When we have a housing crisis growing out of control, and every day I have people contacting my office telling me they can't afford their rent, an increase in the rent support payment is going to make a difference. When more and more people are struggling to afford their medicines, bringing the price down by more than 29% and increasing the threshold for the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card will give 50,000 more self-funded retirees access to cheaper medicines and medical care. This is real action to address the rising cost of living for the more vulnerable people in our community, and it is great news for our community. Deputy Speaker, before the Jobs and Skills Summit in September, I conducted a survey across my community to ensure that local people could have their voices heard. Traditionally, the South Coast has been an area of high unemployment, but like most places right now, we have worker shortages across a range of key industries. There are many outcomes of the Jobs and Skills Summit that I like to say have come about because of the input of local people in Gilmore. But probably the most influential were comments about supporting older Australians to work. With almost 28,000 aged pensioners, it is little wonder this is a big concern for many people. I recently met with Michael. He is a retired teacher who wants to return to work to supplement his pension and help him maintain a suitable standard of living. We are in dire need of teachers across the country, but people like Michael have been disincentivised to return to work. Michael is not alone. In my Jobs and Skills Summit survey, people like Sandra suggested we incentivise older Australians to work more hours per week without impacting their pension. Ian said we need to encourage older Australians back into the workforce. Ian's wife is on the disability support pension, and when he works, her pension is reduced by 25 cents in the dollar, reducing her independence. Felicity told me we have an untapped resource in employment of the pension-aged members of our community. She said many have skills, capacity and desire to work in retail, hospitality, but a major disincentive is the loss of benefits applicable should they work more than very minimal hours per week. With many of our businesses unable to operate for full opening hours or days and a significant older population in this region, surely this is a potential solution, she said. Felicity, Ian and Sandra were among many who made this suggestion, so I wrote to the Minister and the Government agreed. We have introduced legislation to strengthen incentives for aged pensioners to work. If this passes from 1 December, pensioners over aged pension age will benefit from an immediate $4,000 increase in the maximum work bonus income bank balance, which they can access until the end of December 2023. This will mean that pensioners will be financially better off if they work, helping to address labour shortages and helping to support pensioners. Thank you to everyone who continues to make suggestions about how we can better support older Australians in our community. We are doing so much to support our pensioners, and I will keep working every day to make sure that you get a better deal under an Albanese government.
Thank you. Member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you've been around a while like I have, and these issues have been before us for quite a while. You haven't been quite as long as I have, but you have been. You are an experienced member of this House, and I appreciate that you're in the chair tonight. So you will understand that these issues around servicing for the benefit of older Australians have been on our table for a number of years. The previous government put a lot of work into how they might support older Australians, and there's a whole package that they offered at the last election and had introduced before the last election on behalf of older Australians. This new government, and I call it a new government of only 6 months, this new government has put some of those policies into practice and made it easier for pensioners to earn more. But what the disincentives for pensioners and recipients of benefit from government is this, that they live a precarious lifestyle unlike us. They have a fixed income. They have a health card. They have other benefits that accrue around where they're at with their money. And their money's not great. Yet we have this massive untapped resource of people in Australia who have reached a certain age and can take a pension, but are still quite able to work and probably willing to work. So where does that leave government in trying to put in place incentives without putting in place disincentives? So if their health card is threatened, they choose not to work. If other accrued benefits are threatened, they will choose not to work. In fact, ask any unemployed woman in particular, sometimes with children but with other responsibilities, why they are not necessarily taking up the opportunities they need to take up, because they can't afford to lose their benefit. Why? Because it takes so long to go through the process to get back onto the benefit. So they're threatened by the fact that, but what if I lose my benefit because I've gone to work? So we have to find ways as a government to ease the burden of the restrictions on people that do not allow them to easily go into the workforce. So I think what the government has done here, and what was proposed by the previous government, is of great benefit to be able to say you can earn some more money before you lose any benefit whatsoever. Now, I think it's not enough. I think we could always increase it. But we then have to do that, we have to radically change our ideas of what we actually think about older people in the workforce. Are we prepared to be radical enough as a nation to say we're prepared to pay you a pension and we'll benefit you by saying, and you can work much more hours than this without losing your health card, or without losing part of your pension, or without losing. And I think there'd be great. Look, we are so desperate for nurses, healthcare workers, hospitality workers. Even if you're not up front, you can be in the background. There's such shortage. You know, you walk into a community. I could walk into your community, Deputy Speaker, and there'd be a sign, "We are hiring. Come and see us. Come and talk to us." And I do see now, probably because of this policy, more older Australians actually working behind the counter, especially in some of the bakeries and food outlets that I see. And the socialisation that comes along with work makes a huge difference to the lifestyle and the opportunities that people have. They're suddenly back into society, back in the community. We don't want people sitting at home if they don't want to sit at home. But we have to find ways as a community, as a government, as a nation, as a parliament, to actually encourage those people to feel free to go back into work and not suffer the restrictions that we put upon them in other regulations. And I think they're our own unintended consequences, because we don't want them ripping off the system, do we? Oh no, that would be terrible. These are not people who are ripping off the system. These are people who have the opportunity to contribute to this great South land. They can contribute. They're in every state, they're in every community, they're everywhere. And we want them on board as part of our society working. Let's try and make it easier for older Australians.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the member for Monash has opened up a really interesting proposition there. Of course, employment in the past, we've never had unemployment so low as it is currently at the moment, and it's very difficult for people to find workers. And there is a potential workforce out there amongst older Australians, and perhaps I think some of the ideas that the member for Monash was promulgating there are certainly worthy of consideration. But, Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for Jagga for moving the important motion before us today, and I stand here to note that it takes a Labor government to get things done. It was a Labor government that commissioned the last comprehensive review of the pension with the 2009 Harmer review, which ultimately resulted in a one-off increase to the single age pension and beneficial changes to indexation. Australians on a pension are benefiting from a boost in their bank accounts thanks to the largest pension indexation increase in more than 12 years and the largest increase to allowances in 3 decades. The service pension, age pension, disability support pension and carer payment have all risen by $38.90 a fortnight for singles and $58.80 a fortnight for couples in the latest indexation round. The maximum rate of pension has increased to $1,026.50 a fortnight for singles and $773.80 for each member of a pensioner couple, or $1,547.60 per couple, including the pension supplement and energy supplement. The rate of job seeker payment for singles without children has increased by $25.70 a fortnight to $677.20, including energy supplement, while parenting payment single has increased by $35.20 per fortnight to $927.40, including pension supplement and energy supplement. There's a lot of supplements and things in there, Deputy Speaker. Certainly simplification of the system would be the way to go. Deputy Speaker, we know that cost of living pressures are hitting Australians hard right now, and that's the legacy of 9 years of neglect by the Morrison government. We have a big mess to clean up, and this much-needed boost to pensions will go a long way towards easing some of those pressures that have been building up over the last 9 years. Our guiding principle as a government is to ensure that no one is left behind and no one is held back. This indexation increase will help pensioners keep up with the cost of living. Labor is committed to a strong social security system, and our system is designed to safeguard pensioners' living standards by indexing pensions regularly to reflect these increases to cost of living changes. Deputy Speaker, this is just one of the measures the Albanese government is putting in place to support older Australians. We've also made it easier to get a Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare card, and we are providing access to cheaper medicines for more older Australians. Indeed, since coming into government 6 months ago today, we have frozen social security deeming rates at their current levels for 2 years to 30 June 2024, protecting around 900,000 aged pensioners and other pension recipients from interest rate rises. The Albanese government is and always will be committed to ensuring that Australia has a strong social safety net so no one is left behind. Keeping deeming rates low is one way to support older Australians who rely on income from deemed financial investments as well as the pension to deal with the rising cost of living. The lower deeming rate will remain frozen at 0.25% and the upper rate will remain at 2.25% for the next 2 years to 30 June 2024. The government has also introduced legislation for changes to strengthen the incentives for aged pensioners to work, which the member for Monash was talking about and which I fully support. Now, if passed, from 1 December, pensioners over the age pension age will benefit from an immediate $4,000 increase in the maximum work bonus income bank balance from $7,800 to $11,800, which they can access till the end of December 2023. Certainly my hope, Deputy Speaker, that we'll be looking at that when that review period's up. Their pensioners are financially better off if they do some work, and this will provide an immediate benefit to any pensioner over pension age who works, and will help address some of the labour shortages that we are facing in the community. So, Deputy Speaker, I join the member for Jagga Jagga in commending the commitment of the Albanese government, 6 months old today, to support older Australians, delivering tangible measures to help them get by in a time where the cost of living and other challenges are forcing people to make their pensions stretch further every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And unfortunately, a large increase in the pension on the back of indexation is not something to celebrate whatsoever. Because if the pension's going up by a record amount, thanks to indexation, it's because inflation is equally at record levels. And the cost of living and the burden on everyone in our society, but particularly people that are on fixed incomes and who have to provision very carefully how they meet the costs in their household, the everyday expenses that they've got, that means they're really, really struggling. And of course, the increase that we've seen come through is in an environment where the Commonwealth budget predicts inflation increasing even more dramatically into the future. The latest ABS figures 7.3%, the budget predicts 8%, and of course all the predictions that are happening around the world at the moment continue to be revised up. Now, we desperately hope that inflation won't increase beyond its current rate, let alone to 8% or higher, but unfortunately there is a serious risk that in the environment that we're in right now, inflation will potentially be revised up even further. But even at 8%, that is making it really, really difficult for people on a fixed income, and particularly for pensioners. And at the same time, of course, interest rates are increasing. We've had 7 interest rate increases in a row, each and every month for the last 7 months. And regrettably, in a couple of weeks' time, when the Reserve Bank meets in December, there is, of course, every chance that we'll have an 8th increase. And decisions like that are only, again, putting pressure on people that find it the most difficult to balance their budgets, and that means they have to make serious decisions and sacrifice some of the special things that they do with what discretionary income they've got, if they've got that discretionary income, and that's making things tighter and tighter. So this is a motion that congratulates the government for something that happened automatically through legislation that has happened, of course, for many years, and it is right and appropriate that we increase the pension to meet increased cost of living burdens on people. But there's nothing pleasant and nothing to celebrate about the fact that the pension has increased by a record amount, which is linked to a record increase in the cost of living. And as I say, that is a burden that sits disproportionately upon people that are on a very fixed and managed income. Now, the member for Monash made some really important points in a lateral way around the need to put a lot more flexibility in place for people on the pension and for senior Australians more broadly to be able to contribute to our economy in a voluntary way if they want to, without being penalised and without having that impact their eligibility for certain things, like, of course, the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card, and for those that are on the pension, providing an increased incentive for them to participate in the economy by taking on work and earning an income without it hitting them too early and too hard on the eligibility of their entitlements that they're absolutely rightfully belong to them. And I acknowledge we've made a few steps in the direction recently, which were thanks to important announcements, policy announcements that the coalition made during the election, particularly the increase to the entitlement of the Commonwealth Seniors Healthcare Card. And then since the election, of course, the opposition has led the debate on increasing the earnings eligibility that should be there for pensioners before it starts to impact on their pension entitlement. And what the government has done is a half step towards that, and it's temporary, and we certainly think that we need to go further. But at least we're all talking about the very important need to be supporting pensioners at a time that they, of course, have never been doing it so tough because of factors that are completely out of their control, like the costs in their household budget increasing so dramatically. And the inflation rate might be 7.3% and it might be increasing to 8% or beyond, but we know that there are elements within that, particularly around fuel and around groceries, etc., that have been increasing even more significantly, and that's putting a huge burden on them. And Labor are now saying they're getting a 56% increase in their electricity bills over the next 2 years. So this pension increase is nothing to celebrate. We want to increase the pension, but more importantly, we want pensioners to not have to face these dramatic cost of living pressures that they're enduring under Labor.
Thank you. And the time allotted for this debate has expired. And I call the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business, notice number 9. Motion to be moved by the member for Barker.
Thank you. Member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to road safety data in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Madam Deputy Speaker, sadly, 2022 has been a terrible year on Australian roads. In fact, we have surpassed last year's national death toll by July this year. The road toll is going in the wrong direction, with 1,196 people killed on Australian roads to the 12 months to October 2022. Road-related trauma places significant financial and social burden on the community, and its financial cost is quantified at more than $30 billion. Beyond the financial costs, the emotional and social costs of road trauma on the community is far-reaching and long-lasting. The Australian government provides significant funding to state and territory governments to deliver safety treatments on road networks nationally, including through the Road Safety Program. But it's self-evident that we're unable to adequately quantify the extent of road trauma or the effectiveness of funding for programs and treatments to reduce it without adequate data to understand the multiple causes of road accidents. The lack of consistent measurement and the reporting of national road safety data across the state and territories continues to be a major impediment to data-driven, evidence-based solutions to reduce road death and trauma. Current data collected by states and territories is not coordinated nationally, and it lacks detail in many key areas such as serious injury. There needs to be consistent metrics and reporting formats for data coordinated and made available at a national level to inform policy and investment in road safety across all levels of government. The collation and reporting of road safety data will allow for the quantification of road safety issues, the development of evidence-based solutions and the cross-jurisdictional evaluation of the effectiveness of interventions. Australia's National Road Safety Strategy 2021-2030 sets out a commitment to reduce annual fatalities by at least 50% by 2030, an admirable goal. Accurate and consistent data is paramount to informing policies and investments into road safety to achieve this, as well as the development of the National Road Safety Action Plan currently being developed. Harmonisation of road safety data was an important item for discussion in previous infrastructure and transport ministers' meetings under the former coalition government. Meetings of infrastructure and transport ministers listed road safety as the first item on the agenda, signalling its importance. The first infrastructure and transport meeting under the new Labor government, held in August 2022, saw road safety dropped off the agenda for discussion. The former coalition government was committed to establishing a national data sharing agreement with states and territories. But this no longer seems to be a focus for Labor's infrastructure and transport ministers' meetings. The coalition government were making inroads, pardon the pun, having tasked the Office of Road Safety to work with the states and territories to develop a data sharing plan. But I don't want you to take my word for it. Let's see what the AAA, the Australian Automobile Association, who has been calling for this data harmonisation, and what they've had to say. The AAA Managing Director, Michael Bradley, said just last week, there is urgent need for the Commonwealth to declare the changes it will make, as our national road safety strategy is not credible when one of its two key objectives is to reduce incidents of a metric which is neither measured nor reported. Reviews of Australia's road safety performance continue to identify the leading cause of Australia's failure to achieve road trauma reduction targets as being the Commonwealth's lack of leadership and coordination. It's not acceptable that in 2022 We have no national data on the quality of our road network, the types of road crashes occurring, the factors causing them, the enforcement of road rules or their relative effectiveness, and the road trauma continues to hospitalise over 100 Australians daily and costs the economy $30 billion annually. Commonwealth road safety data collation, and reporting must be given urgent priority if road death and injury targets are to be met. Mr Bradley at the AAA goes on to say the Commonwealth's ongoing failure to facilitate the timely, consistent and open reporting of national safety data prevents Australians from quantifying its road trauma problem, developing evidence-based responses and evaluating their effectiveness. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's said that if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. What we need to see is a program which immediately harmonises, the data collection across state jurisdictions. And in return for the gargantuan amount of money that the federal government provides to each of those state jurisdictions for road safety treatments and road funding otherwise, we should have that data and we should share it and use it as a management tool.
Thank you. Member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam.
Oh, sorry. I just need to get a seconder for the motion before we proceed. Member for Riverina. Excellent. Member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to commend the member for Barker for moving this motion. It is, of course, very much in keeping with coalition policy. Plenty of announcement, no delivery. They've had 10 years to do something about this, and what have they done? Nothing. Now, I recently met with one of our major insurers who tell me the data is in fact available through the insurance industry of major motor vehicle accidents, the causes, down to the type of vehicle, the type of driver, the type of road. All this data is available. In 10 years, the coalition government has done absolutely nothing about it. Now, in Macarthur, of course, the residents travel long distance to and from work. They are exposed to very poor roads. The recent rain events and the floods, of course, have exacerbated this. So they drive on dangerous roads, they drive long distances, yet some of the major roads in my electorate of Macarthur, and I'll mention Appin Road, I have been begging for 7 years for the coalition government on a state and federal level to do something about it. They have done nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, Appin Road, we had another fatality in July, bringing the total in the last 15 years to 22 people have died. We know from road safety data that for every person who dies on our roads, and there are about 1,200 a year in Australia now, at least 6 times as many people are severely injured to the point where their injuries are such to have major lifetime effects on them and their families. I've lost count of the number of kids I've looked after who have lost one or even both parents to major road traffic trauma. Yet for 10 years we've had a federal coalition government who sat on their hands and done very little. Now, the Albanese government understands the major issues that traffic accidents and road safety problems cause, particularly in rural, regional and outer metropolitan areas. Macarthur's recently received almost $1 million for recent road safety upgrades in the recent budget. And the budget has also outlined another $26 million over 3 years to addressing the 4 pillars in the National Road Safety Strategy, the pillars being safe road use, safer roads, safer vehicles and safe speed. There's much that can be done with road safety improvements to our national vehicle fleet, yet there's no mandatory safety implementation process for the new vehicles occurring on our roads. There are very important steps being taken at a Commonwealth level to see where deaths and injuries can be prevented, and unfortunately the Morrison government and the New South Wales Perrottet government have an appalling record in improvements to road safety. The road issues can be fixed. The data can be addressed. We can't continue on the same laissez-faire road management process with the rorts of road grants to country areas to save a few coalition votes. We can't continue along that process. There needs to be fairer data collection and appropriate management of our road safety issues across the country, not just for a few select electorates. The New South Wales Government continues to act very, very slowly, and many families are unfortunately severely impacted by injury and death that's occurring on our roads. My personal entreaties to the Coalition Government about the roads in Macarthur and the adjoining electorates of Hume and Werriwa and further south have fallen on deaf ears. We've had nothing but rorts, and we've had nothing but poor management of road safety data that already exists. Yes, we need global national data, and that can be collected, and our insurance companies are well aware of that, yet the Coalition Government did nothing for 10 years. It's down now to the Albanese Government to make sure that our data collection is correct and that we encourage states and the federal government to work together for better road safety across the broader Australia. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Riverina.
Much as I like the member for Macquarie, I have to say I earnestly disagree with some of the comments that he made, scripted, of course, from the Albanese government's talking points. I headed up many infrastructure and transport ministers' meetings. I headed those meetings up. I went there in good faith. I begged, implored some of those state ministers to come on board with us in relation to road safety data collection. Sadly, all too often, and other ministers who've headed up similar forums would tell the chamber this and back me up every step of the way. So many times as a Commonwealth minister, and I'm sure Labor will find this out too, when you go to these meetings in good faith, all too often states will agree, and politely there'll be a great discourse about what we need to do, and they'll go back to their respective capital cities and all will be forgotten, even though they may well have agreed at a national meeting that they will do something about it. Difficulty is they'll get back and they hold so near and dear to their jurisdictional obligations they feel they won't do things in the national interest. And it's unfortunate. They'll do things in their own political interest to keep that niche, that obligation they've got to their states. This is a good motion. I commend the member for Barker. His electorate is more than 63,000 square kilometres. Mine is nearly 49,000 square kilometres. The member for O'Connor, who will follow me, 1.1 million kilometres squared of land. We know about roads, and we provided record funding for roads. And when you provide that money in the infrastructure budget, it was $110 billion when I was the Deputy Prime Minister, every piece of road funding equates to road safety. Every piece of bitumen that you put on a previously unsealed road leads to better road safety outcomes. And as the member for Barker has quite correctly pointed out, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And he is so right. The quantified financial cost of road trauma on the Australian economy in 2016 was estimated to be more than $33 billion. Imagine what it is now. That's 2016. We're now in 2022. We do need these road statistics to be compiled, because if you have proper data that is available and ready and easy to be accessed by all concerned, be they states, be they the Commonwealth, be they stakeholders, it does lead to better outcomes. And I also commend the Australian Automobile Association. I had a good relationship with Michael Bradley, still do, and the work that they play in this area, that they do in this area, is admirable. And we do need to be able to get on board. I mean, the member for Macarthur comes here, and then the actual meeting that I was talking about, the initial infrastructure and transport meeting under the new Labor government in August, road safety wasn't listed as a discussion item. What a pity. What a great missed opportunity. I wear the badge that Peter Fraser has put out there for Sarah, Safer Australian Roads and Highways. Sarah's actually also the name of his daughter, killed in 2012 on the Hume Highway, heading to Wagga Wagga to study. And the driver who struck her and tow truck driver Jeff Clark was distracted for 11 seconds. That's 11 seconds. It's a long time. Look away from the road for that amount of time. You don't know what's going to happen. 11 seconds is a very long time, and he has dedicated and devoted his life to making sure that road safety is something that is paramount in every person who gets behind a steering wheel. And I'm sure he would commend the member for Barker, as I do, for bringing this motion to this important parliament, to this important debate. Peter Fraser doesn't want to see anyone else suffer like his family has. He received an Order of Australia medal for his efforts to improve road safety. So I commend the member for Barker. I love Peter Fraser, he's a great bloke, and anything that I can do, that we can do as a parliament to improve road safety outcomes, we should do it.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. I'll give the call to member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm standing in the emergency department as I have so many times before, first as a medical student and then finally a senior medical officer. And there's one sound that will always stand out in my mind, and that is the piercing shrill of the bat phone. This phone is the pre-arrival notification of a critically unwell patient requiring immediate and life-saving therapy or life-saving intervention. The paramedic provides a brief handover with regards to the status of the patient and the mechanism of injury. And standing on the flight deck of this occasion, the part of the emergency where that bat phone is, phone in hand, I'm rapidly transcribing details, was the information of a patient who has been seriously injured in a motor vehicle accident. And this is a constant reality on the Central Coast. It is a constant reality throughout New South Wales, and it is a constant reality right across Australia. Someone's family, their world, has changed in an instant. The gravity and enormity of the situation, the absolute catastrophic and horrendous time when someone is involved in an accident cannot be understated. From the time of the crash to the extrication and treatment by paramedics, from the emergency management and beyond, the toll on the patient, the toll on the family, the staff, the emergency services is enormous. It's unparalleled. And I want to take you now to the emergency department following a traffic accident. The bright light's on, the team are assembled, and we're standing in the resus bay. The airway doctor and nurse stand prepared, ready to assess and secure the airway of the patient. The breathing staff are ready to assess and manage immediate and life-threatening insults to the patient's ability to breathe and oxygenate. Circulation is the urgent evaluation and management of the patient's circulatory system and to arrest major sources of bleeding. In the disability assessment, there's a rapid neurological evaluation, assessment of the level of consciousness in the spinal cord, and hypo and hyperglycemic evaluation. And during exposure assessment, we have a hypo and hyperthermic assessment and evaluation for other injuries, minor or serious. Further staff then prepare the necessary pharmacological intervention that may be required for the patient. Radiology arrive with a portable X-ray machine, and the CT scanner is placed on standby because in a motor vehicle accident, a motor vehicle collision, it's likely that that patient has suffered serious fractures, serious injury. The pathology and the blood bank are placed on standby in case of the need for a massive transfusion protocol to be activated, and the social workers are present to provide psychosocial support to the family and loved ones of the patient. This is only to name a few of the team members ready to provide care to the patient who has been involved in a motor vehicle accident. And this is a massive team effort to ensure the health of the patient. We are not invincible, impermeable to harm, and I have seen this firsthand on many occasions. People of all ages, of all abilities, from all backgrounds. Life is precious and we must treasure it and we must protect it. And that is why we need to act. And that is why we are acting as a government and as a country. Our government is firmly committed to delivering improved road safety throughout Australia. The 2021-2030 National Road Safety Strategy will guide the government to deliver these safety outcomes, alongside our partners in the states, territories and local government areas. This strategy sets out Australia's road safety objectives, priorities for action and includes road trauma reduction targets for the decade to 2030. Tragically, approximately 1,200 people are killed and a further 40,000 are seriously injured on Australian roads each and every year. And this strategy will cover 4 pillars of the safe road system: safe road use, safer roads, safer vehicles and safer speed. The government is developing an action plan to be considered by Australian infrastructure and transport ministers. It will be designed to have measurable criteria and clear lines of accountability for action divided between the states and the federal government. And of local importance on the Central Coast is the Black Spot program. Fagans Road at Lisarow and Showground Road at Narara are being targeted by this program to reduce risk. And it's through these actions of our government that we can make our roads a safer place.
Thank you. Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to support my good friend, the member for Barker, and his private member's bill on road safety data collection. And the first point I want to make is that the road toll this year is heading in completely the wrong direction, with 1,197 people so far this year have died on Australia's roads. Now, I'll come back to my electorate of O'Connor in a moment, but 95 of those people have died on regional West Australian roads. That's about 70% of the total road toll, and many of that 95 people perished sadly in my electorate. Now, the member of Robertson has given a very moving description of what happens in an emergency department of a major hospital when someone is brought in from a critical accident. People across my electorate of 1.1 million square kilometres can only dream about getting to that sort of level of care and help so quickly. Many people have accidents that are hours from that critical care, and sadly many of those people who may otherwise have been saved with the care of the member for Robinson and other fantastic medical professionals may well pass. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the quantified financial cost of road trauma in Australia is around $30 billion. That's a massive cost to the economy, and it's obviously a massive emotional cost to those families and loved ones when someone doesn't return home from a road journey. Now, sadly, still to this day, current data collection by states and territories is not coordinated nationally. So it's very difficult for policymakers to get an accurate handle on exactly what is going on out in the on the roads, and what we need to do to drive that number, that way too high number of road deaths in Australia down. And the Australian Automobile Association has said that, through their director Michael Bradley, that there is an urgent need for the Commonwealth to declare the changes it will make, as our national road strategy is not credible when one of its 2 key objectives is to reduce the instance of a metric which is neither measured nor reported. Now, that's a fairly damning statement on all policymakers, and I know that the previous coalition government was certainly working very hard to achieve that outcome, and we had the former Minister and former Deputy Prime Minister here talking about the moves and efforts that he'd made to get a coordinated compiling of that data. And it's simply not acceptable given the increased road toll, and policymakers certainly do need to get on with the job and the new government. It's certainly incumbent on them now to take up the cudgels to try and bring the states on board. But, Deputy Speaker, I just want to talk a little bit about my electorate of O'Connor, and as I said, 1.1 square kilometres, so a great deal of the West Australian road network falls within my electorate. And the member for Macarthur, who is one of the really decent people in this place, I'm sure regrets making his comments about road funding in regional areas being a rort. I really think if he has time to reflect on those comments, he would probably come back in here and withdraw them, because that is a spear in the heart of those 95 families who have lost loved ones on regional roads in West Australia, to describe efforts to make the roads safer and prevent those deaths in future as a rort. And, Deputy Speaker, I'm very, very proud of the road safety funding program in Western Australia, $120 million across our state. Every West Australian would have travelled roads where there is about a metre of bitumen being put on the shoulders of all our roads, which Main Roads tell me has a significant impact on road safety. Also, as the chair of the WA Road Black Spot Funding Committee, we put $13 million into identified road black spots to reduce those incidents of fatal accidents. And also I want to say, in the lead up to Christmas, please, everybody who's taking a long journey, who's going to be on the road in the next little while, please drive safely and make sure you come home to your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. And the time allotted for this debate has now expired, so the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
And I second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and the Federation Chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 22nd of November at 12:30 p.m. Thank you.